we're going to talk about the saga regarding Joshua David Evans and Adam McIntyre and Gavin. And yeah, so buckle up because this is going to be a long one. Hi, hello, welcome or welcome back. I really hope that really soon you can see my animation that I'm working on because I'm an artist and small business owner. I'm from Italy. But I also on this channel do other bunch of stuff, such as talking about online drama. So today it will take weeks, I believe. Today we're going to talk about something that it really bothered me from, sorry, I'm playing with the mic. I really don't like this. Really bothered me from the jump because I was pissed off a lot, and because this everything started after a long period where, and I think I can talk about many people in this case. Let me know if I'm wrong on that. um Everything came after mm, fans, people, I don't know, audience in general, gave Joshua David Evans the benefit of the doubt. And we all accepted the, we gave him credibility, we gave him kind of our trust. And with us, obviously, the first one giving him this benefit was, it has been Adam himself, who obviously is the first one involved in all this mess. But we are here because I really want to make this video also as a kind of a milestone, personal milestone, because I like to go back and rewatch and talk and kind of rewind everything. And when this first started in June, early June, um, it was maybe 1, 2 weeks that I just finished rewatching the Swoop doc documentary. No, I mean you can do that. The Swoop doc on Colin Ballinger, the allegations, Johnny Silvestri, Cody Rants. I always forget it. Damn. And the interview, like 4 hours interview, but I believe she said it was like 6, 7 hours. I don't remember. 6, 7. Sorry, it was not. Sorry. With Joshua David Evans. So when everything started, the first click that I had was when, and honestly, was the first thing that we knew as an audience because nothing was being disclosed publicly, was after the comment left on Adam McIntyre's video from Joshua David Evans with sunflower emoji. So that was what made all these things start in my mind. And so today we are going to go back and rewind everything that happened. We're going to watch some videos. Didn't watch, maybe I watched just one video from Joshua David Evans. We're going to watch the Gavin's video. So I'm going to give you my opinions. These are only my opinions, nothing for sure. Allegations, speculation. I'm going to say when I will probably speculate on everything. And so, yeah, this is going to be a long one. It's going to take, I don't know how much to upload. Internet is not working, the connection. I have 3 videos already done, but no. So, yeah, we are going to, in kind of travel back in time because we are going to go back 2 years when the Swoop doc, the transition was awful. I don't know why I did the transition, but I'll work on that. The Swoop Doc was online, and s- everything shifted for Joshua David Evans, because before this, all the allegations, everything, he went silent, mostly for two reasons. For what he said, first things first, his mental health. He was taking care of his mental health, which fair. Nobody will well, someone will do it online, but bad apples are everywhere. But normal people will never judge someone for taking care of their mental health. So fair. And second thing, second, because everything that was coming was kind of piling up. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the specific words, but it was kind of in this doc. He says that he was feeling without a voice, the without a way to talk, without a way to let other people know that he was sorry, that he wanted to take accountability, even if he had he still has, which is something that will come up a lot later, a YouTube channel with 1 million, I believe, subscribers. So you can subscribe to me. Come on, come on. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell to you. So he felt that well, it's fair, even if you have a channel, even if you have a place where people can listen to you, maybe people didn't want to listen to you back then, which fair, because he was the husband of an alleged groomer, and they both together made some shit up. 4 kids, 2 kids, allegedly. So if you're interested, please go and watch these Whoop documentaries that are there are, I believe, 4 episodes, and they are amazing. One thing that I want to talk about right now, because otherwise I will forget, is a question that I saw many, many times popping up online, which was, I took notes, guys. Oh, I took notes. This is amazing. Is many people talking about the if like asking if Swoop needs to take accountability for these specific episodes when she kind of aired the story of Joshua David Evans, kind of shifting, giving us the power to shift his image from this to this, honestly. Um, and people were talking about maybe she needs to take accountability the same way she took accountability when she aired, sorry, itches, when she aired Johnny Silvestri. So they're comparing the Johnny Silvestri story to Joshua David Evans' story, saying they both lied. They are both kind of, I don't want to say bad people, but yeah, bad people. They did bad things. They lied to the audience in general. So the does Swoop needs to take accountability? In my opinion, Swoop does not need to do anything in this. And I'm happy, honestly, that she's not answering. She's not talking to this. We don't know if she's talking behind the scene with, I don't know, Adam or whatever. I don't know. And honestly, it's not my place to no, it's not our place as an audience, because Swoop was working back to back with the victims. Wanted to air she wanted everybody to hear just the victims, and in this case she gave the opinion she gave the opportunity, sorry, to Joshua David Evans to speak up about his trauma, his experience, because he came out as a victim too of Colin Ballinger, allegedly. um I want to say that obviously two things. I always say this. Two things can be true at the same time. Sorry, I'm not English. I do the same thing also in Italian, so bear with me. Two two things can be true at the same time. You can be the abuser, you can be the abused. You can be the harasser, you can be the harassed. Uh, there's not a perfect victim, there's not a perfect perpetrator. Things can change, and reality always surprises us. So I believe that she did a wonderful job talking and and honestly, I'm happy that she did that, because now we have something to look back and to use an example out of everything that came out now. So this is also live, honestly. This is also a live lesson, to maybe not trust people, to maybe not give another chance to someone else. Giving one chance already regretted, said the biggest philosopher of all time, Mike Shinoda. Uh, I believe that in during that time she did her job. She exposed Johnny Silvestri, because in that moment she came up with new informations. And I believe, honestly, if Joshua David Evans acted during that time of the doc the same way that he acted now, I believe she would have made another whole episode only around Joshua David Evans and the lies and everything. So, with that said, 2 years ago, this Whoop Doc aired. We all listened to Joshua's side. We all sympathized with him. We all empathized with him. We gave him the benefit of the doubt. I remember even before this old drama started, I watched the episode and I was like really happy for the outcome, because for once, um, it felt like a bad person became aware of what they did wrong, who they did wrong, and took accountability and just shifted and decided to um not become a better person, but to act like a better person, let's say. But obviously this is life. This is not a movie. So in my opinion, everything fell, everything everything fell everything fell apart, yeah. So oh, I screamed, sorry. In this documentary, he talks about many things. I'm just going to list the how do you say the highlight points in the video. So basically meeting Josh, then there's why now, why coming out now, the early days, the trouble in paradise between in the couple, let's say, with the Colin Ballinger, the cheating. We are going to talk in a second about the cheating, because it's important to the story. Losing everything, so the aftermath, basically. She's always watching, Shane Dawson, uh, Pamela, who's his wife, and Cory DeSoto taking accountability, which is the longest segment. Johnny Silvestri, another long segment, and then forgiveness. I believe this was regarding Johnny Silvestri for what he did. Now, uh, I took some timestamps, so we're going to watch first this one and then the second one, where we are going to address the cheating, not because we need to know about the cheating, but because it's important for the story. So take notes, mental notes. I already took notes. You don't need to. So here, it's important to understand the context of where we were at with Joshua. He came out back 2 years ago. He came out of nowhere, because he wasn't not active on his YouTube channel. He was like uh, he went away out of the spotlight, enjoying the life that he built back with the new wife, etc. So it's important to understand his um, way of thinking about that situation and what he wanted to achieve. So we're going to hear this. Buckle up.
But not anymore. I want my life, and I want to protect it. My wife deserves it. My little dog deserves it. I feel riled up right now. but it's only because I want to protect my little bubble, my little private bubble, where I make little tiny videos on Instagram about going to Home Depot. That's all I'm doing. I'm not making money off of that. It's just all of it feels wrong. It doesn't feel right. And once again, I feel like I either just tuck my tail and just accept that people are going to say what they're going to say and drag me once again, or I try to somewhere find the middle ground. I'm not a saint. I'm not perfect. I know I messed up, but I've done so much work to right those wrongs. I don't see anybody else popping up and taking accountability. It's not easy. I was the one rejected in the first place. And here I am again saying, I did these things. And it's like, it just doesn't matter. It's hard to feel like when you're a kid and you think you don't matter because someone tells.
Sorry, it's buffering. This damn connection. Oh, these pixels are crazy. Sorry. Too, too. Can you go back, please? Please. Thank God I'm not live streaming. Otherwise, it would be. Okay. Tuck my tails.
Tells you don't matter. And then you're 39 and all of a sudden you got tons of DMs telling you how you are, like you don't matter.
Okay. So back then he was 39. So right now he should be 41, 42. So it's important to address this because that was his mental space back then. He came up talking to Swoop because he wanted to clear his name. He wanted to, as he said, protect his bubble, protect the wife. And finally, he had this opportunity after many, many years, thanks to Swoop. So, thanks to Swoop, he was able to redeem his name in some way. And I think it's interesting the fact that people right now are saying, should I watch and I'm doing this also for them, so you're welcome. Um should I watch the Swoop Doc because maybe they feel kind of betrayed, or maybe should I go back and watch those betrayed? Let me be a little bit parasocial here, not betrayed like, but because everybody who followed this story, who was kind of invested in this story, was also um witnessing the relationship that came after. And I'm saying relationship in a really loose way because I'm going to clarify in a second. The relationship that came after the good things, let's say, that came after this Whoop Doc, between the main characters, such as Swoop, Joshua David Evans, Adam McIntyre, and all the other victims, because also the other victims really spoke in favor of Swoop, obviously, because they finally felt like having a big voice and a big resonance towards everybody, but also towards Joshua, and about regarding everything that was done and everything that was said. So people were really, really okay. They were okay with the outcome, and they accepted slowly but surely his apologies. He's taking accountability. He's saying, "Yeah, I did some bad shit, like taking fans into my hotel room, stuff like that." So he was on spot, honestly, here. So we are going to go right now to the next segment of the video where it's important to listen to this big piece of alert, because also when I wanted to make this video so many but I'm happy that I waited because things spiraled down. So I was like, no, 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 I'm going to make a full video on everything. um when everything started, I remember watching a Peter Monn video. I'm a Granny Penny's part of the squad, let's say, or hip replacement, from Peter Monn. And I remember Peter Monn he started the video, and I really love the honesty. I'm the same in while talking, same in the gender video. I honestly said I didn't know this and that. I was not aware. And this is also why you watch video, in order to understand the lore, in order to understand each piece, etc. So he was like, I don't understand this thing. Why he Joshua David Evans left a comment on Adam McIntyre's video with a freaking sunflower emoji. I don't understand the lore. So he was confused, and he texted Adam, and Adam gave him the lore. So in that moment, I was like, damn, I wish I did the video so people will know the lore behind. But obviously, I'm late to the game as usual. But I went back and I found, well, it's not too hard to find, honestly. I didn't do much. I just skimmed the video, honestly. And I found the moment. I'm a good person. Overall, I'm a good person. So since Joshua David Evans, in this video said that talking about the previous things that were said like 1-2 minutes before what we are going to listen, he said it was really hard to talk about that. I won't replay it, not because I think he will watch this video. Even so, good person, honestly, I don't like making people suffer out of nothing, but I like to share the truth, and I like to share my opinion, not the truth, what happened, and like to share my opinions. So yeah, in this segment here, we're going to hear a piece of lore that it's really, really important. So take mental note of this.
That's like if you have not said anything to her.
She threatened me a few months later through text that if I continued to talk about her in any way, shape, or form, is what she said. If you mention me in any way, I'm going to get lawyers on you. And my response to that was her branded slogan. All I said was spread happiness. And that was the last thing I wrote to her, with a little sunflower, because that's what she always used.
Done. It was the easiest thing to do. So the sunflower was the emoji, and the spread happiness was kind of the slogan. I never followed Colleen Ballinger, honestly. I just know about everything that she did from her victims, honestly, allegedly. So yeah, basically, we are going to talk about something that happened recently, because this was 2 years ago, and then people went on with their life, where they went and they were like not minding so much. Sorry, there was a bug or something. Not minding so much the Joshua David Evans overall, because they had other things to worry. And in the drama sphere, in the online drama sphere, Joshua David Evans was always not there. He was always minding his own business. He had some he was called, not out, he was named in like few videos from Adam McIntyre, because we as an audience, I'm also part of the Muckers community from Adam. He talked sometime, like I remember 2 times for sure, about the fact that they met. The first time they met, I believe, a little bit after the Swoop documentaries. They met in Los Angeles, and they were like Swoop and Joshua went. I believe, I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. But still, they went to Adam's hotel kind of apartment, where he was staying with his mom, and his mom was there too, and they had a talk all together. And this was that. And then they also met at Vidcon. Vidcon is something that it's like a cursed event. Damn. They also met at Vidcon, not because it was kind of a date, like let's meet at Vidcon. No, Adam was there. Adam was also, I believe he was kind of vlogging or something. And then during that time, he felt like a tap on the shoulder. He turned back, and Joshua David Evans was there. And we know that Joshua David Evans goes to VidCon not because he was still a creator, because as I said, he didn't post anything anymore back then on YouTube, but because he worked for a company and he was a YouTube manager. Put another mental pin in that because it will come back. So these were the two occasions where I personally heard from Adam about sorry, I had a blank time about Joshua David Evans. Sorry. Then I just remembered via Reddit, because Reddit, damn, is like the new Wikipedia. I just remembered about this, which was posted on Reddit here. There we go. This is better. And in this frame here, let's say, by the way, someone said that this post was posted by probably Joshua because it was in the middle of everything. Allegedly, I don't know, I don't care. But in this video, Adam talks about his perception of Joshua David Evans, and I really want to let you hear that, not because it's shady of something, but because it was how it was really perceived by honestly everyone after the Swoop Doc. So yeah,
I do like to believe that I am a good judge of character, and I believe that Josh is a good person. I really do, and I believe that he's honest, and I believe that he is genuine. And it was really confirmed. Now, I had this opinion over text messages, voice memos from the last couple years, but meeting someone is completely different. And the way that Josh spoke honestly about his life, the way that Josh was so forthcoming about information, the way that he was willing to acknowledge bad moments but also good moments at the same time, and there's a level of like equal and just like, if I'm being honest, like groundedness about him. Now, something even deeper. While I believe that I'm a good judge of character, my mom is someone that I like to think of whenever I try to think of like being a good judge of character, because she really, really, really is a good judge of character. I sound so stupid right now, but it's something that is very important to me, whether like what my mom's opinion is of people, right? Obviously, there's people in my life that my mom doesn't necessarily like, and they're still in my life because I like them, right? But I really like when me and my mom can kind of relate on an opinion of someone's person. And she really liked Josh. You know, Josh coming to meet me for the first time, and obviously Swoop was there, my mom was there. You know, maybe a couple weeks ago, a month ago or something, if we're being honest, it was not a great situation for Josh. He's coming to where me and my mom are staying. He came to our house on his own, and Swoop was coming on her own, but obviously me and Swoop don't have the history me and Josh have. Like, there is a level of he's in an unfamiliar setting, meeting these unfamiliar people. He didn't know how we were going to act. We didn't know how we were going to act with him. You know, like, there's this back and forth. He immediately was, like, making sure my mom knew that she was a priority in the room as well, which I really appreciated. But he really went out of his way to make sure that my mom was even comfortable with the concept of what was going on. Like, he had this full conversation with her about, and you have to ask her what they actually talked about, but about how's she feeling about the fact that Josh and Swoop are coming over. How does she feel about the fact of everything that happened last summer? How does she feel, you know, her opinion is of him, and like, does she have anything she would want to say to him? And I just thought, wow, like, you don't even have to like impress her in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the one that has this online relationship with you. Swoop is the one you have this online relationship with. Like, my mom, for the most part, is just kind of chill in the background. But the fact that he really, as a person, identified the fact that it might have been a little bit weird for my mom, or she might have a lot of opinions, and he made sure that there was a space in which she felt she could open up about them. I really respected that, and he was so, again, forthcoming with information about his life that when I watch this, it very much so just reminds me of having this back and forth conversation with him at the Airbnb a month ago. Like, I really do believe that he is a genuine person. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so I believe this is the perfect video, honestly, and I also want to say that it makes me laugh so much when there are this kind of posts or allegations or people saying, yeah, but before Adam said A, B, C, and then, or not even Adam talking about someone else. It's like opinion cannot change and shouldn't change, mostly shouldn't change if something horrible and bad and disgusting happens to you. You cannot change opinion because you said 2 years ago this and that, so you're not you cannot do that. For me, it's the stupidest thing ever. Instead, I really believe that changing opinions, despite you can also change opinion if nothing bad happens to you. Honestly, it's the smartest thing. You it means that you understand, that you know your surroundings, know people, know understand their behavior and stuff like that. So I just wanted to say that. But when Adam he's talking, I want to start from the end. When Adam is talking about his mother, please keep another thing. I know there are many things too, not so many, come on, you can do that. Keep that in mind, because the fact that, and this was, and I when I watched this video, I remembered when I watched the full video, let's say this clip, I remembered feeling so warm, honestly, so good, that they had this encounter, that they talk, and that and that mostly because if you know Adam, he has a wonderful, from what he says, obviously, he has a wonderful relationship with his mother, and I believe that everyone that wants to meet him kind of needs to go through his mother, not because from what I gathered, his mother is also his manager, which is important. Take note of Adam's mom. But also because when you want to be part of the life of someone, you also need to understand who they love, who they care for, etc. So I really liked the way that from Adam's mouth, Joshua David Evans was interacting with his mother, and it was really sweet back at the time. Back then, sorry. So this was pretty important, but something that clicked in my head, and this is why also I wanted to share this clip, is the fact that he said that he well, it's kind of the way, honestly, and I don't want to blame victims, victim blame. I don't want to talk shit about the other people's life, other people's, again, mental health, because that sucks. And I'm not going to do. I'm just going to say that the pattern that we are going to look at, which is something that until the end will stick with us, is when you do some shit things before before talking about your life, before talking about your mental health space, before talking about everything that went wrong in your life lately, because obviously everyone is different. Maybe for me something that happens in my life, it's nothing. Maybe for you it's the end of the world. We are all different. We all have different experiences in life. But something that always struck me, and honestly this is something that happened a lot also in real life, let's say, is when I'm talking with someone, and this someone, for the first, like the first thing that they do, when they meet you, when they see you, maybe after a while or whatever, they talk about, or maybe when they did something wrong to you, the first thing they put out, like hands up front, is like, yeah, but this happened into my life, like, and it's already kind of a trauma dumping on the other in order to let you understand, yeah, but I was in this hurting space. I was hurt. I was not good. I was depressed. I was whatever. So I believe that you can obviously do that. You can always, when you take accountability, when you act, but it's something to note here because, again, when it becomes a pattern through all the shit that you do, it's like saying, yeah, I'm so sorry. And then after 1 hour, you do the same shit. It's not going to work anymore. It's not going to be perceived as something genuine, honestly, in my opinion. Then for others can be whatever. So this is the place that we were 2 years ish ago. Then they met again, as I said, at Vidcon. It's not important to for the situation. It's important to know that they met again, but it's important to know that these were their overall interactions for what we know. Maybe there was some like message back and forth, um, but like through the year, it was not a daily thing. It was not a monthly thing. From what we are said, from what they said to us. So the relationship that they had, it was not not kind of relationship. It was like acquaintances. It was like friendly but not friends, if you know understand what I mean. It's like that friend, no, that person that you know, that you used to know, maybe you used to work with, whatever, and you hear once every, I don't know, 6 months, or maybe you like some stories, Instagram stories, and then it's like you never message properly. You never hear each other, you never see each other. Okay. So it's like a friendly relationship, but honestly not friends from what we are told. Okay. Perfect. So let's move on. We need to talk about what happened next, which is a little bit convoluted. So keep keep your mind open. So I will let in a second Adam explain everything, but basically what happened was it was kind of I believe in a live stream or in a video. I couldn't find, for the love of God, this video and the comment that was left on it by Josh. But basically in this video it was from what I gathered, it was kind of a rant from Adam about something that was going to happen and that nobody knew back then. And it was about a documentary on Colin Ballinger. And we knew about this because Adam shared it with us, like the audience, talking about the fact that he was not on board with that. The people wanted him to be on board with that because he was going to be kind of the not the main focus, but since there would be also other people involved of the victims, it was important for him to be on board with everything. And Adam obviously said, I said everything that I wanted to say, not only in my videos, but also in the Swoop documentary. And I don't believe that something more informative too also can be made, because Swoop honestly covered everything. She talked. Damn, my dog's just okay. She honestly covered everything. She talked about all the victims. She was making us know about everything that went wrong and everything that went down for these people. Honestly, so Adam in this video was talking about this documentary, and he let uh our what he let the audience know that he was also, while being contacted from the people of the documentary, on the other side someone else involved was contacting him privately, talking and listing all the reasons why he should have been part of this, like kind of trying to convince him to be a part of this. We need to do this together, whatever. And back then, nobody knew. Many people said this is Trisha Paytas. Other people said Johnny Silvestri, maybe. But yeah, people were speculating, honestly, and that happens when you let something out, and you're a public figure. People start speculating, but until there's proof, nothing is certain. So that, but under this video, Joshua outed himself willingly. And he left kind of a comment that still I couldn't find. Maybe I can look better. I don't know. But where he basically, to sum it up, it was disappointed by the behavior that Adam was showing to the people, and that this was the documentary was an important thing, blah blah blah. But I'm going Adam to explain. Let Adam to explain it, because it's pretty important. And this is a piece, the turning piece, the important piece of the lore, because here is where everything switches up, honestly. So in this video, which is titled Trisha Paytas Addresses Colleen Ballinger Documentary, I'm going to show you just the beginning, which is the main focus of all the drama.
All right, YouTube, hello, welcome. I hope you're all doing very, very, very well. So I want to talk about the recent episode of Just Trish, because they actually talk about, when do they film these episodes? Because this was quick as hell. But they talk about what we have been discussing, which is this Colleen Ballinger doc that's being made by this like mainstream developer or whoever is picking it up. And obviously, I've talked about it and I've said my frustrations with it. And I also just want to clarify that a lot of people are misinterpreting what I'm saying and are getting me backlash because of it, but they're interpreting what I'm saying incorrectly. So let me re-clarify myself and maybe give more information, because clearly I've not said things that make sense as to why I'm pissed off about this happening, okay? So the reason that I'm pissed off about a Colleen Ballinger exposed documentary happening in 2026 is because of the fact that I spoke about the fact that the people behind the documentary have been reaching out to me for over a month now, and I've been ignoring them. I haven't been responding to them. And when I ultimately respond to them, I just get like, right, but like, let's go on a call. We can talk about it, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm, quite frankly, I'm bothered by it. Like, I've leave me alone. I don't have to do this. I don't want to do this.
And also, it's pretty important to note that when, I believe, in my opinion, when you are a person, a pretty strong, powerful kind of person who is able to make a documentary out of a public figure, you should know how to, maybe consulting with someone, you should know how to approach victims. You should know how to make your message clear to victims. You should know also how to be sensible to the topic, because you don't know that even if it's a public figure such as Adam, you don't know, maybe Adam is not showing everything online, so you don't know their mental space, you don't know where they stand on the topic. You don't know. So you should be able to approach people politely, and also you should understand, like someone said in a comment, no is a full phrase. Like when I say no, I don't need to add no because blah blah blah. It's, if I say no, it means no, it will never happen. No, I don't want to do that. So no is already a full sentence. And if you are planning to do a documentary, you are planning to invite people in this documentary, and these people will tell you no, you just need to drop it. You just need to get the fuck out. Because to come again and again, first things first, you become a nuisance, honestly. But also, it's not fair to the victims. It's not fair to their story. It doesn't matter how much you want this to happen. It doesn't matter how much money goes into this project, and which, I don't know if Netflix or whatever for them will buy this project. It doesn't matter. If there are people shown, if there are victims shown, they are the focus of this documentary. We do not give a fuck about Colin Ballinger. we are still not giving a fuck, thank God, to Colin Ballinger. So, in my opinion, so yeah, let's continue.
I got very annoyed, and maybe that was a piece of missing context for people, that I have literally been getting reached out to on emails, follow-up emails, Instagram DMs since May 6th, I think it was. And then what made me even more annoyed was I said my frustrations with someone who was involved in all of this, reached out to me and basically was like, let's do this together. You know the way we did the Swoop Doc? Let's do this together. I didn't name who it was, but Joshua David Evans had the balls to come into my comments and say that he's disappointed and annoyed and all the rest with me. Josh, let's not go there. First of all, let's not fucking go there. And if you like, let's not go there. But also, I just think for added context, it's pretty fucking annoying that I have gone out of my way to not be involved in something that has been for a month now, over a month. You know, Adam, do you want to be a part of this? Adam, let's meet, you know, let's do a Zoom call. Let's just say hello. Let's just do, you know, trying to get me involved in this. Clearly don't want to be a part of it. Said that. And then it's, you know, this will be very different than just like a YouTube doc, as in throwing shade to Swoop. You know, this is something different. And I also got like a message that was like, think of like
the production. First things first, I hate when people are shady to other creators. Just shut up. Just shut up already. But the production and the quality of everything that Swoop does, you cannot even fathom. In fact, your freaking documentary won't happen. So shut the fuck up. Sorry, I take some of this thing as a creator, as an artist. I take these things really seriously. So yeah, no.
like the media connections, whatever the fuck they phrase it as, basically implying like, you know, you want to do this. You want to do this doc. Feels cheap, feels tacky, and I just, quite frankly, don't want any part of it. That is fine. That was what I was trying to say, right? A lot of people were saying that it was disrespectful for me to be saying this and all of the rest. And I guess I wasn't fully painting the picture of what is going on because I was trying to protect the identity of people involved here. So that's what pissed me off. And that was why I called this person out, who now has basically told the world it's them, because Joshua David Evans is coming into my YouTube comments trying to start a fight with me and trying to like make it seem like I'm trying to be the biggest victim of all and of Colleen, and no one else can speak up, when that's not exactly at all what I said. What I said was, I don't want any involvement in this, so can people leave me alone? The director or the executive producer or whoever the fuck it is has been in my fucking pussy for the last month. And then clearly what has happened here, from my understanding, is that, well, I know that Josh signed on to be a part of this, and his partner as well. Sorry, like Josh, stop trying to cause fights, because like this entire situation goes so fucking weird. It goes so fucking weird, and I'm so pissed off at it, but I'm trying to hold my cool here. I'm trying to hold my cool here. But anyways, so a lot of people in chat were saying they don't think it's Josh. And what you're going to see as well, is that in Trisha talking about this, Trisha goes, oh, I didn't even think it was about Josh. So Josh literally came forward and said that I was talking about him. So do what you will with that. But what I was annoyed at is not that I don't want a documentary of Colleen to happen, is that Josh signed on to be a part of this and then reached out to me and was like, let's do this together like we did with Swoop. You know, Swoop really got me through something, so let's do this together, bro, and all the rest. And that was what my problem was. Because between Josh and the director, the executive producer, whoever the fuck was that's messaging me, it seems that both of them are talking about me behind the scenes to get me to agree to this so that then they can move forward with it. Do you understand that that is what my problem is? My problem never once was that I don't think that Josh should never speak up about the situation. Or it's so crazy to me that but because that's literally what Josh created by doing that comment, by the way, and I know exactly what he's playing at here, and I'm not having any fucking part of it. My thing, which I clearly wasn't clear enough in saying, so I apologize for
This comment is like foreshadowing, honestly. I know what Josh was playing there, and I don't want part of it. It's like the foreshadowing of it all for the next month after this video. It's crazy.
that is that it's pretty fucking weird to me that it seems that everyone is trying to hound on me. And now Josh sending me this message as well. And Josh, I don't owe you anything. Josh, we have no relationship, and I don't want to have a relationship with someone just because of this shared experience. No fucking shade. I feel very differently about Becky and Oliver than I do with you, so please leave me the fuck alone, truly. But anyways, it's so strange to me because it's like, this is not a case at all of, you know, this documentary is happening and, you know, I just don't want to be a part of it. I'm literally being messaged by all of these people to sign on to it as if it's like a waiting game, that then we go forward. It's so weird that people are saying that I'm trying to be the only victim of Colleen Ballinger or whatever, when I'm specifically saying I don't want any part of this, but it seems that everyone else fucking involved is like, shit, we haven't got Adam, we got to get Adam. Go ahead without me. I've already said I have a problem with this. And I've said that I don't want any part of it from a personal standpoint. And clearly I wasn't, because I was trying to protect people. I was trying to fucking protect people. But since he's coming into my fucking comment section and trying to like, oh my God. So I find it very, very, very strange. I find it very weird. And when it comes to Becky and Oliver, if they want to do a documentary, absolutely, I fucking support them. But you know what's crazy? For them being significantly younger than Josh, neither one of them were messaging me being like, come on, we can do this. We can do this. I don't know you. I don't know you. And I don't know you well enough for you to send me a fucking story about how we can do this documentary together. Josh, if you want to do the documentary, do the documentary. Don't you dare come into my fucking, how dare you come into my YouTube comments and try to flip this around on me and make me seem like a fucking problem when you're not being honest about the fact that you've already been working on this. Why can't you just continue to work on it? Why can't you just continue to work on it? I've already said I don't want to be a part of it. That's why I've now spoken up, because no one behind the scenes will leave me alone about this.
Fair.
And so I have seen this. I watched this of Trisha and Oscar talking about this. This is my second time watching. I always tell you if I've watched things for the first time. And I was unaware of what the take they were going to have was, but it was literally Trisha and Oscar being like, we agree with Adam. Like, why is this? This is weird. And it was very validating to hear, because again, a lot of people are very disappointed in me not wanting to be a part of this documentary. But the people who are disappointed with me not wanting to be a part of this documentary are people who want this to happen for ulterior motives. So
this was a lot already, huh? Sorry for the crazy laugh. Okay, so yeah, this was his take, and I think besides the heat that it's totally okay with, because when you have been bothered for a whole month, when you have a life, honest, but even if you don't have a life, even if you're just spending your days on the bed or wherever, now it's summer, so at the sea, it's not okay for people to come into your email DMs, whatever, and bother you. uh it He said in another video that the first email that he received, he didn't answer, and I already there. Personally, I'm the kind of person that if someone doesn't answer me, I am pretty uh I can understand. Like, I can reach the point mentally to say, okay, this person doesn't want to talk with me, and which is okay, fair. So yeah, that's already an answer in my opinion. But then you try to convince him in any possible way with a long message, and my dog is biting me, damn it. And I understand the way that Adam is phrasing, honestly, because uh, I would have done the same and maybe even worse than that. Because I don't like when someone bothers me, when someone tries to convince me to do something that I don't want to do. And my reaction usually is to not answer anymore, because I'm like, you're not, you won't understand why I need to waste my time with you. um which honestly I think it's what happened, I believe, after he answered to the email, because they still contacted him in other ways, saying obviously no. He said, when he answered the email, he said no. But yeah, this is something that really started a thing, honestly. And the fact that he's also um honest about the fact we don't have a relationship, we don't. And if you step back for a moment, besides the story, besides the them coming to an end together, like after this Swoop Doc, to be friendly, to be at peace, let's say. uh if you think a little bit harder, you can understand that it's freaking weird that, first things first, a grown ass full man of 42-ish is contacting a 24 man. And I don't want to, same thing that I said about the Gendent video. I don't want to uh do ageism. I don't want to do any of this shit. I'm just pointing out the fact that if you are 42, you should know better. You should know that you should think before doing something, such as thinking about the fact that you were part of it's not that because someone said, okay, we understand your position, we understand your feelings, we are at peace with you. It's not that that thing cancel everything that has been done in the past. It's like I'm giving you a second chance. I'm giving you an opportunity to show me that you are the better person that you say you became after everything. So it's not that everything that came before it's erased. It's not that everything that you did it's erased. It's just that people willingly are choosing to give you a second chance. And this second chance, boy oh boy, it went away. And again, I believe that if someone shows their true color one time, it's already enough. But in the same time, personally, I'm the one that gave not one, not two, but 3,000 choices to people. So I understand Adam, uh, like excusing his behavior after the Swoop Doc. Not excusing, but accepting his accountability and apologies. Now, from that to say, we let's do it together, like buddy, friends, and openly saying we had a relationship, like we were friends. It makes me wonder what kind of explanation you give to the word friend. What is a friend for you? And also it makes me question, what kind of friends do you have in real life? Because if for you this, I don't know if it was condescending, like saying, yeah, we were friends, come on, or if you actually think that this was a friendship. Honestly, my opinion, I'm just saying to say. um and then, like, after, another thing that bothers me is after you see this video, after because you know that people watches video. It's like people saying, yeah, Gabi Hanna watches each and every one of the videos about her. We know that she watches. It's like, when someone will watch your video, you feel it. After you watch this video, instead of and it's the hardest thing to do when you feel angry, maybe about something, angry about the answer of someone, angry because their feelings are hurting you in some ways, which, what, by the way, you're only responsible for your action, not for the feelings that those actions are uh, mm, like the other people felt because of your actions, let's say. So the fact that Adam said no to Josh and no to the producer, it's not Adam's responsibilities for how Josh reacted. Point blank, period, honestly. And to think that the right answer to your actions, to you going into his comments and decide, what the hell? Sorry. And decide to do, it's loading, sorry. To do this under this video, it's a smart response to everything. Oh boy, oh boy. And at this point, I don't even want to talk again and again about you are 42. Like you have some life experience to know how to handle this kind of things. There are many ways to handle. If Adam is not answering to you via DMs, you can still send, because you know if he will read, he will read your message in one way or another. So you can also send a message saying, I'm I'm so sorry, I'm so disappointed in your answer, but still I can agree, because again, you are part of a traumatic past of this person and you are still acting like a douchebag, in my opinion. You are still trying to have the upper end on this person who was traumatized by you and your ex-partner, allegedly. So this pisses me off, honestly. This comment, when I first saw it, I was like, no, bro, no, bro, no. Because I remembered from I just watched it, as I said, like it was 2 weeks before everything started. I just finished watching the Swoop Doc again. And obviously this stuck with me, the sunflower, freaking sunflower emoji, which is, as many people said, crazy in many ways. First things first, it's the emoji that your ex-wife used to use in as a slogan, but also as a passive-aggressive way. First, you are married now with another woman. First, I'm a kind of a jealous type, but I learned through the years to chill, take a chill pill. But I believe that if someone did this while being married, not even in like in a relationship like boyfriend girlfriend, but being married with me, be I will be out out of the house. No. No. Second thing, second, this comment, as you can see, says, "See ya at Vidcon, bro," with the sunflower emoji. This comment comes in a moment when also he knows about Vidcon, obviously. And this comment comes in a moment where Adam was about to leave uh, to go to Vidcon. And if you know something about Adam, if you don't know, I will tell you now. He always wanted to go to Vidcon, and it was something that it was promised to him, allegedly, from Colin Ballinger, when she said to him, if you're going to work with me one day, I will bring you to Vidcon with me." And he was young, obviously, but this dream kind of stuck in his head. And as an aspiring content creator, he wanted to reach that. It was like a goal in his mind. And obviously, in the moment that Vidcon, by the way, this Vidcon was kind of a jinx. The moment he reached that goal, he was obviously happy. He was like, I checked a box on my list, let's say. But then, Rachel Ballinger things came up. If you don't know, it's another whole story. But honestly, not so interesting at this point. But then, knowing that Josh works, used to work, question mark, used to work, works, as a YouTube manager and will for sure be at VidCon. And after Adam's message in that video, this feels an obvious threat. Passive aggressive threat, obviously, with this freaking sunflower emoji. But this feels like that. And coming from, also, it's not that Adam said things that are heavy, things that are, I don't know. Obviously, if you decide to take part of a documentary, everyone, the audience will think, why are you pushing this freaking documentary to happen? When this Swoop Doc was the thing that gave you the freedom, gave you the peace that, and this is why also I let you saw the first clip, from the Swoop Doc that he wanted to protect his little bubble. He wanted to protect his wife and his dog, and now kittens, I believe. So why do you want to repeat again this thing and to bring back old drama, to bring back old trauma for these victims? And you really, really, really want to convince one of these victims to be a part of. Obviously, in my opinion, as everyone honestly said, in our whole opinion, you want to gain something out of it. And people speculated, maybe a book deal, maybe, paid interview, maybe whatever. But obviously, which is fair. Honestly, it's fair. Everyone does whatever they want with their trauma, with their story, whatever. But as long as you don't bring other people down, as long as you don't fuck with other people's mind and other people's feeling, in my opinion. So this is where everything kind of escalated pretty quickly, because it was one day after another. I have a timeline. So everything started after this. There's a video from Adam, and it started around the 10th of June, around that. And Adam made a video called, I'm going to show you my face, called Joshua David Evans Just Threatening Me. And it was about a month ago. So was about, I don't know. I don't know dates. Uh-huh. The It was just after, yeah, because it was just after this video here that I show you, also because he has the same shirt. But it's not the end of the sunflower saga emoji because it's crazy. Because after this, there's a private message that was shown from Adam McIntyre into his stories, where Joshua David Evans sent a private DM with the same exact thing, like copy and paste. It's this freaking internet connection. It's the same exact message of the comment. And well, I'm going to let you see it like this. See you at Vidcon with the sunflower emoji. So obviously the only thing that was asked, like that Adam was asking to, was to be left alone, because this was becoming a little bit creepy. And after this, so still third episode of the sunflower emoji, obviously, being a drama channel, Peter Monn, well, not only he has a drama channel, he has many channels, beautiful channels. Peter Monn talks and gives his take on everything that is going on with the feud between Adam and Josh. And there we go with the sunflower emoji. By the way, all these comments, I'm not sure about this one on the Peter Monn video, but all these comments are deleted right now. And you can also see obviously the response from people, which is unanimously at this point, because what the hell is what, dude? And many things were going on here. Many people were talking, speculating about his mental health, because it was like back in time. There was a video that he posted where he was clearly, and then he deleted this video, where he was visibly intoxicated, and things were spiraling in his life from what he said. And so people were, and I said, I watched Peter Monn video. He, as a sober person after 31 year, if I'm correct, he obviously was worried, but worried in a genuine way. Like, are you okay? Are the people around you taking care of you? And also in one of these videos, which is something that really warmed my heart, because even when all this shit is going on, useless shit, because it's not useful to anyone, it's just drama at this point. He was like open to Joshua, and he said in the video, contact me, I'm here. He's also sponsor, so sorry, he was also like, if you need help, if you want to talk with someone, obviously things that will stay between me and you, message me, I'm here, I can help you. And it was beautiful, honestly. It's something that you don't see often in this life. So to see this answer, to see this behavior, it was people were worried in some ways, but were also kind of pissed off. That's when, because we all as an audience felt betrayed by him. We all felt like we gave you an opportunity to let us know who you really are. And this is, and also for this thing, it's not a big thing, it's not a heavy thing. And I still, after all the research, or after everything, maybe with the video that I didn't saw that he posted then, maybe I would have my answer, but I'm pretty sure no, because this is, for me, it's petty behavior, passive aggressive behavior, nonsense behavior, in my opinion. And nothing can make me have like, yeah, I understand why you did this, even if you shouldn't. This thought, I believe it won't come out from my mouth. I'm pretty sure about that. So after this, the sunflower emoji saga, it's over. We go and we have the video from Adam McIntyre about the Joshua David Evans that threatened me. And basically, this video is just, and as I said, here he has the same Brazil shirt. Basically, this video comes, and the fact that he points out in that video there is that he, I believe he ended the live stream, posted the video on YouTube, and after, I don't know, half an hour, 10 minutes, I don't know, the Joshua David Evan comments came like this. And obviously he was like, dude, are you waiting for me to do something about this? Are you waiting for me to answer publicly? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer, but it's weird. It's weird. Also because it was not tagged, it was not, I don't know, it's weird behavior, honestly. So in this video he talks about the behind the scenes, let's say. And in this video also he says he also wrote me the same message in DMs on Instagram. And obviously he felt it was one thing after another. First, the Rachel Ballinger, and then the Joshua David Evans threat for Vidcon. So he felt kind of, I know that he went to Vidcon, he was okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm really, really happy. But in that moment, he felt really, really threatened, because it was like, this Vidcon experience would be something, honestly. And I'm really, really happy that it wasn't in that sense. And so, yeah, this was what like the snowball effect started. And then we have after a few days we have the expose, can we call it that way, in a fancy way. Now it will take 2 hours to look. Oh, nice. Sometime we have the I was just reading the message here. You are going through this again. I believe, I'm sorry that you're going through this again. And we cannot summarize 600 messages. I believe this was from some beef of, oh, maybe no, maybe he said that they texted each other regarding the Rachel Ballinger thing, which is I believe, I'm not sure, but still, if I remember correctly, this is even more crazy, because he threatened him after, just right after the Rachel Ballinger thing, threatening him to confront him at Vidcon, where the same thing should have happened with, probably with Rachel Ballinger, if she wasn't uninvited to the Vidcon. Crazy. So I'm going to move myself, otherwise you won't see this. I'm sorry, Adam. I'm going to cover you. So this message says, "Hey Adam, hope you're there are some blank things," which is fair. I believe he said here, I'm not going to show the parts where he talks about his mental health. Again, a pattern. I believe you can say pity party, which it sounds like harsh. It sounds like you don't have any empathy. When people don't have empathy for others, and mostly for victims, my empathy goes out of the window. So, and I'm empathetic even with a chair. So yeah. This message says, "Hey Adam, hope you're doing all right, man. Bunch of redacted things. So forgive the random message. I would have crawled out of my cave. I wouldn't, sorry, crawled out of my cave if it wasn't for the right reason." Is this the right reason? Okay. "I'm working with blah blah blah, head of documentary at blah 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 studios, blah 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 blah, and investigative, I don't know if it's the correct pronunciation, reporter on a blah 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 on a documentary about the Miranda Sings Colleen Ballinger story and everything surrounding it." So you are texting this person who's clearly a victim of everything, who already spoke and spoke and spoke and was really affected by, even by the Swoop Doc, which he said many many times, to relive everything once again. For what? For what? Quick context on the project, and I'm, in my opinion, speculation. I agree with Adam when he said these people are talking behind my back, because it's coincidences can happen, but in this case, no, I don't believe so. It was planned. Quick context on the project. Blah 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 has already reported on this story, and this is an expansion on that work. It's being developed for major streamers with the real mainstream rollout discussion. Blah blah blah. The angle is not internet recap, but the broader impact of fandom rising, collapsing, and what that does to the people inside them. The focus is telling it through the people who were actually affected most. Then second slide. Affected. Dov'è? Most, sorry. After a few conversations, they made something really clear that stuck with me. They wanted to come to me first because I was closest to the center of it, and then the internet kind of moved on, but I still had to live with the aftermath. So he's saying that these people contacted him first, which we need to prove that, and obviously it's something that it will come up later. So put a pin in that. But I it's okay if someone comes to you first and maybe you refer to some other one, or you the fact that he says you in the center, I was in the center of it, because obviously in every one of us, in our story, we can feel in the center of that. Obviously he was in the center in the sense that he was the partner back then, and the cheating and everything that went down. So maybe in his story, he felt like the center of that drama. Obviously maybe in Adam's case, he feels like the center because he was the one uh, allegedly groomed and exploited, honestly, with his work, free work. So maybe same thing for Oliver, Becky, Ella, every one of them. Um, so I don't want to argue on that. I want to argue with the dying. I want to argue with the fact that he's listing or the what he's listing all these points. It feels like he's really trying to sell this project. It's like if it was his project. So I'm not on board with that approach, honestly. When they asked who else should be part of it, your name came up immediately. There was a time when you were pulled into shit around all of this at such young age, and that must feel like mental torture to carry as an adult with a new perspective. At the same time, I've always respected that you didn't stay quiet. Um, Talking again about everything that went, I think I feel like this paragraph here, it's really not useful to anyone at this point. I really don't understand the need to do that. And yeah, I'm no, because you don't need to remember a victim that he was a victim. Um, I also know blah 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 reached out to you on Instagram, so you may already have seen this coming in some form. There's no pressure at all. I just wanted you to hear it from me directly instead of a cold wait. Instead of a cold outreach. If you're open to it, you can talk completely off the record at first. At first, they're just trying to understand the story from the people who lived it. Gotta be real, Adam. I have the same gut feeling about them that I had with Swoop early on. I think we should listen to it. Blah blah blah, and I snap out of it with a new reality back in February. If I'm gonna keep living, I'll do it my way and with a backbone. Um, which no one is telling you to not do that. If this is your way to come back and take back your life and take a grip on your life, you can do it. You can obviously do it, but not at others' expenses. In my opinion, it feels like, yeah, I'm going to take my life back, but you are going to be the someone who is going to help me do that, and indirectly, but still. Um, I'll do it my way, backbone, blah, blah, blah. I'm ready to finish this. I thought we finished it 2 years ago, but whatever. I'm ready to finish this. I'd love to have you next to me, Pamela, JDS, and my best friend, Charlie, which is the name of my dog, uh, are doing it as well. Appreciate you taking the time to read this. So, this is basically a book that I'm sorry. I'm the first one who sends long messages, so even vocal messages. So that's okay. I can make fun of the people who do the same. This is the message that was sent privately to Adam. Also, I'm laughing at the fact that there are 6 unread messages. So this feels like 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. It feels like 5. Maybe I don't know. But it feels completely out of touch. It feels completely planned. The I want you to be next to me into this. We can finish this. And I am not saying that maybe he, during this time, during this year, he felt maybe doing, I don't know if he does therapy, if he does whatever, but maybe during everything, he felt like there was something else to be said. He had more things to say, which you can do it freely, maybe also with your partner, maybe whatever. You have a YouTube channel, you can do that. Same thing that Adam did, same thing that Johnny Silvestri did, which ended, whatever. Same thing that Cody Rance did, same thing that via Swoop, many of the victims did. But maybe even if one of those victims one day decides to come back again and talk and in my opinion, and I said it many times and I will say it again, in my opinion, victims have the right to talk as much as they want about what happened to them. They can talk, uh, they can do whatever they want about it, and it's up to people to listen, obviously, but they can talk and talk and talk. Honestly, I watched Peter's Monn video, and in even in the vlogs and everything, he talks about him being bullied, him being like the accident that he had, etc. uh those kind of things, every time he talks about it, and there were days where I watched like 10 of those videos. I watch it, the thing sped up, by the way, so even if it's an hour, for me it's less. But even if in each and every one of those vlogs he was talking about those traumatic experiences, I was there to listen, because it's his right to talk about that, and I will never complain about something like that. It's his life experience. Also, it's something that I can learn out of other people pretty hard experiences. But no one has said that you cannot do that. No one said no. Nobody needs to do that. No, no, no. It's just don't go and poke a victim. Don't go and poke a person who already has spoke many times, spoke enough, and also note that it's something that always bothered Adam. If you follow him, if you don't follow him, doesn't matter. Many people, many also people who followed him, when in 2023 everything came back and he was kind of forced to talk about that. First things first, he was like, I hate this. I hate to talk about this. Because when he did it the first time, people were harassing him and not believing him, even with proof, about all the allegations. But then he also said that he doesn't want to talk about that. He's not happy talking about that because people think that he's now um progress. He's now, let's call it fame for the sake of it, on his damn it, YouTube channel and everything. It's just because he went on and on and on, talking about the Colin Ballinger stuff happening to him. So people are just where I hope they are not doing anymore, but still, the people are weird sometimes. People were accusing him to build this fame on the Ballinger's back. So using this trauma to build a career, let's say, which, first things first, if I'm a victim, I can do whatever the fuck I want, and I will never shut up because it was something that was done to me. But second, if people follow someone, it's not just because one thing. It's because their charisma. It's because of the way they talk. It's for many reasons, honestly. So I understand why Adam is um, always uh, in between, on this kind of things, on this subject mostly. So if you know Adam, just a little, if you said we are friends, we know each other, we're buddies. If you know Adam, you should also know that he hates talking about this and make public things about this, because he hates the fact that people will say again, oh, he's using the Colleen Ballinger story allegations to gain more followers, to gain whatever. I never understood this kind of shit, but honestly. So yeah, this is where we were at with these screenshots that he talked about. And then after this, there's something really, really interesting, which at first there was this I will move myself again. Yup. Okay. There was this here cover, this, which honestly it feels really, 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 really dramatic. It feels really, really, really also a little bit drama channel, and you will see where I'm going to go. What point I want to reach with this comment. It feels a little bit drama channel-y, because it reads the Miranda Sings doc, controversy and the dramatic fallout behind the scenes. Also, this could have been done in a better way, honestly, but who am I? Who am I? So this was the cover of the new video of Joshua David Evans, which we have a problem here with covers, so watch out. This video suddenly changed the cover at a certain point and became this cover here. The video where Joshua David Evans addresses Adam McIntyre, blah, blah, blah. I believe is this one, but still, even if it's not this one, many, many videos of Joshua David Evans changed the appearance, such as, or maybe it was this one who had this. Wait, I'm going to show you in a second. Who had this? Where is it? This. It's mirrored, this damn thing. This cover here, which it was made with AI. Nice. And it was made out of an Adam McIntyre picture from that live stream, by the way. I don't even want to talk about the taste, like bad taste, whatever. I just want to talk about how AI-ish is this terrible. And I believe also that his face is AI'd. Okay, we talked enough about this. So I believe. Oh, by the way, wait a minute. Oh, nope. Here, this was his channel. A screenshot of 15 days ago of his channel, the Joshua David Evans, blah blah blah, where he also changed the bio, which now reads, I believe back then there was, at a certain point there was the sunflower emoji even in the bio, but I'm not sure if it's true, or maybe on Instagram, I'm not sure. But either way, this was his page 15 days ago, and then he kept, during the days, he kept posting videos, deleting videos, privating videos, posting, privating, then posting shorts, privating shorts, then update with another short, stuff like that. So it was really, really interesting to see now that I went on his channel. First thing first, the banner is still up, which it kills me, honestly. Wait, I'm going to show you maybe like this. Like this. Okay. So basically, the banner says people who like currently viewing this channel: parasocial dementors, drama gossip creators. Check, but I'm also an artist. So I'm a hybrid. Former fans, algorithm victims. Nice. Then if you scroll, damn it, it's the fourth time I opened this window. If you scroll a little bit, there's this video here where at first there was, I believe, this one where they were talking about their kids. No, this one was here. And some time ago, before watching also this Swoop Doc, I believe, and maybe this is why I started, because I like to go and research people to see where they're at or something. And I saw that the last video was about this, was about them taking these cats, and I believe they were talking about the fact that he lost his dad. So I'm sorry, there's a mosquito. Damn. Um, but all these videos here kept being privated and then published, privated and published, and we are going to watch it. So I told you, I'm going to sped it up, but I told you we were going to do a big recap, big lore piece of lore. So yeah, the first video we are going to watch, which is important for the lore, because it came just after the when Adams posted the video with the screenshots. That what is this? What I'm going to what I'm showing to you. Wait, blah 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 blah. Okay, so we are going to watch the first video that I was talking about. Buckle up because it's something. It's really something. And so yeah, I want to see if I'm able to do. Yes. We don't care about the thing. Okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, volume.
Excuse me, Brian. Hi. If you're clicking on this video and you're not subscribed to me, and you are not typically invested
What is going on with
in
this?
like
Okay.
drama
Quality.
content, YouTuber gossip stuff, that's what this video is
I like that he addresses everything already as drama, not as my truth of everything that is happening. Drama.
about. I just wanted to say that at the very beginning, you have been warned, but genuinely, you are more than welcome to stay here and watch. Just know that this has no real relevancy in the scope of life. So let's get straight into it. Number one, May 14th. Let's get into the timeline. May 14th, I received an email from a documentary crew, and I was at
I
work.
hope it's
May
not to
14th.
sped
Okay.
up.
May 14th, I got the email. My initial reaction was I was scared, panicked, anxiety, like a lot of stuff. And I was like, why would they want to make this? Like everything has been said. Well, not everything's been said, but it's been covered a lot. I had all the same type of thoughts, questions that most of you would have. And I just thought, oh man, not again. Here we go.
Most of you who you are the one who's her ex-partner. Most of you who we are just the audience.
Again, 2026. It's happening all over again. And then I started to think to myself, well, the responsible thing
It's not happening if you don't let it happen.
to do would be to at least hear them out and see where their head's at, because every single time I have not been involved in someone telling the story, it's really done so much damage to me in my life. And so I thought I got to at least hear them out, see what it is that they're talking about. So I did. Sometime after the 14th, maybe a day or two later, we hopped on a call with a few of them, and the call went well. They told me on
TMI.
May 14th, 15th, 16th that I was the first person they reached out to. That's what they told me. And I thought to myself, my ego goes, I'm never considered first in this situation. I can't believe someone would
Huh?
even value me like that, aside from Swoop. And the meeting went well. Nothing was on the record. The narrative has not been established, just conversations. But in talking with them, they started to paint a picture like what they were going to do was not just the stuff that has been covered, and it has been covered very well. They think there's a bigger conversation to be had. And I was intrigued with that idea and thought a bigger conversation when it comes to fandoms, what they're capable of, the people within them, how it affects people through the lens of this fandom. And again, it was just an idea. Nothing is anything yet. And when we were talking, obviously you got brought up, Adam, and I said, "Oh, Adam and I are super close."
I'm wondering if they will do this freaking documentary on the Gabby Hanna's fandom now that everything came up with the Gen Dance video and everything else. Just a thought. Just a thought.
When it comes to this stuff, Adam and I are super close. And hold off, let me reach out to him, and let it come from me, because I'm thinking I'm the first one. Adam and I are cool. I'm just gonna reach out and be like, hey, I've actually talked to them, and they don't sound, like a red flag.
Again, if you're cool with someone who was allegedly groomed and also harassed a lot when they spoke out, and they wanted to tell the truth and their truth, and they were harassed by the fandom of your ex wife, you shouldn't be like, yeah, I want to be the one to break this news to him. I want to be the one. You should know, if you're friendly, if you're a friend of someone, you should know that there are some type of shit that this person doesn't want to talk about. And then maybe they reached already a limit with this Swoop Doc. And maybe if you are so close to them and talked also with their mother, you should know how much distress they went through when they filmed this Whoop Doc. I remember one clip that he was like, Adam McIntyre was in Paris and he was having kind of a mental breakdown because of everything. I believe that was happening with the Johnny. I believe, I'm not sure, but I'm sure about him having a mental breakdown because there was this Whoop Doc going on and interviews and stuff. And there's one interview where he's at the hotel of the Paris hotel, whatever, having the interview with Swoop, and he is visibly, even if he doesn't want to show, but his eyes are like this. And you, as a close friend, close buddy, as a friendly person, you want to make this person relive everything? Are you dumb? Are you are you are you so self-centered that you don't care about others? You just want to take this opportunity and finish this? In my opinion, this is dumb.
Flag yet. So I reached out to Adam and I DM'd him and
You
explained
should
things,
have.
and
You
I was
shouldn't.
excited, wanted to see what he thought,
You should
and
have
I didn't
done.
get a response
You
from
should
Adam.
not
I didn't take
do
offense to
that.
that. Adam's busy. Adam's popular. Adam has a lot of DMs.
Is this a problem? Also, if again, this is a con I don't know, the opposite of what you just said. Um, if Adam is busy, if Adam is popular, if Adams has a lot of DMs, if I believe that if you're close enough with someone, you should have also their private number, and maybe instead of a DM, send I don't know what we have WhatsApp in Italy, WhatsApp, or maybe a text message or a call. I don't know if text message are still a thing, but still, if you're super close with someone, that someone, even if it has all the fame in this world, should have some spare minutes for you to answer you. So this is the exact opposite of what you just said, in my opinion.
So when I had another meeting with them, again, we had maybe 3 tops. The next meeting, they're like, what's up with Adam? I was like, he hadn't responded, but he's busy, I defended you, I talked you up. I
No,
was like,
he doesn't want to answer you. And also, if you had a meeting with these people and these people told you, yeah, we contacted him already and he didn't answer us too, maybe you should have done to the math.
he's so all over the place with work. He's doing the thing right now. Sorry.
This feels like the sarcasm that my ex used was something that only him was able to understand.
Excuse me. My apologies. I should not have done that. It's not funny enough. And now I've lost
Even
my
the cats are like, what the fuck?
train of thought. And then the next thing I know, Adam, I see you post a live stream where you're talking about Rachel reacting to something. And in that live stream that you posted on your channel, you teased that someone had contacted you about a documentary.
Mm.
And then you immediately laid into the idea, like viciously. For all the reasons maybe I would have even said, but you just came out and said it.
This is in Italian we say coda di paglia. I don't know how you say it in English. Damn it. Pants on fire. I remember something like this. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Something like that. Um, it's like you watch someone say talking about, yeah, someone contacted me, and you are burning so much inside that out you outed yourself, man. Bro. Sunflower emoji. You you could have just shut up. You could have just closed the video and go on with your life and protecting your freaking bubble. But we're here. I'm making this video just because of this, which is I don't know. I don't know. It's funny. It's cringe. Is I know that this is about people's life, real people's life. But honestly, this kind of things, I'm talking about him, not Adam. These kind of things are really entertaining because it's like watching a reality TV show where there's this person who needs to overdo in order to be kind of the main character of the story, even if it's just real life shit. They want to embiggen everything in order to be the main character. This feels like that. It's entertaining. What can I say? It's entertaining.
And you were like, I don't know if I should be talking about this. Maybe my mom will text me and stop me. Like, it's the game.
Mm, probably his mom. He was referring to his mom. Usually he does that when he doesn't remember something, or he wants to be sure about something that he's talking about. But also, I'm pretty sure, as I said, that his mom oh, allora, his mom is his manager. So I'm pretty sure that he was like, "Can I talk about this? Will it be too much to let it out?" Also, because Adam, honestly, from what I can see, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But in my opinion, he comes out really um, honest, but also he does not filters things that he wants to talk about. And sometimes it's good. Sometimes you can have backlash for that because maybe people are not on your same page. So maybe you come out a little bit harsh and people do not understand this because they don't have all the infos that make you go so harsh on things. But yeah, I think that's the reason. And also here, as I said, see, one pin already gone. Why are you talking about and laughing on it? 42, man, you're 42, damn it. Uh, Laughing about Adam talking about his mother because it's his manager. She's his manager. Laughing. If and you were the one staying at their Airbnbs talking with his mother and being so polite, so kind, so whatever. So at this point, after everything, like I would have been like, yeah, okay, he just pooped out of the toilet, as we say in Italian. Um, it's okay, it's just a poop out of a toilet. Come on. But here, I would say you just shut all the bathroom, but the toilet. So yeah, this was the drop that made everything go to hell. You don't do this. You don't do this. If you're a man, you don't do this kind of shit.
Like, it's a game or something. And then you proceeded to talk about it. And the more you talked about it, Adam, the more you alluded to me.
Again, everybody was saying it was probably Trisha Paytas. I saw that someone like it was Trisha Paytas. People were also saying like it's Shane Dawson.
Especially when you got to the part where you were like,
Nobody, no, swear to God, nobody, nobody thought of you. And I know that for his ego, probably it's like not a good thing. But nobody, no, 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 bro.
And then he said, we can do this together, bro. I saw your live stream comments. Josh, ew, really? That's disgusting. Josh, oh my God, that's gross. Josh.
Maybe you saw what you wanted to see. That's different.
You know what you were doing. You know exactly what you were doing. And what did I do in response to that? I wrote a very thought out message to you and I put it as a comment.
Oh,
And then I
maybe
sent
he
that
would
message
show
over
it.
to your DM because I don't know where you're gonna see it because you don't respond to me. You don't look at me. My stuff.
This is your freaking answer. If he doesn't respond, he doesn't want to talk with you, you're not close. Okay?
Because apparently you saw that I wrote to you. You saw that I reached out to you. And then you chose not to respond, chose not to engage, and just chose to have a massive negative opinion and then broadcast it. Not only in the stream, but then on the post. You posted it. And I didn't understand what was going on. Because I'm like, Adam and I have been cool. Adam and I have been chill.
If you don't understand what's going on, what makes you, for the love of God, think, okay, you know what I'm going to do? This person who I'm really close with, who we have a good relationship with, who's my buddy, whatever, he's not answering willingly, not answering to me. He's reading the message but not answering. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave a passive aggressive threatening message on his videos where everybody will see it, where everybody will. Dude, you need to get a hobby. You really need to get a hobby, I believe, in my opinion.
Chill. And why is he showing so much hostility, so much anger, so much vitriol? It shocked me. It really, truly shocked me. I left that message, which I will read, by the way, because I think
Oh yeah,
a
thank
lot of
God, because I
times
couldn't find it.
you like to rewrite history like someone else I know. Because I saw the video that you posted the next day where you mentioned this comment, Adam, and you were like, and then Josh had the balls to come and say this stuff about me and point fingers and da 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 da. And then he was like, oh man, I'm really gonna go in like you don't even know what I'm holding back. Why are you doing that?
No, he said something along that. We just heard what he said. He was talking about I don't want to go there. You know, like please don't let me go there. And even so, if he has something like just don't poke a victim, just leave a victim alone. And also, damn, I'm 32, so I'm making faces too. But while talking about something so serious that gave you so much backlash, so many people came for you in everywhere, uh, to make faces, to make voices, to make like you're not taking this serious, not even this serious. So I don't see the point of making anything, honestly, at this point.
Why? We've been fine with each other.
It's
Why are
fine,
you doing that?
not close.
And you triple down, you double triple down. You start to talk about the people that are involved and how despicable the reasoning would be for someone to do that, alluded to that type of thing. And you
Yes.
know damn well, Adam, that the people that were included so far, just having conversations, no one has signed on, was my wife and people very, very, very close to me that are not like public people. So you were
Also, I
talking
don't understand this. I don't understand why all his buddies were maybe honestly, I don't know. It's not shady. Maybe they were there in some situations that were not aired that we don't know about. Maybe they were involved in some of these things. I don't know, but also the wife, girl, what being part because when the Swoop Doc was aired, uh, I believe there was either a message, voice message. I don't believe, honestly. I don't believe. I don't remember, honestly, but I believe Swoop read. Yeah, I'm almost sure. Swoop read the message from Pamela, I believe. And that was okay. That was fine for me because she was talking about the everything that went down, the mental toll on Josh and stuff like that, their lives now, whatever. That he's really sorry, stuff like that. It was pretty nice. But from that to be a part of a documentary on his ex wife, I don't know. I don't know. It feels odd. It feels weird. It feels everything. Honestly.
directly about my crew publicly after I thought we were cool. for 6 years. I was wrong. I want to
6
read that
years.
comment, by the way. I'll put it on the screen. Adam, I just watched this and honestly, I'm really disappointed by the way you chose to approach this whole thing.
Also, this kind of condescending, like, I'm really disappointed in you. He's not your son. He's not your. Uh, honestly, who cares that you're disappointed? He's not like.
You know damn well people knew exactly who you were talking about. You presented the entire documentary situation with a lot of anger and certainty, despite not having the full context, and then encouraged a negative reaction
I don't need the full context. I don't need to know each and the single one points that they are going to talk about. As long as I think, my opinion, as long as I believe Adam knew this is going to be a documentary on Colin Barringer / Miranda Singh, he was out. He didn't want to know more. I don't want to. Why you want to force me to know the freaking context? Even if I know the full context, I don't want to do that. So I don't understand why he's so hard to listen.
from your audience. What makes it even more frustrating is that I genuinely wanted to talk with you about it beforehand and get your perspective. I reached out and you never responded. If you had, you know I have plenty of doubts and concerns myself. Yes, I was excited about the possibility of this becoming something positive, but nothing is
That's
finalized, and I've never
a you
treated it
problem.
as a done deal. What bothers me most is that this could have been a conversation. I mean, you could have simply replied and said, I think this is a terrible idea. You're very honest. You speak your opinion all the time. You could have told me that
Exactly.
because we had built up that rapport, and I would have listened because I respect you and value your opinion. Instead, we are here again.
I think that in life, mostly at 42, you should have learned the lesson that if someone doesn't answer you, if someone doesn't want to have a conversation with you, it's already an answer. The silence, it's already an answer. So you don't need to see a full ass message written down to understand, yeah, I don't want to talk with you about that. I don't want to waste my time talking about that. If you want, we can talk about something. But if I'm not answering for 3, 5, 6, 10 messages, you should understand that maybe what you thought, which is fair, which is maybe you thought that you had this rapport, that you had this relationship, um, and then when you realized that it was only one-sided, so you were the only one thinking that, maybe it hurts, maybe it hurts your feelings, is a little bit disappointing. I can understand that. It happens. But you get over it and you move on. This is still a victim of everything that happened. So the victims don't owe you shit. Not an answer, not an explanation, not to hear you, not to read a whole ass message over with 100 paragraphs.
I'm asking you directly. Please respond to me. Talk to me, not about me. Bro, you don't know why I would throw bro in there. You're not paying attention. Edit to add. This is when I started noticing that
What's a
you were
bait?
not
Bro,
letting
it's a
up. You were
bait.
going in. I said, you're literally making content about them right now with thousands of people watching, but tell others not to. How dare they potentially make a doc and then proceeds to make more videos about the same thing? Is it only okay for you? I guess. To have such a confident take without even speaking to them. Wow.
Is this
Getting sloppy.
jealousy?
I'm appalled at you, brother.
Again.
That's what I said. And then in the very next video, you doubled down again. And what did you do this time, Adam? You brought my wife into it, who has never once.
So eye for eye, tit for tit. You talk about his mother. Also, he talked about. He said the same things that everybody was thinking about the wife. Like, huh?
Deserved any ounce of negativity from anyone, from this fandom, from the fandom before.
No, I think we need to talk about it, because if she wanted to be a part of documentary, let's say that documentary aired, uh, and maybe it aired and the purpose was misunderstood, and people were after the documentary, instead of siding with you, it would be they would come for you and they will be like, what is this? What the fuck? If you willingly choose to be a part of something, you should also be ready and steady and aware that shit can rain on you. I believe. I believe. And also, if you are so worried about protecting your wife, first things first, I believe she can protect herself. She was on your channel. She can make a whole ass video for herself. Um, but if you wanted to protect your little bubble and your wife and your marriage, whatever, you should have just said no, or you should have just said, yeah, I will do this, but on my own. I won't involve anyone else. If other people will join, okay. I will do this for myself. We're talking about nothing big, nothing burger here, honestly.
Or for you to bring her into it, it showed me something, that I had been wrong about you. And something snapped in me when that happened. I remember like this
Did
anxiety
it,
wave
bro?
hitting me, thinking like, it's happening again. I see his comments, I see them coming after me. It's 2026. How in the world is this happening again? Why is he conducting all of this when it could have just been a conversation? I fell to my knees, sobbing.
Sorry, I don't want to laugh about this. But then I read under many, many posts on Reddit and many, many posts on like videos. I believe also under the Peter Monn video. And it was like Joshua David Evans watched this video and fell to his knees sobbing. Come on, dude. Come on.
I don't cry often, especially since my dad
You
died.
should. It's
And the
okay to cry.
sounds that came out of me while I was on the floor, hands, knees, I've never heard those sounds come out of my body. I don't know if it was, well, I do know what it was. Pamela was there, holding on, crying, and all I kept saying was, I can't do this again. I can't do this again. I can't make it this time. I won't make it this time.
I believe here, honestly, he was crying, not because of what happened with Hannah. Who's Hannah? What happened with the Adam? I think he was crying because of the backlash. Backlash. He was crying because of the comments. He was, and learned something when the same thing that happened. I hate to to talk always about her, but still, it's like an example out of everything. Same thing that happened with Gabi Hanna. Her watching, no, her reading, her researching the subtweeting and liking and reading comments and being obsessed with that. And the moment that you become obsessed with this kind of shit, your mental health, which maybe was already since he lost his father, whatever, not whatever, I'm sorry, still, his mental health was already in a fragile fragile state. And reading all these comments about everything, about the backlash, that was like a kind of PTSD moment where he found himself in the same position when everything was going down with Colleen. And there he like found himself really um in a weird space mentally. But again, same thing that Peter Monn said. If you find yourself in this kind of space, knowing everything that you went through, knowing all your past, etc., please find help. Please reach to someone. Please talk with someone. If the people around you cannot help you in some way because maybe they don't have the way, the tools to help you, please find someone. Don't put your shit on I'm talking really Italian right now. Don't put your shit on internet in order to, it's like more gasoline on the freaking fire. Just leave it be. People will forget, people will move on. And also you should know if your goal was to clear the situation with Adam. If your goal was to build up drama in order to revive, tricky mosquito. If your goal was to revive your channel in order to reach a little amount of AdSense, in my opinion, speculation, you did it. Congratulations, bro. But if your goal was to clear things with Adam, first things first, you should have just let it go and maybe wait and try again to talk with him via like private messages. Because you know that people move on. And also, you know that if you keep going, if you keep coming, Adam will keep responding. Good for him, honestly, to stand up for himself, but he will keep coming for you. He will keep exposing you and talking about you. You just said it. You are honest. You talk about everything. You just said it. So here, I believe that at first there was this feeling of the backlash and the reviving, but then maybe, just maybe, he thought, you know what, since this documentary won't happen because of Adam, I will take something from Adam, which is the watch time. In my opinion, speculation, but it is what it is at this point.
You don't deserve this. You don't deserve this, Pamela. And eventually, the sobs stopped. The feeling slowly dissipated. And a few hours later, something happened that I wasn't expecting. That has never happened in my entire life. But I realized that you didn't break me. That moment was not like the end or I've hit rock bottom, which I have been to so many times.
I'm sorry for that,
I
honestly.
realized I'm free. You can say that's corny, right? You freed me. Because there was a part of me that still hoped for the goodness in you, for the goodness in people, and you deciding to make content rather than just communicate like an adult. You decided to make content, make
You're
money,
making
which is what you've
content
always
right
done.
now
Then I
instead
tell
of
you,
just dropping it.
no, this is awkward. I'll see you at VidCon. Sunflower, bro. Still got to see each other. We're going to run into each other, man. And then what?
The fact that he's bypassing completely on the fact that the freaking sunflower is related to his ex-wife is freaking me out.
You do? Shocker. You made more content
Yeah,
saying that I threatened you.
you know that.
So now that we're onto this subject, I'd like to paint a picture for you. This is for everyone. This isn't actually to you, Adam. This is to everyone.
Let's
Follow
see.
along with me now. Let's go and look at the facts. Up until about a handful of days ago, I've never been cross with Adam. I've never bullied Adam. I've never said ill things about
Do you want an applause?
Adam. I've never, championed a hate campaign against Adam. I've never, celebrated
Congrats.
as I saw his depression getting worse. I never took that as like a success that, I had accomplished causing depression in a stranger. I
Those
have never
cats
done
are
any
the
of those
real
things.
main characters.
But Adam, you have.
You have what?
You have.
Huh?
You've done those things. 10 years. Not me. I've never been in a fight. Ow. I don't have the control that you do. You have a big following. They're engaged. They really care about your content.
The fact that people have a big damn, we saw it happening even with Colleen. We saw it happening. We see it happening every freaking day. The fact that I have 1 million, I don't. I have 5 people that follow me. Thank you. The fact that I have a big following doesn't mean that I cannot lose that thing in 1 second. It doesn't mean that the people that follow me are kind of deaf and blind, that they cannot judge for themselves. They don't have an opinion. If I do some shit, if I talk about some shit, also, there were many times where people spoke their truth and then the other person involved spoke their truth and the fans were standing with the other person. You can see the same thing just happened with Adam about I'm going to talk in another video about that. With the Gendan video, he had backlash. He said it. He had backlash because of what he said, analyzed this video, and it was not um, accurate, etc. He took down the video, whatever. You just saw it probably with this happening. If the audience is not okay with what you're doing, that doesn't matter. They will unfollow. They will drop it. They will drop you.
Care about you. You have so much power. You have so much
This is
control.
so
And I don't
tone
have
deaf.
that power. I don't. The only power I have is over you.
Those cats.
I knew you were going to make content out of that. I knew you were going to be dramatic. I knew you were going to be hateful, spiteful. I knew you were going to use it. And then I also knew that communities just like you were going to pick the story up too. You make parasocial clout garbage. That's all you make. I feel foolish, but you got to learn sometime. I feel foolish because why would I think that the 12-year-old that bullied me?
This video is so unserious, damn it. He's talking about he's saying some really nasty. And the fact that this video is still on 37,000 views. I'm sorry. But the fact that this video is still on says, and I really hope this video continues to still, and this is also why I'm making this video, because if he takes it down again, this video is proof of what he did, what he said. Doesn't matter if he was angry, you still left this video on. So you still stand with this shit that you said. Awful. Well,
Me relentlessly grew up to be a good
also, if for 12 years, 10 years, whatever, the count changes every time he talks about that. Why you were close to him? Why you were buddies? Are you sadistic? Doesn't make sense. Oh,
good
damn
person
it.
when it comes to me, at least. You didn't change who you were. You just changed your costume because what your content really exists within is petty drama, opinions, gossip, he said,
Duh,
she said, tabloid stuff.
duh.
You went from bullying to
No.
basically being like what, Perez Hilton, modern day. When you were 12, you were leading an army of other young people to rip down the confidence and self-worth of a stranger because the monster that you served wanted you to. When I was 12, I was playing baseball.
Okay.
Terribly. I
Who
wasn't good.
cares?
I was playing baseball, watching
Different
X-Men
times.
cartoons. We're
Also,
different, Adam.
sports.
We've always been different. And I have always tried to see the good in people. And you have taught
Do you? Damn.
me to stop doing that. That moment when I was on the floor, you taught me to stop
J-Lo just started on the floor.
caring. You see, Adam, you almost had me. You were so close. I've been so close to the edge so many times, more and more as time has gone on, darker and darker. I've been to the edge. And Adam, you didn't win. What I am going to do
Mm.
is have fun. The way I see it, you have made thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars off of me, my face, my name,
Your actions, baby, your actions.
my story, my trauma that you played a part in, my brother.
I'm trying to try to behave here. Come on.
You've made so much money. And then you said,
See, I think this is all, I think here the summary of how long is this freaking video? Still, the summary of everything I think is, because he said many times you have a lot of followers, you have a lot of you have a big audience, your audience stands for you, which is something that he doesn't have. You have people that listens to you. You have lots of money, you made lots of money talking about petty drama, whatever. So I believe that this falling on the knees and sobbing started in the moment that he realized that this opportunity, money wise, was not coming anymore for him. Which is, I don't want to shame anyone because I am in a situation that, let me tell you. So when you have money issues, when you have financial instability, girl, I understand. I totally understand that maybe that for you was the um turning point money what, but first things first, just be honest, because in the what private messages, you can be honest. Don't build this whole story like, let's finish it together. Just be, if you're buddies, if you're close, if you're honest, just tell him, dude, I'm in this situation right now. I don't know where to turn, what to do. And I think this is a beautiful opportunity to have something back, to gain something out of her back, since she did everything, like all this shit to us. Just be honest. Just be honest. You don't need to do this. And I believe that now that this opportunity was taken away from you, you were like, you know what? I'm going to do the actor that I pretended to be on the in the shows with the Colin Ballinger. I'm going to do the actor shenanigans, and I'm going to let people watch these videos and gain and take something that it was taken out from me, which is still fair, but just just do your content. Nobody said you need to leave YouTube. Nobody said anything. You have 1 million people following you. Just do your thing. Just leave people alone, which is what Adam told you. Just leave me alone. And you know for sure that if you leave Adam alone, watch like the what's your name? Alexa Nicholas drama with Adam. When she stopped, he stopped. That's it. Move on.
You know, leave me alone, Joshua David Evans. Leave Brittany alone. Leave me alone, Joshua David Evans. And my response to
Damn,
that,
this is
Adam,
terrible.
is okay,
I didn't
I'll leave you
remember
alone
it so
once I'm
bad.
done responding to every single thing you've ever said about me. And as for people on Reddit and in the comments and fans of Adam and other drama channels, I want you to know that my Instagram story was for you. I knew you would think I was spiraling. I knew
I
you would
didn't
think
saw it.
maybe
Whatever.
I was drinking again. Reddit, sober, by the way. No alcohol for me. I just decided, let's have some fun. This won't seep into your heads for like 99% of you,
I'm happy that
but I'm
you're
going to say it
sober.
anyway. The more you leave comments on my page and on Reddit and pick me
Engagement.
apart, analyze me, say you're disappointed in me, say that I'm embarrassing, say that I'm too old, say all the things. All of you that spend all of that time.
No, you're not too old. You're just old. You're just a grown adult acting like a baby with all the things you're doing in this. What the hell,
All
bro?
of that energy towards me, I want you to know that now, because of what Adam did truly, and I do mean this, it is so validating to see negative comments from you guys. It's freeing. He is like the monster, the parasocial gossip content monster guy. And you are the little dementors who wait for instructions on who to be upset at, who to go hate on, who to rally behind.
This is the same thing that happened with Gabby Hanna. The fact that I'm coming back and telling my truth and people are still against me, you are harassing me. You are not hearing my story. You're not. The fact that people do not side with you, it doesn't spark a light in your head, like in your mind. Sorry. Maybe these people are. If the majority said that I'm wrong, maybe it's because I'm wrong. No, it's because they are all tropes for others.
You spend so much time valuing that stuff, valuing bullying behavior, gossip stuff, things that have no merit, while the world is insanely destructive, sad, heartbreaking. It always has been, but now, with everything that's happening,
Oh, feels like the apology from who was it? Jeffree Star. Like right now, there are many, many things going on in the world.
with everything that is happening
Shifting the blame, shifting the
right now,
focus.
you guys are doing that with your time. And I want you to know that when you do it, it makes me happy because to me, it's validating. To me, it's like saying, hey, that group of Trump supporters over there, I just heard they do not have a good opinion about you.
I didn't remember this.
I'd be
Damn.
like, hell yeah. Why would I want them to see highly, like, why would I want them to view me in a good light? I don't respect them. They don't value the things I value. So they wouldn't value
Here.
the humanity in me. So your comments and you analyzing me, it's time to get paid. A lot of you will hear this and you're still going to do it. You're still going to say stuff. You're still going to huff and puff and make your comments, make your reaction videos, go on
Here
long
I
spiels.
am.
I've read
Here
big
I
things. I'm like, oof,
am.
all because of Adam and his immature way of handling something. That wasn't even a final thing. And sometimes in life, rather than saying, oh, the cards you dealt me, that's not fair. I don't want to play this game. Arr, you dealt me a really crappy hand, man. And now I'm going to play with those cards. The difference is, though, I'm not going to play like you. So how does this
But
all
just
end?
say it. Just say it. Why you need to make all this freaking speech, Trump, whatever? Just say, I want that money. I want what was promised to me and you took it away. I want that money. Which, by the way, it's the subtitle to all of this. My
To be
opinion.
honest with you, I don't know.
Speculation.
I don't know. I have tried to control
Allegedly.
so many things in my life. I've cared so much about what everyone thinks. If they believe me, if they value me, if they see my intentions. To live a life without needing those things
Can't
is
imagine
new for
the
me.
face of Adam's mom after all of
So
this. Like, damn.
I hope you can find that too. So you can't chew on that, buddy. My mama gave that to me. All right, everyone. I don't have an outro because
Okay, perfect. It's ended. Okay, so first video first. Then it's important to understand that while everything was going on, let me read some comments because I do agree with something. I do agree that uh, engagement, whatever type of engagement, is still engagement. So props. Oh, I didn't notice before. The comments are off. Damn, dude, come on. You wanted the engagement, you wanted the money. You don't know the comments on are more engaging and people would be on your videos more? Bad, 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 bad. And you're a YouTube manager. That says a lot. But while everything was going on with this, obviously, people were talking, people were drama channels were reacting to everything. This video, consider that it was on and then was off, and then it was this one with this image here. Yeah, I remembered. I don't know which one was the one with the Miranda Sings doc cover. I don't know, this cover here, and then changed with the that cover who feels like 2000 a little bit. So yeah, this was the first video for Adam. Then I believe one day after, wait, 80, yeah, the video where the 80, one day he was like pen. He I didn't saw this video, by the way, so it's a first. It's a first reaction, let's say. So this video here, it's called Adam McIntyre, I owe you a sincere apology. And it's shot in the car. The volume is down. And I saw people reacting to this, talking about this, and I kind of have the impression that this is ironic. Also because otherwise it would have stopped everything, but it went on, on, and more things came out. And so yeah, this is the next video, and we are going to watch it in a second.
I've had a lot of time to think since yesterday,
Just 4 minutes, by the way.
and I'm just gonna come out and say it. Adam McIntyre, I owe you a big apology. You know,
I'm sorry for the
took
quality,
a step
damn it.
back,
Oh, it's like this.
reflected
Okay.
on myself and the whole situation, and I saw how you were talking about it, how you were covering it from the very beginning, and then how you're covering it now, especially how you're covering it now. And I realized I was so wrong.
This feels like I'm going to find the word. When an actor wants to make wants to make it into a movie, and they send their um little, like, trial of a scene, but made it worse. So maybe this was to show people that he can act.
Wrong about you and the people
Act
that
with
enjoy your
sarcasm
content.
on.
You have handled this with nothing but class,
Nothing but
humility, and kindness.
I can tell that everything that you do is rooted in genuinely wanting a positive outcome, and that you
You are
have good intent. And I
42. You
just,
have a family.
I don't know why I didn't see it before. Like, if I look at your content, the type of things that you fixate on and that you cover
Fixate
and you
on.
talk about, man, like, your heart is in the right place. Like, the things that you talk about truly matter in this world. Like, when I'm thinking about everything else that's going on in the world, and then I was like saying, oh,
Again. So you're telling me that because the world is basically on fire, water is finishing due to the AI and data center shit going on. Wars, people, the rise again of the right, the far right side, the people blaming immigrants instead of billionaires, who are basically stealing everything, food, money, everything, resources, everything. um Species were going through the extinction process. um Famine, war, everything, because everything is going on. I don't need to focus too much on someone who's trying to make me relieve trauma that I had when I was a child. And right now he's using all this thing. He exposed himself, he outed himself as the person who wanted me to do this documentary, and now he's using all of this backlash to gain um, watch time. And I don't need to focus on that. Why? You are the only one who can talk about it and make watch time. I do agree with Adam that he talks about everything. I do agree with that. It's also his job, so get over with. This video,
you know, you guys focus on the wrong
30,
things. You know, I went back and I looked at
35,000.
your content and I looked at the type of opinions you have, and especially about this, and I was like, that's it right there. I need to think more like Adam and how he perceives this situation. And I was wrong. You guys that follow him are so emotionally intelligent. It's so obvious how you think for yourselves. You fully understand the situation
And
that you're
yet
talking
he's
about.
the one with
And that
sarcasm
you guys are also
making
rooted
this
in,
video.
I don't know, that kind of source of like goodness. I can see it in every comment, every Reddit post. So Adam, I just want to say, like, I'm sorry, man. I had Adam all wrong. He's telling this information and twisting it in a way that is so healthy and is so forthcoming of the purity of his soul and like how he wants this to all come about. It's oh, and the point that you made that we were never that close and that like I took that the wrong way. God, you're so right. I did. I took that the wrong way. I took you inviting me and Swoop over to spend time with you and your mom for hours. I received that as like we were on like cordial terms, that like if you reached out to me, I'd respond. You know, if I reached out to you, you would respond. I think I just took it and like, I don't know. It's like, oh my God, we had a good night. And
Why you need to reach to a 24 years old man that was abused allegedly from your ex-partner? Just because he said, yeah, okay, we're cool. I accept your words, your feelings. I really don't understand why it's so hard to see that it's weird. Besides everything, it's weird. Sorry. This mouse is killing me.
got really, you know, personal about all of our lives. I just took it the wrong way, man. I just took that as like,
Yeah, just get over with.
I don't know, like we
This
just
feels
talking.
like the ex-girlfriend who doesn't want to accept the fact that she's the ex-girlfriend, or the ex-bro. Fair, no sexism here. The ex-boyfriend who doesn't want to accept the fact that he's the ex-boyfriend and doesn't want. And you told him in the face, like, please, it's over, just move on. This is the same. This feels the same, and it's weird.
And that was really lame of me. Cringy
It is.
to do that.
Without
So every single thing that I'm seeing that you
irony.
say just kind of like repositions my mind to go, dang, Josh was wrong. Adam's perspective is the only perspective that truly should be heard and absorbed, because clearly he
No,
out of
no,
this
no.
equation.
People are hearing you. People are listening to you. The problem is that they don't agree with you, and you're bothered by that. And decided to use this backlash for something great.
Is the one rooted in such a humble nature compared to me and everyone else that like bow down to you, man. Wow. So I'm so sorry, Adam. Genuinely. And I hope you know that. So my heart goes out to you and all of your amazing fans. And down below, I know you're gonna be doing what you've always been doing, proving me wrong and like filling the comment section up with love, positivity, awareness. Like, you're so self-aware.
Is this
So
an
just
invitation for people to comment and engage with your video in order to gain more watch time? Also, 4 minutes. It's not even monetized from what I know. You need to make 10 minutes. Come on. You can do better.
thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for showing me the truth. It's a great day. Things are really looking up. Au revoir.
Now, here I will ask myself, where, like, if I did something like this and I was in a relationship, in a marriage, not because I want to bring other, but even the friends that they wanted to be part of the documentary, why no one is stepping in, telling him, dude, that's weird. What are you do? Are you okay? Is this a scheme to gain something like watch time? In my opinion, allegedly, speculations. Also, the comments, dude. I just read the comments, which are on, by the way, which doesn't make sense. Leave if you want. If you are a YouTube manager, you should know. Leave the comments on the long video in order to give it more engagement, not on the shortest video because it's not even monetized. Come on. The first comment, pinned comment, I believe it's from some of his account. I don't know. And so, yeah, I believe this is a comment left from like an account he made, allegedly, my speculations, or a friend made. I don't know. Everything is possible. Maybe it's one of his fans. I don't know. All I got from this is that you're next in line for Ned Fulmer's Rock Bottom podcast. So after watching Gavin's video, we're going to talk about that in a second. The vibe I'm getting is I'm only nice to people when I think I'll gain something from it, even made it a slogan for merchandise. Crazy work. The fact that he watched this I think it's perfect. The fact that that he watched this back and thought he ate this shit up is taking me out. This. Make sure you pay Gavin. We're going to talk about that. So yeah, the reception was not, well, he knew it. He knew it already. So who are we to disappoint him? Who are we? So yeah. No, while my face, while this was going on, many things were happening in the world. But since we cannot fix each and every single one of the problems that are going on in the world, yeah, we can make something in our own way, but we focus on drama because it's something that make us not think about the shit going on in the world. So something came up, and I believe it was suggested, this video, to Adam, maybe from someone who follows him, I don't know. And this video comes out and Adam watched it, and it's from a gentleman called Gavin Reads It All. He's a book, so I was about to say book talker, booktuber. He has 129K subscribers. I'm really happy for that because each and every one of the people covering this. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when shit happens to people who do not deserve it. Who, when you are honest, when you are clear, when you are open, people will be on your side. And honestly, I saw this happen many times. Obviously, there are cases where at the beginning maybe you are not, people don't believe you, which sucks. Maybe you're telling the right thing, but people don't believe you. But usually, from what I can gather online, people do support other people. People are there. People want to cover. Besides the gain, watch time, whatever, people wants to help others. People wants to talk also about others' struggle. Mostly if it involves other people's shitty job. So Gavin is a booktuber, again, with Talker I was about. And he made this video, which is an hour long, where basically he's showing proof about what was going on in his professional life. He made YouTube his full-time job. And since he made YouTube his full-time job, he decided at a certain point he was approached by an agency, and he decided to dip his feet into the management, let's say. And something that he said really resonates with me, such as, I don't like other people managing my money, which is something that it really clicked into my head, because it's financial instability. It's one of my biggest concern. I don't like it. um when you make sacrifices, you want to protect everything that you build out of those sacrifices. So, but at the same time, I understand the, okay, let's try it just for once. Let's see what happens. I want to give myself this opportunity. Maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. So I understand that. So we're going to watch Gavin's video for the sake of this lore video. I told you it would be long. I'm going to sped this up. I don't remember. I watched some of it. I don't remember how fast he talks.
So I
Let's
don't
see.
really know if I should be doing this right now because I'm in a contract and I really don't want like any like legal stuff to happen, but I don't know any other way to reach out. And if anyone at Studio 71 can please just email me who isn't Joshua David Evans, and please do so. I just had an email from Josh like half an hour ago now, and I've been sat like speechless. Joshua David Evans is my YouTube manager, and I have not, it's, I, if someone from Studio 71 could just please reach out to me.
I
I've
tell you,
tried.
this
I've tried
video
to reach out to them.
is
I tried today, and then
emotional,
this email I got from
really.
Josh has confirmed to me that anything I do try and say to them won't go through them, and I'm just scared now. I'm really scared. I'm scared that they have financial control over my channel. They are going to take all of my money, and I'm in a contract that I seemingly can't get out of, even though I'm really trying hard to get out of this contract. And I don't know what to do now. I genuinely don't know what to do, and I've just had this email off Josh.
Imagine you asking for clarification, for updates, for to talk with your freaking YouTube manager, to talk with someone else who's not your YouTube manager, because your YouTube manager is not answering to you. But in the meantime, you see that on internet, Instagram, because I forgot to say something. While everything was going on with, from I believe the 17th that he posted the first video to the, and this video, it's published the 19th, by the way. So in these 3 days, imagine being Gavin, watching, looking at the Instagram of Josh and seeing that he's constantly posting stories aimed to drama channels, to Adam, to fans, because he knew that people were watching his stories. So being like petty, passive aggressive, childish, honestly, in my opinion, because it is what, let's call it what it is. Imagine being Gavin, who's trying in every single possible way to reach out to the person who he pays, like Gavin pays him to do his job. Joshua is not doing his job. Not only that, it's not uh, answering, and Gavin does not have his money. And he is not able. This feels like a freaking scam, by the way, in my opinion. Uh, it's imagine watching this unfolding in front of you and you are there waiting in front of your computer for a freaking answer at your email. But you know, this person is alive, this person is thriving, this person is building his own little success on YouTube, betting on the backlash and the negativity, allegedly, not allegedly, but he thinks it's negativity, not reality, not common sense. No, it's negativity.
And I just I'm so lost. I'm so lost for words. I'm speechless. I don't know what's going on. If I don't get out of this contract and if I don't get my money from Studio 71, if I don't get my money from Josh, then I've got nothing. And I just sent the most vulnerable email to Josh about what, like, about
I'm
an
so
hour ago.
sorry.
And then I got this response from Josh half an hour ago. And it's, I don't know what to do. And just to let you in on what's been happening, what's going on, a little context, I always ignore emails. I do. I don't do sponsorships. I'm, well, for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is I don't want to open an email and it being a scam and, you know, having my channel get hacked and things like that, because that happens all the time and that really scares me. So that's one of the reasons why I don't do sponsorships. And I don't do, I don't ever accept opportunities from my channel, even though my channel is like, it's the thing I'm the most proud of. It's my job and I love it so much. It's the thing that I've even said, I did a 7-year booktube Q&A video only like 2 months ago when I said, like, doing this job and becoming a YouTuber full time and making videos I'm passionate about has saved my life. And I mean that literally. It has saved my
I'm
life.
so happy.
And
I'm so
I
happy for
never take
him.
opportunity. I just think there's no reason to it.
Because I
It's not going to help me in the long
understand.
run. In March, I get an email from Josh. I get an email from Joshua David Evans. And he's, you know, talking about, oh, I've been following your channel for a while. I would love to talk to you. We are Studio 71. We help creators and things like that. And honestly, it sounded great. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Josh was awful, because he really wasn't. And he's not. Well, after this email, I'm unsure. But like, at first I was like, again, I'm just going to ignore it because I don't ever take opportunities for myself. I'm not going to sign the contracts and things like that. And I thought I knew better. I really did. And the emails was like, you know, like, we can help you with like streaming stuff. We can get your channel. And, you know, that's just like all I've ever really wanted, really, is just to like, I like, honestly, I bleed for this channel. I really do. I do. And so like, it's my absolute passion and stuff. And so like, when I think, oh, someone's going to give me an opportunity, I will ignore it because I think it's a scam. But I recognize the name. I recognized the name Joshua David Evans about 3 years ago. Swoop, I love Swoop. I've been a follower of Swoop for a while. She did a documentary on Colleen Ballinger, and I'd never heard of Colleen Ballinger before. And it was weird because I'm pretty sure I have seen Josh before. I'm pretty sure.
I believe this is I don't know if it's the only, because many people said, what if other clients of Josh came forward? I don't know, speculation, honestly. But I believe this is the only said at first. Let me explain. This is the only, because Adam will back up from this. Adam, maybe, I really hope he's not affected by this in any possible way. He did many videos. He made many hours of watch time, which perfect for him, honestly. Props to him. But this is the only bad outcome of what happened in this Swoop Doc, because again, as I said at the beginning, this is why I showed those clips. People changed the image that they had of Joshua David Evans with what was shown, what was expressed on the Swoop Doc. And obviously, when you see a vulnerable person who openly talks about shit that happened, who takes accountability, your opinion shifts. And I believe that if that in this is the only moment where I said, if that interview never happened, maybe Gavin would have gone through all of this. First things first, then I understood that everything happens for a reason. So if Gavin at first was already not sure to answers to emails, sponsorships, etc., now he will just, I really hope he won't ignore big certain verified opportunities. I don't want to say that this was not verified, honestly. This was based on the trust that we gave Joshua David Evans after the Swoop Doc. But the outcome for Gavin, it's a beautiful outcome. I'm really happy for what happens next. But I really want to go through this video without spoilers, because it's important to see that your actions have consequences. While you were so affected by what was happening with the Adam, there were people who were at uh, their limit. They couldn't fathom how to pay, how to live because of you, because you were so self-obsessed and trying to make whatever you wanted to make out of whatever you did, um, that you were so busy. You were not there to do your job, which is what, honestly, it's what I really don't know how to express my disgust.
I've seen
My
Josh for
opinion.
like 10, 15 years ago or something on YouTube. I grew up on a lot of the YouTube back in the day. I grew up on cringe content, and so I recognize his name. And after that Colleen Ballinger documentary, and Colleen Ballinger is an awful fucking person, by the way. She was accused of some nasty shit, and there was so much proof and evidence against her. And Joshua David Evans is her ex-husband. And after this Swoop documentary, like, he came across as like really like down to earth and really nice, and like he didn't seem to be like part of the problem and stuff like that. So like when he reached out about joining this thing, I was like, oh, that's Josh. Like, he's a good guy. I know he's a good guy. You know, there's things I sympathize with him, and you know, all this that, and the other about the whole documentary and stuff. And I replied, and I probably shouldn't have done. But in March, I was in a very vulnerable place, right? So I just been to the High School Musical resort to film a vlog, and the Scream House to film a vlog. And it wasn't the cheapest, but like I wanted to do it. I really, really wanted to do it. I want to make videos, but also I had. Should I mention this? Yeah, I may as well. So Audio Salad, copyright claim on my videos, even though it was a false claim, and they held that money in escrow on YouTube. Whenever there's a claim, they hold it in escrow, and whoever wins the dispute, they get the money. And that was on the 10th of March. Audio Salad sent me a false copyright claim on one of my Stay Across My Bookshelves videos.
I'm so sorry for that.
From March 10th to April 1st, the YouTube was holding that money from that video. And then on April 1st, Audio Salad rejected the claim, which meant that they would get all of that money. All of that money they've held from my ad revenue they've taken. And so in March, I was like already like, I felt like, oh, I'm pissing money here. I'm just losing money, and I'm making the worst financial decisions. And so I felt like I was in a pretty vulnerable place anyway. So yeah, if you don't know, yeah, Audio Salad have scammed me as well. They've stolen my money from March, and I did ask if Josh could help me with this like last week, and he didn't. I ended up sending Audio Salad like 20 emails from the start of April to like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, okay, I'm done then. You can keep the fucking money. So that's gone. I can't get in touch with Audio Salad. But anyway, sorry, that was a tangent. In March, anyway, I was in a vulnerable place, and I thought, oh, here's someone who can see something in me. He's telling me that, oh, there's like so many opportunities we can open up for you. We can, you know, get you on Tubi, we can get you on Roku or whatever, and like there's just so much that we can do for you. That'd be a great opportunity for you. And I was like, you know what, for once in my life, I'm going to listen. For once in my life, I'm not going to ignore an email. And you know what, I recognize the name, I'm going to reply, and I did. And we had a couple of meetings, and you know what, he came across as so lovely. He really did. And he was so charming, and he was like, he even sang one of the songs that I sang on my videos. So I was like, oh yeah, he's actually watching my videos, he's actually watching my channel. I felt great. I felt so like seen, and I was like, oh, maybe this could be the opportunity that I like knocking on my door, and I take it. Yeah, so I ended up signing the contract on the 14th of April. And so why did I do that? Like, why did I do that? But like, the contract's for a year, and in the back of my mind, I was like, if it doesn't work out, just leave. Like, it's a year, you know. And the contract is they will
Oh,
take
in
10%.
April. First time that I saw this video, this is why I was watching, but I was making other stuff probably. I thought that this was going on for longer, not only 2 months. Not only it was not 2 months because, yeah, 2 months. 14. His video was published on 19th. Damn, only 2 months, and you already don't do your job,
For my
brother.
ad revenue every month. And I wasn't really 100%
Bro.
sure how they were going to take that. I did freak out at the start of, what month is it now? I freaked out at the start of June because the money goes to them first. Like, all of my money goes to them first. My ad revenue, my memberships, any donations I get in my comments and things like that, they get it. And then they send me it. And I get that like about 1 to 2 weeks after I would YouTube. But yeah, I thought that's the company. That's what they do. They have to add their revenue as well that they make from your channel, and like anything that you get from them. Like, say if they do get you on a streaming service or what have you, then obviously they need to accumulate all that money and then send you whatever's left. And I didn't really question it.
Which is
And I should
already
have. Honestly, this is the biggest life
something.
lesson I've ever learned, and I am regretting all of my decisions. You have no idea.
That's
And so I
okay.
signed it. I had instant regrets. I actually did. I signed it. And like one of the first few things Josh said was, oh, this is going to be so amazing. It's going to be so exciting. Like, I've already got like sponsorships lined up, like BetterHelp. And I was like, oh, fucking not BetterHelp. Not BetterHelp. Jesus H. Christ. So internally I was like dying inside. And there's like a form you can fill in on the portal. And it was like, oh, is there anyone you wouldn't do sponsorships with? As soon as that call was over, BetterHelp. I won't do any sponsorships for any BetterHelp or anything that uses AI. Nothing like that. I'm not doing it. I'm not selling my soul for that. I didn't want sponsorships. That's not what I'm doing it for. I wanted to get my channel out. I want people to see my videos. I want people to, you know what I mean? I don't give a shit about freaking trying to sell people shit I'm not going to fucking use. But yeah, that's my own fault, isn't it? Like, I do blame myself. I really do. I blame myself for signing a contract that honestly I thought was fine. And if I'd known how things are going to transpire, so It takes about a month. Yeah, probably about a month before I kind of get another call with Josh, and he's like, "Oh, we're doing like an optimization for your channel and stuff. We're gonna do a report and things like this." And I was like, "Oh, great. Maybe you can like tell me where I need to improve. Maybe you can tell me which videos I might do well and I should focus on, and things I maybe don't do so well and I shouldn't do." And so I was waiting with anticipation for this optimization report. They were going through a merger,
Which
so obviously like, things would
honestly,
take some time. So I just
already you should like it should be the YouTube manager who gives you some feedback already. It's weird that you are the one asking to them to do their job.
didn't really mind it taking too much longer, to be fair. But then I get the optimization report, and I think it was like the 18th of May. So exactly a month ago today, Monday the 18th of May was exactly a month ago today as I'm filming this. And the optimization report, oh my God. Again, I could have cried. I could have cried. Josh was on the call. He has his PowerPoint presentation, and he's like, so this is kind of like idea we have for your channel, like the brand that we can do for your channel. You know, we think you would fit like this really like this Blues Clues, Mr. Rogers kind of persona thing. And I'm sitting there like, fucking Blues Clues. Do you know I go to haunted places and dress up as fucking nuns, singing Sister Act? I swear on my channel all the time. I talk about sex quite a lot. I do cringy skits half the time as well. Dance around the House of Musical Tour Resort, dress as Sharpie fucking Evans. And you're telling me I should be like act more like a Blues Clues host? I should do things like
I really want to see the High School Musical dressed as Sharpay thing. I didn't catch it the first time. I was too focused on the Blues Clues shit.
I was like, I mean, I didn't say anything. Like, again, like, I should have said more. I should have been more vocal. I know, I genuinely should have done. And I regret that I didn't. I regret that I didn't speak up a little bit more in the moment. But I was just sitting there and I was like, okay, I'm just going to listen. I'm just going to listen because like the presentation has just begun.
The
And then
blame
he's talking
he
about, oh, these are the
gives
colours that we
himself.
should focus on as well. We got like terracotta and things like this. I was just like, what the fuck is this got to do with my channel? How is this going to help me in my channel and grow and you know, improve and things like that? Fucking terracotta for my thumbnails or what terracotta in my room? Like, where are these colours coming from? How is this going to help? Talking about merch. I'm not gonna lie, some of the merch did sound pretty good. I will say that some of the merch sounded pretty good. But at the same time, like, and then he's talking about the streaming services, and like, okay, like that's great. Like, I would love to do the streaming services. Get my videos on other platforms, amazing. That would be so good. Another revenue stream, fantastic. We can fund more videos, and I can go to more places and do all of this that, and the other. Again, I didn't vocalize exactly what I thought of like half of that presentation, and I wanted to know like how he would actually physically help me. Okay, so that week I was posting that Sherlock Holmes video. And I just want to see what he could do. I did. Like, it was almost like a test. I was like, okay, so I got a Sherlock Holmes video coming up. Sherlock Holmes video on Friday.
You
And
felt
it's Monday. And I was like, you know, can I get some like guidance on this thumbnail? Can I just like have some help on this thumbnail? Maybe the title as well. Maybe you can tell me about the title. And honestly, again, like my heart dropped when I got the response. I'll show you what my original thumbnail was that I sent them. And I was just like, what do you suggest? Like, what can you do with this? Do you need me to take more photos so like we can like brainstorm the thumbnail a little bit more, what
My
have you?
dog
And he sends
bited my
me these two
ass.
thumbnails. Oh my God. They're just awful. They are just, in my opinion, absolutely awful. And have you seen my face? Oh my God.
Wait. I want to.
Send them.
I
And I was
backed
just like,
up.
what do you suggest? Like, what can you do with this? Do you need me to take more photos so like we can like brainstorm the thumbnail a little bit more, what have you? And he sends me these two thumbnails.
Also, notice this, please. And notice this. Wait. Where is the? What is this? The same arrow. Is the same. Why he is obsessed with arrows? Also, I just noticed the Adam McIntyre, like arrow. We know. Sorry, I just needed to show you that.
Oh my God. They're just awful. They are just, in my opinion, absolutely awful.
No.
And
And everybody's.
have you seen my face? Oh my God. I've never seen a thumbnail of me look so ugly. I'm sorry, but that's diabolical. That is absolutely diabolical. And the title suggestions and the kind of rhetoric that was in this email, it sounded like ChatGPT. It did. And I was like, this is the first thing I'm asking for help for like a tangible thing I'm asking for help. And this sounds like ChatGPT. And this, honestly, I'll show you the screenshot on the screen. It sounds like ChatGPT. And I don't want to accuse people of using AI, but I think that's exactly what happened here. And
I cannot read it,
again, it left a
honestly.
really bad taste
Wait,
in my mouth. I was like,
no,
I don't want to witness
maybe I
someone
can.
who's
Wait. Hey, Gavin, the attached image will correspond with the pairings below. Thumbnail text, are you serious? Title, Sherlock Holmes is way different than I expected. Also, the form is really ChatGPT-ish. The second one, thumbnail text, never read it. Title, Sherlock Holmes. Fans might hate me for this.
AI. But I think that's exactly what happened here. And again, it left a really
Also,
bad taste in my mouth. I was
this
like, I don't
title
want to work with someone
says
who's
nothing
using ChatGPT.
besides
I don't want to be
Sherlock
using someone
Holmes.
who's using AI for these suggestions. And so I wanted actual help. I need help. You know, I wanted something. And that's not what I got from this. It's not what I got from this. And my heart again dropped. It plummeted. And this was on May 20th. Then the next thing I asked for help with was the audio salad scam. That
1
did money,
month before
and I give
this
him all the
happening.
screenshots and everything. He's telling me things I already know. The good news is the video is currently monetized and normally continues to generate revenue. I know. Oh my god, I know. I have access to my studio. I know this. So again, I was just like, okay, the two things I've asked for help with.
Thank you for
They're taking 10%
telling me
of my
the
money from April. They're taking 10%
obvious.
from June. And if I even get any of my money back, I'm genuinely concerned I'm getting nothing. I'm genuinely concerned they've taken everything. And they're going to continue to take everything. There is a thing in my YouTube studio that says revoke access from Studio 71. If I click that button before the contract is terminated, they can hold my money. I feel like they're going to hold it anyway. And still, they're able to take from it right now. And I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I also panicked about getting paid as well. There was a whole thing at the start of June when I was like, I got paid a little bit from Google AdSense, but that was because when I signed the contract on April 14th, I got paid from April 1st to the 13th or something like that. And I panicked at first. I thought, oh my god, have I been hacked? Has my money been stolen? And Josh did like calm me down. He was like, hey, you haven't been hacked. We have your money. It comes through us now. This is the statement. Again, like, I even said like how anxious I was about that whole prospect. I did. And this was again at the very start of June. And all the stuff that was happening with McIntyre and all of the drama stuff happening with them, that only happened last week. That only started happening last week.
Yeah.
All of these issues, problems I've had have been going on since I signed that goddamn contract. And I'm just absolutely, so I'm trying to get out of this contract. I'm trying so hard to get out of this contract. And I sent an email to Josh on the 14th of June. And that was 4 days ago. All of the stuff was happening with Adam McIntyre online as well. And let me tell you, I was feeling so uncomfortable that my YouTube manager was doing that online, that behavior. I'm not going to go into it here. If you want to find out more about what's going on, because this is not about that drama or anything like that. There's loads of videos that Adam's done, that other channels have done. Josh has posted a couple of videos as well. That again just enhances how uncomfortable I am with the conduct of my YouTube manager. And that's the Studio 71 as a whole. I genuinely feel like me saying that is going to blow back in my face right now because I'm in a contract that I'm still not out of.
Sorry.
Yeah. But I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. I have no contact information for anyone else at Studio 71. And I tried to fill in an online form on the portal today. I sent them an email and I got an email from Josh. I can't talk to anyone from there. And I sent this email to Josh to try and get out of this contract. I said, hi Joshua, I hope you're doing well. I can see that you've been really busy. Yeah. So I do apologize for adding more to yours and Studio 71's plate. I also in no way assume opportunities or working together will be a quick process as I only signed the Studio 71 contract 2 months ago today. But I'm wondering if we can come to a mutual agreement to terminate the contract early. Firstly, I do take blame for not being more vocal in my expectations of what this partnership would entail and what I would be getting out of it. And I should have absolutely asked more questions before signing the contract on the 14th of April. I never take opportunities for myself despite trying to be a successful YouTuber these last 7 years, but I did really want to try, so I took the leap of faith with you. I thank you for seeing something in me when you reached out months ago, and I did get carried away with the ideas and possibilities that could come from this. And honestly, the amount of times I don't take opportunities for myself, I don't. Because I just think it's going to blow up in my face. And again, look what's happening here. I'm losing faith that I'm even going to be able to do anything more with my channel. I think I made it clear from our early meetings that I want to focus on growing my channel and making the best videos I can possibly make without changing who I am as a person as my primary goal. I did love the idea of potentially getting my videos onto other platforms for an additional revenue stream, as well as more eyeballs on the content I love to make. But I've taken some time to think about things since our previous call that I would rather just stick to YouTube and growing there independently. I was hopeful that after you told me the team have done an optimization report on my channel, that the call would have been about my actual channel, where I can improve specific content I can focus on, ways in which I can grow, etc. The optimization report ended up being completely different to what I expected. I understand from a business perspective that brand identity is a major player, but I should have said in the moment that the Mr. Rogers Blues Clues suggested identity branding couldn't be further from who I am as a person or the videos I want to make, or the videos I make and want to make. I go to scary locations to read horror books. I solve Agatha Christie books dressed as a character called Slagatha Christie. I blog my experience reading books, and there's a whole lot of rude humor. I make my way through all of Stephen King's books, and a lot more that I just have no clue where any of that suggested branding would come into any of that. I did send a list of my video plans. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I did send a list of my video plans and ideas for the rest of the year on the 18th of May, which I didn't get a response to, which is fine, but also I'm just wondering how any of the suggestions will be implemented in anything I do really. Another big problem I have with Josh is that I send an email and I don't get a response. I don't. That email I sent on the 18th of May, I sent him all of my video ideas for the rest of the year.
The same thing he blamed Adam.
All of them. It was a massive email as well. And I was like, okay, take a few days to reply. But no, he was too busy. It was on the 18th of May. He was too busy focusing on this Colin Ballinger documentary, apparently, and doing ChatGPT for my Sherlock Holmes video. And called it a day. I want to focus on my channel. I do. I want to focus on the videos I make. I'm passionate about the videos that I make. And I want to make bigger and better videos. I do. That's why I love why I love what I do. And that entire email was ignored by my YouTube manager. He didn't respond to that. And then when I said my initial anxiety about the financial stuff on the 1st of June, he was like, okay, how are you feeling about this? And I told him, I was so honest about it. I was like, I feel sick to my stomach, I'm not going to lie, that I don't have control of my finances. And I'm looking forward to when I actually can get control of them again. And he didn't reply. And I highlighted just how sickening it felt to not have control of my money. He ignored it. He didn't reply to that. And then on the 3rd of June, he sent me a response, being like, oh, just making sure I got paid. And I did. I got paid a day late. Because he said, oh, maybe the 1st. But, it could take a few days. It could. International, payments and stuff could take a few days. All the other stuff, weekends and whatnot. So I could have been paid up to the 4th, for instance. And my rent comes out on the 1st of every month. And a lot of my payments come out at the end of a month and start of the month as well. So that's just not helpful to me. So I said that not having a fixed date, a fixed payment date, makes me sick to my stomach.
In this moment, something popped up in my head that Joshua, before everything, he was a salesperson. And I've been into sales, a sales assistant for 10 years, then a shop manager. Um, and I can say something, and it's really, really sad. This is also why I want to make art and YouTube my full-time job, because if I will ever step into a shop as a sales assistant, I will jump from the fourth floor probably. Um, to be a salesman, you need to be honest, but also you need to understand what's at stake. Your job is to sell. Your job is to listen to the customer, but not too much. Uh, your job is also to convince the customer that his problems, their problems are just on the surface. Like it's okay, it will go away. And you have no idea how many times, and this is behind the scenes, said behind the scenes. So now I'm watching and listening to, and there are some things that really I I really think about. I don't want to say daily, but really often, that I did for my job in order to keep my job, because it's required from your job. Um, there are some people who are exactly like Gavin, who comes to you and they open up to you. They tell you their struggle, their thoughts, and you have no idea how much I was broken inside when something like this happened. They came to me, they were so honest and they were so open. But in order to keep my job, in order to meet some KPIs, shit, I needed to cross that line, and I needed to, I don't want to say scam, but to sell a product that maybe was not made for them, a product that they wouldn't need that much, that wouldn't be the perfect solution for them. And it was since the beginning of this is why the first time that I started working 10 years ago, I said, this job sucks. This job, I hate this job. But for one reason or another, I always try to be true. In fact, many people told me, you are the first sales assistant that I meet that it's actually honest and forthcoming. And I could have, I was that person when I could have do that, when the manager was not around, when the KPIs were not a problem, when everything was cool in the shop. I was like, sometimes there were people coming looking up for, I don't know, dresses, whatever. And I was like, this is not for you. Honestly, this is not for you. Maybe if you want, I can let you try something else, but I believe this is not for you. Or I was really, really honest, like, we don't have this. I cannot help you with this. Always in a polite way. But there were times where it was required. It was you needed to do that, and it sucked. It really, really sucked, honestly. So I'm really sorry for Gavin and for all the people who trusted um, a salesperson who tried just to sell you something, and then it was shit. I'm really sorry. As a salesperson, as ex, no more sales assistant.
He didn't reply, and that was on the 1st of June. I sent that email. You sent a message on the 3rd of June. Oh, making sure that you got paid. Also, he has a few pictures of my other client who came into the studio in California. One day, buddy, you can go to California too and film in this studio. Film fucking what? I read books. What am I doing in your studio? And how the hell am I going to get there in the first place? I live in the UK. I'm not paying for flights.
Also,
Are you going
in
to pay for the
this
flights?
climate,
Send
to
me
go
pictures of
to
your other client in
USA,
this
no,
freaking studio.
thank you.
What good is that? How does that help me? I'm literally telling you I'm sick to my stomach about this payment stuff. Oh, he has my client who came in to the studio. I don't get shit. I don't give a shit. I don't know how the visual aesthetic and color palette, portion, and presentation can also be implemented into anything I do, and especially in regards to the long list of video plans and current series that I do, and all the few things on my channel that are popular. I thought maybe the report would be like, this series you do is popular in the niche, but these are some ideas to bring that to a wider audience, not choose between Oxford Blue or terracotta for your video aesthetic. I'm perplexed. I'm perplexed. I don't think my vision is aligned with Studio 71's vision, and I wonder if we both expected something completely different, and there's just been a misunderstanding somewhere. The other booktuber you suggested I collaborate with, where I would adopt a straight man persona, and they would pick a chaotic TBR, and I would be the calm and collected one trying to stop them from being too chaotic, just doesn't sound like me. That's another thing you suggested. I collaborate with another book person that they represent, and they would be all crazy and chaotic picking a TBR, and I would have to calm them down and be like, no, like, don't pick that for your TBR. What? Again, like, I feel like you don't know who I am as a person. I'm not the straight man in every sense of the word. Like, every sense of the word, I'm not the straight man. Even in the comedy, I know he's talking about the comedy sense, when he's talking about like the straight man persona. He's talking in comedy terms. Again, I have paraded around a haunted, abandoned nunnery, dressed as a nun, singing Sister Act. I have been to the High School Musical tour resort, and I was on that golf course, pretend to be Troy fucking Bolton. I was at that pool, pretend to be Sharpie fucking Evans. I even did a split between Dim and Gabriella and Troy. What part of that is straight? What part of that is a straight man, even in a comedy duo? Would a straight man in a comedy duo do that? What? That idea was so bad.
Asking someone to leave their also something that it actually builded this channel and led this person to have YouTube as a full-time job. To ask this person, everything that you did until now, it's wrong. Just change. Just be someone that you are not. It shows. It shows. But it already shows on his YouTube channel. By everything, the covers, the titles, the everything.
It was so bad. I'm sorry. It was. You don't know who I am. You genuinely. All of this talk that we had before I signed the contract, I thought you were watching my videos. When you were like, I sang
You
a
really
bit of
think
Believe
that
by
I can
Cher.
be a
It
good
started one of
friend
my
of
videos. And then
Gavin?
the next Zoom call we did,
Just say
we
so.
started the Zoom call. Do you believe
I
in
have
love
few
after love?
friends, but
I
I
was
would
like, he
like
watches. He knows
Gavin
who I
as a
am.
friend.
He knows who I am. He understands who I am. No, like, that's totally not what's ended up happening. I feel like I've signed this contract under false pretenses. Yeah, so I said, doesn't sound like me at all. I went to the High School Musical tour resort and recreated a few of the music portions of the public, which he knows about. I performed a sister act dressed as a nun in a haunted nunnery. I do crazy challenges sometimes when I go to abandoned creepy places, and there is no way I'm the straight man in a comedy duo, while the other person is the wacky and fun one. I understand that was most likely just a suggestion, but it's still a suggestion that shows I'm being misrepresented. I'm cringe, and I do skits a lot of the time. I dress up in costumes and I take the piss out of myself, and there was nothing in the optimization report that led me to believe I was in the right hands. And that was me being as honest as I possibly could about something that I'm essentially paying for 10% of my money every month.
Also, a client that opens this much and tells you straight forward their truth, how they felt, how they are feeling because of the misrepresentation and the feedback, useless feedback, honestly, in my opinion, is something that goes beyond everything. And I'm really sorry for Gavin that first things first, he went through this, but also that he had to deal with someone who didn't understand anything of him and also who told him for once try to not be yourself. Damn. He was so polite also in this email. I could never. I couldn't. I'm from Italy. I would take the first flight. It doesn't matter how money I lose. I'll take the first flight and I will punch you. Just me. Just me. I'm that kind of person. I'm sorry. You give me my money. You give me my freaking money. I will come for you.
And this was my way of telling him, okay, I'm being honest now. I'm being honest. I didn't like the
So
optimization
cute.
report. What do you want me to do? Continue lying about it? The merchandise ideas and everything sounded absolutely fine. Though again, I'm sure I did say at one point that those kinds of things isn't really my focus. I don't take sponsorships, and even the suggested ones like BetterHelp goes against everything I believe in when it comes to integrity. Literally, as soon as I signed that contract, the first sponsorship you mentioned was BetterHelp. And I died. I died inside. I gotta say anything from Studio 71 in these first 2 months that has so far benefited me. I know it would take time for that first step you mentioned, the identity evolution, rollout, and thumbnail optimization, but even then, those thumbnails for the Sherlock Holmes videos, for instance, were horrendous. I know I gave zero time for it, as I said on the Monday that I needed the video out on the Friday for Sherlock Holmes Day. I wasn't expecting much, and guidance was all I really needed. An opinion on the thumbnail I had already made and title I had already prepared. I understand the team must have taken the thumbnail shot of me from the introduction of my video, but even just the design of the thumbnails were not really good. The titles and explanations prepared with the thumbnails in the email also sounded like they came from ChatGPT, and I don't want to say that's exactly what was used when I asked for some guidance for my Sherlock Holmes video, but I ended up having to stick to my original plan for the Sherlock thumbnail and title, as unfortunately Studio 71 suggestions and thumbnails were unusable. It doesn't give me hope for what this identity evolution and thumbnail optimization
The
would entail,
politeness,
whenever
instead
that
of
should
saying
start.
it was
I again acknowledge
everything
it
you
was a quick
told me
turnaround
was
that was needed,
shit.
but it wasn't a great create a first impression on what the team can do. This does eventually end, I promise. Obviously, you saw how racked with anxiety I was over payments from Studio 71 not having a fixed date. And handing over control of my finances was a risky move on my part that I did agree to in the contract, but I had no idea there was no fixed payment date. Just saying around the 1st generally could mean I could end up getting paid on the 4th, depending on time zone, weekend, bank holidays, etc. And since I am much further ahead in time zone, international pays can be delayed. I did get paid on the 2nd, which is better than I was expecting, but it's still considered late to me. I'm going to constantly worry for the next 11 months around payday, and that is the main reason why I would like to agree to early termination of the contract. You did email to ask how I was feeling on the 1st of June, and I did respond with how worried I am and how stressed I am, which didn't get a direct response from you. I also asked questions about payments on the 22nd of May, which I had to follow up on, and finally got a response on the 28th of May. Oh my god, again, that's something I remember too. I emailed on the 22nd of May, so after I thought I'd been scammed, so I was like, oh, don't worry, like, we have your money. I sent an email being like, oh, well, can you, like, let me know some more details about this? Like, can you please, like, let me know about, like, the Great British Pound, kind of, what's the word, conversion and things like that. There was so many things I asked questions for, and I didn't get a response. And I sent that on May 22nd, and yeah, on the 28th of May, I followed it up, because he didn't reply. That was is that the 3rd time I've sent an email, and he just didn't reply? So far, I was worrying the entire time about being paid. You did ask on the 3rd of June if I received the money, but none of my concerns in that email was addressed, and there was no reassurance or solution to delayed payments in the future. So again, it was just something I've noted. I guess the slow replies have been a factor into making me feel this way. Again, like, this just, as a client, I just expected to not be ignored for as long as I have been, and it gets worse. It does get
Fair.
worse. I understand.
You are entitled to feel the way you feel, because this is not classy behavior. This is unprofessional behavior. Not even answering, not even from the jump. This is
There was a lot going on behind the scenes at the company, but you also mentioned on the 3rd of June that you were talking to the OTT team about distributing my content on MSN. How did that go? It's the 14th of June as I'm writing this, and it doesn't feel like I'm in the loop about anything. So he did say on the 3rd of June, talking to the OTT team today about getting your content on MSN. I didn't hear anything again after that, until this email when I said, hey, that was the 3rd of June, it's now the 14th of June as I'm writing this. How did it go? What happened? Because again, I'm not being in the loop about
keep me in
anything.
the
That's
loop.
why I just feel so in the dark. And that's one of the reasons why, again, I'm so racked with anxiety about this whole thing. It takes so long to reply to
I
things.
cannot
If he
imagine.
replies
I
at all,
cannot
and
imagine.
I'm sat here just sick, absolutely sick. And then the one paragraph I mentioned, the stuff that's happening with Adam McIntyre right now. Now, finally, I really hope you're doing okay, Joshua. I've seen a lot from your Instagram stories and recent online discussions regarding your behaviour with specific people online, and a lot of it has made me uncomfortable to remain locked in this contract. I already had doubts with everything I've listed above, and again, I have since signing the contract, but it seems like everything that's happening online with you is taking up a lot more of your time and attention. And now the dates are lining up because
Fair.
apparently the documentary stuff
Because
started
it's
14th of
true.
May or something like that.
But
And
people don't like the
yeah,
truth.
it definitely sounds like this is taking up a little bit too much of his time and attention that I feel as a client, I have been completely sidelined. I
Just
understand you must be going
imagine
through things, and I'm
1
wishing you
week
nothing but the best.
watching
But it's
this
also hard for me to see how you're responding to
person
people
do
online right now and the
everything
approaches you are
but
taking to your current
answering you.
circumstances. In regards to my position as a client and my channel and finances, I would feel much more comfortable if I could be released from the contract so I can go back to focusing on what is important to me, and that is my channel and making videos for my audience. Hopefully that sounds agreeable, and if you could let me know, that would be great. Hope you're having a good day, Gavin. And I did get a response later that day. Not a problem at all, Gavin. I'll get you offboarded this week, Joshua. I was like, he just literally, he wrote okay. He was like, not reading all that. Sorry, it happened. That is literally what I felt like. I was like, okay, but like, at least he said yes. He said not a problem. I was like, oh my
Really
god, oh my
professional.
god, amazing, amazing. I was actually so happy. So I followed it up. I said, let me know if there's anything I can do on my end. I appreciate it. And that was the 14th of June. I heard nothing. I heard nothing again from that. So I follow up again on the 16th of June, 2 days later. And again, I'm giving him 2 days to respond. And I feel like that's enough. When he's my YouTube manager, I feel like that's enough time to give. I say, hi Joshua, hope you're doing okay. If you get a moment, could you let me know what the next steps for the offboarding are? Is this a relatively quick process? Do I need to sign anything? Do I need to remove access to my studio? Let me know when you can and have a good day. That was on the 16th of June. And then he does send a lot more. He does. On the 17th of June, he sends, hey Gavin, I understand why what you've seen online would make you incredibly uncomfortable. If I were only viewing the situation through the limited lens of drama channels and commentary videos, I'd probably feel shocked and angry too. Can I just point out, anything that I said about the stuff that's happening with Adam McIntyre online, that was a footnote in that massive email that I sent with all of my concerns. I had paragraphs upon paragraphs upon paragraphs with my...
It's more comfortable to focus on the thing that you can argue with instead of the being unprofessional, being just not doing your job. It's more comfortable to shift again. Let's shift the focus to the not important things. Not, I'm talking to you about, I don't know if I will be able to pay my rent, my bills. You are keeping my money. You're not helping. You're not doing anything besides keeping my money. So I'm a little bit worried. And I'm worried also because you're not answering me. Instead of answering me and your clients in general, you are messing around with people online, publishing video. Oh, you have time to edit that video though. So yeah, it's easy to shift instead of focusing on what you should do. Also, it's not does not do anything to answer to an email with, again, a bunch of paragraphs of nonsense. Just do what you're asked to do. Just release him. Again, things that can be done in 3 seconds. You don't need to answer, to be petty, to explain yourself. Gavin doesn't care. Gavin doesn't give a fuck. If he wants to watch videos from the drama channels, he would do it in his own way. If he wants to stand with you, whatever, he's asking in a professional way, please get me out of this contract. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Thank you. Bye. You should have answered with maybe a document saying, yeah, you're released, please sign this and send me back. I'm so sorry that we were not a good pair. The end. Your opinions are not allowed into a professional system. I'm sorry. It is what it is. If I did that in my previous jobs, I would be fired in 3 seconds.
Concerns of how I've been treated as a client and everything else. One paragraph where I said, it's making me uncomfortable. I don't like what you're doing online. The only reason this is happening is because Adam never told me he didn't like the idea of the doc and decided to publicly shame me and my wife instead. I reached out
Also
privately.
giving
He
all
could have
this
said it was a bad idea.
who
He ranted on a video and live
cares?
stream without ever
Who asked
communicating with me after
you?
years of being chill with one another. Yeah, I was like, I don't need to know. I genuinely do not
Exactly.
need to know. My email was not regarding the drama online. I don't agree with what Josh is doing online. I really don't. Again, it was making me so freaking uncomfortable seeing all of that unfolding as I am a client. I filmed a video in Wales last weekend. I think Adam posted his video. Joshua David Evans just threatened me. I think maybe the day before I left to go on this trip. And that's what I was thinking of. I'm trying to film this big video for my channel that I'm posting in a couple of months. And this is in the back of my mind. I'm like, what's my YouTube manager doing? What's happening? What's going on? And
This
it's
is
so fucking bizarre.
how
It's so weird.
what
Like,
happens
again,
when you
I
are
mentioned the tiniest part of that in that email because leading up
an
to that moment, so much had
empath,
happened
when you
that
care.
I wanted to get out anyway. But the stuff that was happening online with Adam, that was the last straw for me. And I was like, okay, I
You're
need to
even
get out
the
of this.
secondhand embarrassment of you. It's real. It's real. When you are involved with a person, even in a professional way, and you know that this person is a true in real life, they're truly a horrible person. You don't want to have anything to do with these people. It's like, no, take me out. Leave. I don't want to talk with you anymore. I don't want to have a relationship of any kind with you. It's fair. It's fair.
It's this bit. What surprised me wasn't your reaction. It was that after all the conversations we've had and the report we've built, your first instinct was to criticize everything
Again, with
we've
the
discussed and
report
presented me in our
building.
conversations in a way that feels very emotionally reactive rather than grounded. All I've ever done is treat you with kindness. I
Again,
poured my heart
I treat you with kindness for 10 years and you only bullied me.
out in that email. You wanted me to be honest
Always,
about
always
how I
the same.
feel I've been treated, and you're saying I'm acting emotionally reactive rather than grounded. You open up this email about something totally unrelated to my situation, and you go into that you're
Oh, Gavin was so he's so polite. He's so maybe it's because he's from UK, honestly. Ah, I wouldn't. I would never. I would never. Like my politeness leaves the room as soon as you act like this. No, no, no. You don't deserve my polite. You act like a child, I will treat you like a child.
what surprised me wasn't your reaction. Was that after all the conversations we had, the report we built. I'm sorry, but again, I'm your client. I'm your client, and again, you have been lovely in those calls. Absolutely, I'm not attesting that. I'm not saying you were awful, but I had concerns and I emailed you about them, and you're replying with this. That I'm not treating you right. That all you've ever done is
And again, the same thing that said that comment, I believe that he read this response back and he thought, yeah, I hate it. That's good. I will send it.
treat me with kindness. This is about your job. This is about the job that I was
You don't
expecting
need
from
to
you.
treat you
This is
with
about me giving you
kindness.
10% of
I'm
my ad
paying
revenue
you.
every month and not feeling like I'm getting anything. I'm like, wait, hang on. Are you trying to say that none of my concerns are valid? I gave you a massive email telling you exactly how I felt, and I don't get it. I don't get it. The reality is that this situation is far more nuanced than the version currently being presented online. The video I'm releasing isn't some angry rant or threats. Okay, so we hadn't released this video yet. It was threatening to release a video, an expose on Adam McIntyre and addressing the drama. And the video hadn't come out yet as of sending me this email. And it was being posted all online and everything. Obviously, I could say it. I've been following Josh for years on Instagram. He's been following me. So I see everything he posts. And so, yeah, he's talking about his video was releasing, like, which honestly I watched, and that video was awful. The video, oh my god, it just solidified to me even more. Like, I need to get away from this. I need to escape this contract so badly. I need to escape the shadow of this man. What he's saying, what? That video, I thought maybe there would be some reasoning in it, at least. But the more he went on, the more he talked, I was like, oh my god, this is unhinged. This is so bad. I can't believe this. And he's talking about Adam here. They've added their own.
And for him, I'm pretty sure in saying this, for him, probably hearing Gavin saying this, it was like, yeah, he was on the side of Adam the whole time, whatever. Not because you were cringe as fuck as a person, as an adult, No, it's really hard to understand.
Own twist to this entire situation and double down to the point where it seems so black and white. I'm trolling online on purpose because that is exactly what these people want and function off of. They picked a fight and are now playing the victim because I decided to not remain silent. You're purposefully goading people online. This is the behavior I'm seeing of you. And honestly, if I had no idea what this whole Adam McIntyre situation was, I would still be concerned. I'm like, why are you provoking people online?
Several hours later, I had dinner. I hope you are eating, snacking while watching this video. Thank you, by the way, for watching this video. Let's continue.
This is not the right behavior of a YouTube manager.
I honestly, out of everything, I really don't understand how, like, personally, when I had a job, right now, this is my job, my art is my job. But when I had a paid job from a shop, agency, whatever, I was so afraid. Sorry, I burped. Um, I was so afraid to. I really loved making vlogs and talking about everything that happened to me during the day, and I have so many stories that maybe now I can talk about. Um, but back then, I was so scared, so afraid to lose my job over even without openly talking about the place where I used to work, etc. But I was so afraid that maybe um, someone could come, and I talk in English while I working and live in Italy, and I personally I'm a no one, like, but in my mind I was like, what if that one person watches my video and maybe they can do, I don't know, nothing, because I was really really concerned. And the fact that he started all this maybe to gain something on YouTube, like to gain a little bit of watch time, to maybe earn something on YouTube, but to not think about his real job, unless that's my speculation, I don't know, unless he already didn't want to continue on the path of that job, and he went like, okay, all into the YouTube things. Let me act like, in my opinion, as a clown, honestly, in order to gain some backlash, and let's try this route here. So I don't know. This is what really concerns me, honestly.
I'm scared of you. The stuff you're posting online, I'm scared of you. I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe the way it was going on, and this video is not about that. But this is Josh admitting he's doing it on purpose. He's trolling people online on purpose. What? How is that the right way of...
Also, you're talking about this. You're saying this kind of things to your client, to not even to the person who pays you, uh, the person who you should be professional with, at least. You're talking about personal matters, like it's your job. Uh, it's everything. It's so not needed at all. And also, you are not even, I don't know, maybe he did. This is my thought on this. You don't even worry about how you are being perceived by people. Like, you don't think these things that I'm going to say in this email, how they are going to be perceived, how they will be read, in which light will I upset people, this person who pays me, like my salary, will I don't know, make this person cringe, trigger, I don't know.
going about things? If you feel slighted by Adam, why are you purposefully goading him and his followers? It doesn't make any sense. The only person who's looking bad in this is you.
There.
The stuff you're posting online, I'm scared of you.
Sorry.
I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe the way it was going on. And this video is not about that. But this is Josh admitting he's doing it on purpose. He's trolling people online on purpose. What? How is that the right way of going about things? If you feel slighted by Adam, why are you purposefully goading him and his
Oh,
followers. It doesn't make any sense. The only person who's looking bad in this is
he's
you.
replaying.
You're
Sorry.
acting terribly, and you're admitting to acting terribly. You're making everything so much worse. My video was a calm discussion about a handful of simple moments that got twisted, amplified, and turned into something much bigger than they ever were. The main thing I remember from the video you posted was that you said at 12 years old, you were out skateboarding, whereas Adam at 12 years old was bullying you. You were in your 30s at the time, and Adam was groomed and abused by your ex-wife at 12 years old. I don't get that. You're talking about how scared you were that these
Yep.
documentary people reached out to you, and how, oh, it's bringing all these memories back, and I feel traumatized and triggered by it, and I didn't think it was a good idea. And so you were saying that that was your initial reaction. And yeah, I seem to recall in a message to Adam, you said, oh, I have the same gut instinct about these people as I did with Swoop. I don't get it. I could
Exactly.
see the narrative changing as the video was going on. And I was like, again, this is not what I want to be a part of. I don't want to be a part of this. Get that fire exit door off. So your video was not a calm discussion about a handful of simple moments.
And if you're thinking, how is Gavin being a part of? It's the same exact thought that many people who boycott, I don't know, big corporate have. Like, I don't want to be a part of. I don't want to give my money to this person who's acting in a horrible way, who's being, I don't know, who's harassing, honestly, at this point, in my opinion, and treating others in this way, acting like a, I don't know, acting like a child on internet at 42, which fair, you can do that, but don't do it on others' expenses, honestly, to others' expenses. So I understand the not want to give my money, my really um, like worked hard money for this, for you, for a person who also doesn't do his job at all.
That got twisted, amplified, and turned into something much bigger than they ever were. The constant goading of Adam and his followers, that is twisting everything. That is amplifying things. That is taking things out of control. You're doing that. You are doing that. Unfortunately, what you're watching is also the kind of content that tends to generate attention, views, and revenue. Pot meat kettle. Pot meat kettle. I'm reading that, I'm just like, again, I didn't ask. But I'm saying the hypocrisy.
Love
Had
the
you reached out, I
UK
would have gladly shared
things.
the full context, the timeline. I didn't want to know. I genuinely didn't want to know. My email was not about that. And the receipts that show how all of this actually unfolded. Instead, you're seeing a version of events being narrated by someone who's already decided what the story is. I've heard your side of the story now. I watched that video you posted. I'm on Adam's side. That said, I genuinely respect your position. If you decided you'd like to exit the agreement, I can absolutely make that happen. I just need a little time. These decisions aren't made by me alone, and an abrupt contract termination requires conversations with the people responsible for approving those requests. It'll likely take about a week for me to get in front of the right people and work through the process properly. And here's me,
Awesome.
honestly, just panicking again because I'm like, you're doing so much online right now. You're goading people online. You're provoking people online. Are you actually going to focus on this and help me as soon as
Exactly.
possible to get out of this contract? Or are you just going to continue?
And also, honestly, at this point, I'm also calling out this agency, because is it normal that there's no one on the top of your YouTube managers, like watching and making sure that everyone does their thing, like that everything is done in the correct way, like everybody is left on their own? You trust all your people? Impressive. I don't trust anyone. Good for you, I think. These are the results, though.
Ignore my emails, and I was right. For what it's worth, this has been a very difficult and personal situation for me. If you ever take the time to watch my interview with Swoop, you'll probably notice pretty quickly that the way the story is being framed online doesn't line up with the reality of what that interview proved about who I've always been as a person. I mean, I feel like that's weaponizing, again, his mental health. I feel that's weaponizing his documentary with Swoop, which happened 3 years ago. People can change
Yes.
since then. That could have been a mask. I don't know. I was one of the many millions of people who watched the documentaries as they came out. And yeah, I had a great opinion of you after that. I did. But now I'm genuinely terrified of you. I'm genuinely terrified of you. I'm terrified.
Again, with the, yeah, I'm going through this and this and that, which fair, but don't use it as an excuse for your poor, terrible behavior. Don't. Just don't.
That I'm going to have no money for the next couple of months. I'm terrified that I'm going to get a cease and desist from this video. I'm terrified that I'm not going to be heard from anyone at Studio 71 because I haven't actually talked to anyone from Studio 71 except you.
I cannot even
I'm so
fathom
backed into the
how
corner
I
right now, and I
felt
have no idea what to
making
do.
this video.
So if you want to weaponize your mental health, I sent you, I've just sent you, Josh, I sent you, and this is what's prompting me to make this video, I sent you a massive email, completely the most vulnerable email I've ever sent anyone, and I'll read it out. I'll read it out, because your reply to that has sickened me, and it's terrified me. It's genuinely, I couldn't speak I couldn't speak. So don't freaking weaponize a Swoop documentary from 3 years ago. Things change. You have clearly changed.
It's
What
not
makes this
2
especially frustrating
years,
is that
but
none of this
still.
started with some traumatic conflict. Someone had concerns about a documentary, chose not to express those concerns to me directly, stopped responding, and then publicly criticized me and my wife. Please, 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 he didn't say your name. I just want to say this. He did not say your name. He didn't say your name.
You
People
did
theorize. They theorize quite a few
everything
people.
on your
They
own,
theorize
Josh.
quite a few people. You are not the only name mentioned. The only person who outed you was you. The only person who brought your wife into it was you. I'm so perplexed. It's saying everything that's happening online. I'm feeling gaslit from this email. Again, you didn't have to comment. You didn't have to out yourself. Oh my god. Before I even knew there was an issue.
And not only that, the sunflower emoji, the passive aggressive threat, you could have choose an all like many other ways to act, many other ways to act, but instead you choose the worst one. And maybe it was his plan all along, huh? Maybe we're reading too much into it, and the easier answer is like, yeah, he wanted to fuck up in order to gain something and to lose the reputation that he built during these years. I hope it was worth it, honestly.
By the time I understood what was happening, the narrative had already been written. It hadn't though. Oh my god, it hadn't. It hadn't. I've spent the better part of 10 years dealing with situations where other people tell my story for me, often without context and often in ways that don't reflect the reality of who I am. I guess I had hoped that after the conversations we've had, there'd be at least enough trust to ask questions or hop on Zoom before making a decision this significant. I emailed you privately with my concerns, and you've made this all about your situation with Adam. Not one part of my concerns was even brought up in this. Instead, you said, oh,
There's no Gavin problem into this email, honestly. It's just me.
I treated you with kindness. This is how you repay me. This report that we've had and stuff like this. I'm like, I literally, I just told you my concerns. I did. I emailed you and I took blame. I did. I accepted blame for some of the things I didn't portray well enough. I did. And I'm speechless because I feel like, what else could I have done? I did email you privately. I had hoped after the conversation we've had there'd be at least enough trust to ask questions to hop on Zoom before making a decision this significant. But I understand that's not where you're at right now. So while I don't believe the situation is as black and white as it's being presented online, again, I didn't care. I'm caring more now because this is now really affecting me. What you're doing online is affecting me because I know you're not paying attention to me as a client and helping me get out of this. I do respect your decision. He doesn't. He genuinely doesn't. You're going to say how he doesn't respect my decision at all.
Yes.
Give me a little time to get in front of the appropriate people and I'll make sure everything's handled correctly. So I replied
It's like,
when
I'm
I
sorry,
woke up.
but
Hi Joshua, thank you for letting me know a little bit more, but the online drama was really only a footnote in the email I sent. It isn't the main reason or even a big reason as to why I want to leave the contract. You really don't need to share any more about it with me, but I would still like to go ahead with the termination. Can you give me a timeline or something that I'm not in the talk about for the next processes? You say it will take about a week to get in front of the right people. Should I email you next Wednesday to make sure things are moving along? Or if you have any further updates about it, I understand you're busy and you have events coming up, but I would appreciate being kept in the loop about this. I really do, because again, I feel like I'm in such a talk about everything about my life. And again, this is my livelihood. This is everything to me. This is my job. They have all of my money. They have my finances. Everything. Absolutely everything. And I didn't get a response. He didn't tell me. And then his video premiered. He's posting all over his Instagram. He's commenting on other people's videos. Sunflower emojis. I'll probably get a fucking sunflower emoji on my video too. Using the same vernacular that people's abusers have used in the past, like Adam's abuser, his ex-wife has used in the past. And again, not addressing that at all. What's with the sunflower emoji? What's with the say with Vidcon, bro? What's with the confrontational, intimidating tactics that you're doing? You've admitted to me you've done it on purpose. You're doing all of this on
still after 1 month, no answers on that. Still, just a little spoiler for you.
purpose. He didn't respond. I just asked for a timeline. I was like, just please keep me in the loop. Didn't respond. And then he's just posted another video about Adam. Keeps posting on his Instagram stories. And like, I see you online. I see you're posting. You're posting on YouTube, Instagram, everything. You're posting everywhere. I need to send another email because again, the longer we leave this, the longer I'm trapped in this contract, the longer you're taking my money. And I need my money. I need my money. This is going to be a really hard email to read out because I'm going to be very brutally vulnerable and honest about it. This is going to go into my finances right now. It's not looking good. I just sent it, as of filming this video, I sent it 2 hours ago. Hi, Joshua. Again, I understand you're incredibly busy right now, but I really do need responses and more transparency from you right now. Let me be even more honest than I was in my first email and why I have a sense of urgency in reclaiming my finances from you in Studio 71. I currently have £1,118 in the bank. I do have the USD conversions in brackets. I have credit card bills coming out next week, £162. A final payment for a location I booked to film at coming out in 2 days that I paid a non-refundable deposit for months ago, £400. My water bill, £46. My council tax, £132. A bank loan repayment, £348. My energy bill, £107. A PayPal Pay in 3 payment for my flights to Peru for my tour trip as they don't pay for my flights, £992. My phone bill on the 1st of July, £115. And my rent on the 1st of July, £750. Which I just got a message the other day saying they're raising that to £850 starting September 1st. And my energy prices are going up as well. I'm most likely not going to get paid on time from Studio 71 with my money, my own money, due to international payment taking longer. And it wouldn't be a problem if I got paid like I usually did from Google AdSense. That would be around the 22nd to 26th every month. But I might not get paid from Studio 71 until maybe the 2nd or 3rd of July. I still have my travel expenses to pay for to get to the location I booked to film at, and travel to a wedding of a friend at the end of July too. And trains are not the cheapest in the UK. By my calculations, I have £3,052 to pay before I get my money from Studio 71, with £1,118 in my bank. I've given Studio 71 10% of my April earnings already. I feel like I haven't benefited from anything you or Studio 71 have provided in April. I will again be
Everyone here was. I watched a little bit of Adam's video, and I believe also the maybe Fat Sajak and even Peter Monn, but everyone was talking about him being so vulnerable, so open about things that he shouldn't disclose, because these are his own business. But I really want to focus everything on the courage of, because from what I can gather from Gavin, just a thought, it feels like we are in front of a person who's really, really shy and private. But he went to his last resort and he did like the last try of it all. And I'm really, really, I really want to applaud the courage. And even for me, crying on camera is to show courage, because you're doing something really, really personal that is really affecting you in this moment. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. While you're making this video. And it's something that, as we saw and as we will continue to see, few men, few men can do, to just be honest, to just maybe also ask for help, to just explain everything in plain sight, and to just film yourself in your vulnerable moment without faking anything. So yeah, good for you, because you did something really, really beautiful, and the outcome is amazing, honestly. But we will talk in a minute.
paying Studio 71 10% of my main earnings when I finally get paid at the start of July. Again, I feel like I haven't received any benefits from this partnership so far. Instead, that's 20% of my previous earnings that are just gone and I don't get to see, despite me working really hard to make sure I keep a roof over my head, pay my bills on time, and still be able to book places for videos, because I do. I put myself in debt sometimes to pay for these wilder videos I do, because again, that is my main priority. My job is my passion. And we are 18 days in June, and I imagine Studio 71 will again be taking another 10% of my earnings from this month. And yet again, I haven't felt like anything has happened. I know I signed the contract, and that's on me. But that's why I'm asking to be let go from it as soon as humanly possible, so that this isn't dragged on too long. And then it will take even longer for me to get future payments.
I hope someone had
This is nothing personal, and you have been very lovely on the calls that we have had. I apologise if I sounded like I came across rather harsh, and I didn't like the optimization report. I just felt rather deflated and disappointed that none of it was to do with my actual content, but the branding around it, the aesthetics, and not what I'm passionate about doing. My actual videos. I sent you an email on June 1st with my concerns about my finances, didn't I? You didn't reply to my concerns. You only followed up on the 3rd to make sure I got paid. But those feelings of anxiety and not having control of it does bother me more than I thought it would. I even mentioned that I was looking forward to getting control of my finances again. And that email predates all of this drama that you're in online. So this Adam situation is not the reason I've asked to be let go, but it is the last straw. When I sent the email on June 3rd and I said all of my concerns, on June 1st, I sent all my concerns. I put a reminder on my phone on March 1st, 2027 to remind me to ask to be let go from the contract.
Really
I did that again long before this stuff with Adam started happening. And I wanted out, and I said that. I said I can't get my finances again. I alluded to the fact that I want to be out of the contract before all of this stuff happened with Adam. I have a reminder on my phone for March 1st, 2027 to email to ask to be let go, because I know there's a 30-day period, because otherwise the contract automatically rolls over. I know, and I put in my reminder. To leave. I want to leave. I'm watching you post videos on your YouTube channel and posting stories on Instagram where you are purposefully goading Adam and his community online. That is making me uncomfortable, absolutely. But it's also making me frustrated, because I know I sent an email yesterday morning asking for what the next steps are, and instead of replying to your client, you're provoking people online. It's not behavior I want to be a part of. This is my livelihood. All the money you get from me is all of my money. I need it to live and pay my bills and support myself and pay for the things I need to do to keep doing my job. I'm just asking you to do your job. If there is any way, again, and I am pleading now for a quick turnaround, then please help me. Even if we can't cancel the contract right this minute, is there any chance at all that my upcoming May revenue will be processed as soon as Studio 71 gets it, rather than wait until the start of the month to send it? There are no additions to my revenue from Studio 71, which I imagine is why it takes a little longer to process payments. But you're only taking from me at this moment. Take the 10%, it's fine. But can this be arranged? Like, literally, take the 10%, take it. Just give me something. Give me the money that I've worked so hard to earn, the money that I've generated from posting as many videos as I could, from going to random ass places where I could film even more interesting videos. Please, like, my Google AdSense will come in the second to last week of the month or the last week of the month. It would depend. And honestly, I know it sounds like I have a really bad financial situation right now, but if I was getting paid on time, that wouldn't be the case. That would not be the case. I would be fine if I just got my money on time, and I'm just not. If I go back to get my revenue on time, I'd be fine. Usually I'll get my Google AdSense around the 22nd to 26th, so I'm assuming that's when Studio 71 gets it. If payment could be processed next week as soon as it comes in, that would be amazing. I'm hoping you're doing okay, and I hate to beg, but the unresponded emails and sentences only furthering my anxiety of this whole situation. Your help with this would be greatly appreciated. And this was me begging. I was literally on my hands and knees begging, and I don't think you understand how I've never had to send an email like that.
But Josh was the one when he saw the video of Adam on his knees, down on his knees and on his hands, sobbing. Someone said bowling on his four. No, bowling on all four. Amazing.
Before. I never have. I've never had to. And then Josh responded. He responded quite quickly. And again, like, you're able to respond quickly. Actually, before I sent that email, I used that contact form on the Studio 71 portal that the clients get. And I was like, if you have any questions or any concerns or anything like that, use this online submission form I did. This is what I sent. And I sent it 18th of June 2026, 10:13 a.m. I sent it this morning. Hi, I'm a client of Joshua Dave Devons, and I emailed about an early termination of my contract on Sunday, which he agreed to. I did get a follow-up email yesterday morning, my time, I'm in the UK, with a bit more, and he said it would take a while for him to get in front of the right people to process this. I just want to make sure that the processes are actually moving ahead, and that this gets sorted as soon as possible. I understand Joshua's very, very busy online right now, and has been very slow to respond to emails the past month in general, but I'm hopeful that this will move forward without any needless delays. Do I need to say another email for someone from Studio 71 to the emails with Joshua, so I know that things are moving forward? What should I do next? I have asked Josh via email, but I haven't had a response about next steps, and I sent that email over 24 hours ago now. Any help will be greatly appreciated. Thank you. So that's me sending an email to someone, hopefully someone else at Studio 71. And I get this email from Josh, and my heart just dropped. It just absolutely dropped. I can't believe this was the response I got. They will offboard your channel Monday, and you'll receive an email notification to the one associated with the account confirming it. You'll just need to hop on over to the earnings tab and make sure it's turned back on. I'll email when they confirm that it's released just to follow up. So that's good. That's okay. Monday. That's great. That's great. Thanks for reaching out to the other department, by the way. It ended up leading to a really productive conversation about your channel in its future, and it was clear that it's best to part ways as soon as possible. So the team I emailed with that submission, the only way I can contact anyone else is Studio 71. They've talked to Josh about it, and this very biting paragraph I get ended up leading to a really...
Now, this is my opinion, but a company that acts like this, like, what is it? Mafia? That if you talk with someone else, that someone else goes and reports to the person of interest? This sucks. This sucks. Sucks in every single way. It sucks for the company, it sucks for Josh, obviously, because even if you were if people told you in order for you to, because we don't know how they told him. Maybe they had a talk with him, like, do you want to answer to your client, because your client is desperate so much to go and file for a form on our website. Do you want to do your job? So maybe it was on this sense, in this sense here, we don't know. But even for him, like, the amount of pity party and I'm the victim shit, to the level that you reach when you say, oh, by the way, there's no need for you to go here and here and ask for me to answer. It's just, well, if maybe you did your job. This is why I learned through the many experience that I had, that to be polite with this kind of people is bullshit. The more you are polite, the more they feel the entitlement to shit on you, just shit on you and take advantage of you. Um, Maybe they will do it even if you shit on them back, but at least you have some kind of satisfaction. That's my take on that. My opinion.
really productive conversation about your channel in its future. And it was clear that it's best to party as soon as possible. He's essentially saying that, yeah, your channel's really bad. Like, you're not going to make us any money. And
Not as much
you'll not be
as
around for too much longer anyway.
he
So,
is.
yeah, let's terminate.
Then
You're not
he
going to do anything for
needs
us.
to rage bait people to have some views.
Nice. Very nice. You know, the amount of times I've turned down opportunities for my channel, many times I've said no to things, the self-esteem, trying to prove myself every year, making bigger and better videos and all this and the other. That's the response I get. Had to block you on Instagram, unfortunately. Started feeling pretty uncomfortable with how closely you seem to be following my stories and personal life, especially given how much contempt you've expressed toward me. I'm sure you understand, Gavin. Hopefully this frees up some energy for things that bring you a little more joy than keeping tabs on me. Enjoy your weekend.
Block your
I sent that
client is
massive email.
another level.
Completely vulnerable, completely open about my current situation. Doesn't say anything about it at all. Nothing.
Passive
Had to
aggressive
block me on Instagram.
shit.
Despite us
as
following each
usual.
other, despite him posting on Instagram non-stop, despite him popping up first on my carousel whenever I open up Instagram with more attacks at people online, again posting more stories and videos on YouTube, completely unhinged, purposefully trolling people as he has already admitted. And yet he had to block me on Instagram because he was feeling uncomfortable with how closely I seem to be following his stories and personal life, like we weren't following each other on Instagram.
I'm paying you to ignore me and to post on
And
Instagram
this is my
nonstop.
YouTube manager.
And you are the one in
He's responded to my
discomfort.
concerns by blocking me on Instagram. I sat there speechless from that. I am
Because you're
speechless.
the
I've just sent you the most
smart
vulnerable
one,
email I've ever
Gavin.
sent someone to a client, and that's your response. I followed you on Instagram for years. You kept posting stories. You kept popping up on the front of my carousel. Of course, I was going to click on your stories when I'm waiting for a response from you as, again, your client. This is concerning. I can't believe this. Can you please at least reply to my financial situation? And now I don't know what to do. He's blocking me on Instagram. I haven't heard a peep from Studio 71. I can't just remove their access from my YouTube studio because the contract says if I do that, they can hold my money, the money that they feel like they deserve. I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do. Apparently, I'm getting offboarded on Monday. Great. It is currently Friday as I'm filming this. I'm going to be spending the next couple of days absolutely ridden
With just one
with
call,
anxiety.
you can fix
So I don't know if this
everything.
video is going to help.
Like the
Don't know if it's gonna
people
make
at
things worse.
the Studio
I don't know if I'm going to
71,
get my
by
money
the
at
way.
all because I haven't
You
been
don't
paid
need
any money
to
from me.
do a
It's now the
meeting
middle
or
of June.
shit like
They're going
that.
to take at least half
Trust me.
of the entire month of June as well. By the time Monday comes around and I get offboarded, I have so much that I have to pay for over the next couple of weeks. And I'm going to have by Monday nothing. Okay. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted, sickened. Definitely, hopefully this acts as a message and a learning thing for anyone else on BookTube, anyone else who feels rather vulnerable and someone comes along with an opportunity like this. Just be wary, honestly. Just be wary. We'll see what happens, I guess. Yeah. I'll keep you posted.
Okay. So, back to my face for 1 second, if you don't mind. Okay. So, this is pretty hard. I told you. So don't complain to me. This was a pretty hard video to watch, and knowing everything that was going on by the minute online, it was crazy. It was uncomfortable. But as I said, people recognize honesty. They share. They let other people to come together and help the ones in need. And the amazing thing, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to be really, really honest. I wish I had some money to even 5 euros. I mean, euros. I don't have the pounds or the dollars. Even 5 euros. I wish I had it for Gavin. I was so disappointed in myself because of my current situation. This is why this video, I felt it deep. I couldn't, but to look around and sh- I swear, I cried. I cried because it gives you the faith on humanity, and I'm going to Korean now. It gives you the faith in humanity that you usually lose, like on a daily basis. And so people, like, I remember at first, wait, this, okay, yeah. So this is his coffee page. It's linked on his YouTube channel. So under this video, it was linked. And at first here, it was like, I don't know, few support, by the way. But then it blew up, and until 3 days ago, Fat Sajak Army, people on BookTube, you deserve better. I'm sorry what you went through. 14 days, pour your coffee. Do we know them channel, which is Jesse Smiles and I don't know the other person. I'm sorry. Follow your channel. So a bunch of armies and also his own fans, which is amazing, honestly, came all together and sent him help. And this here, you can see how many coffee he received during this time, all this time since he opened it, obviously, the coffee. But I have been binging Christy Crime and One Fast Day, Fat Sajak. There was Adam McIntyre who talked about this. There was Peter Monn. I know that Gavin wished him a happy birthday to Peter Monn. It was his birthday some days ago. Macker from Boston. People from Fat Sajak. People from, I believe, also Angelina made a video on this. And I was like, look how many. Look how many. Look how many. Crazy. And I really, for once, I was really blown away, honestly, with everything. And so the situation here starts to move a lot because Adam covers this and then everybody else covers this. And so people starts to contact Studio 71. This is what people do usually, even if Joshua David Evans thinks that people only go and harass, they actually can. They can do that. Obviously, there are bad apples everywhere, but usually people stand in front of others. They help each other. They also usually in the communities that I follow, you are honest. If someone talks shit and you don't agree, you say so, and nobody's going to block you. Nobody's going to close the comment. You can be acknowledged, you can be not acknowledged, but if the person is on the right side, you will tell him. You will tell this person, and so you're pretty straightforward. You're pretty obviously. There are people who are just fans, 100%. Doesn't matter what this person does wrong, they will be there. Obviously, it's everywhere like this. But yeah, so far this was the situation with Gavin, and this was on the 19th of June. So then something happened, and on the 21st, oh no, I lost post that I wanted to show. June. Oh well, we will try. Well, I believe he will say it in the video. So after this video, people started moving. Everything starts to move, and we have another video from the none other than Joshua David Evans. I don't know if the oh no, my fault on this, because the quality was like you. So this video is called just trying to share my experience. I also want to say something because it's pretty important for the story. So I talked about the fact that he was taking on, taking off, taking on, like bring it on, bring it back off the videos that he posted. Um, I'm not sure. Let me just double check something. By the way, 1 million subscribers, guys, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I cannot believe it. I don't know if it's up. Oh, it's off. Damn it. There was a short, which was another passive aggressive short, but basically in this short, he had like it was like wearing, it was with an kind of a Hello Kitty filter. It was embarrassing, at least. And he was saying like, thank you so much for the support on the video. I'm blown away with the support. And people were like, where's the support? Where are you seeing the support? Like, and I'm pretty sure it was like sarcastic, I believe, because even under that video, people were coming for him. So I didn't watch this video. This is my first time. The other one I watched. So we're going to watch it together in order, for the sake of this, the arch. I still don't know the title of this video, but something of the final arch of, I don't know, this of Joshua David, this of Joshua David Evans. I don't know. So yeah, let's go. Let's go. We don't go anywhere because there's no volume.
That I don't expect anybody to value me or what I'm about to say. I don't expect
From the jump. The victimism. Do you say that? Acting like a victim. Yeah. It's something that, dude, my two last exes did the same on a daily basis. Daily basis. I cannot handle it anymore. I just go berserk. As soon as that you don't value me, I go berserk. So I don't know how I will react in this video. I will try to keep my calm and composure, but I don't know.
expect anyone to listen to me truly. Regardless of that, this
The problem
is
is
my
that people
personal
listens to you.
experience, and I've
That's the
chosen
problem.
to share it anyway,
Mm.
despite what the internet is telling me to do right now. So, May 14th, 3:21 p.m.
What's this? What the hell? Are we? What the hell is this? Why? Oh, why don't we make a timeline, talked timeline, spoken timeline? Okay.
You can pause this if you want to read the whole.
From a certain Carolina Vaklaviak. Sorry for the pronunciation. The arrows, the evergreen arrows. 14th of May. Hi, Josh. My name is Carolina Vu. And I'm the head of documentary at BuzzFeed. I'm working with people, vice president. Also, do they know that you did this video? Well, whatever. Vice president of documentary at Ridley Scott production company, Scott Free, Gladiator. Damn. And damn, in the sense that, and we are doing this now. In the future, the movie companies and documentaries. Okay, an investigative report. The report is sketchy call. I don't know, to develop a documentary about what really happened behind the mirror on the scene. Is that
in the corner
necessary?
there on the top right?
Also, this what the hell is just show the post, like do a screenshot and then you slowly go back, like zoom the screenshot and slowly go back. There's no need for the magnifying glass.
I received this on May 14th, and it's just your basic kind of intro
Let me
email.
speed this up.
It's really similar to the one I'm sure you've already seen.
Oh, wait.
They went on.
Wait to speed this up. I will really regret if he shows many other proofs. So during our research, we found your YouTube interview and what happened to you. And I know it wasn't easy to come forward because this was your lived experience. I know it's more than just a story for you. And that's what we're trying to capture in this documentary. So your pain. Okay. Would you be willing to speak with us? If you prefer, we can talk entirely off record, which means I won't record our conversation or tell anyone we've spoken. It's important for us to get the story right, and the best way for us to do that is to speak to those with first-hand experience. Also, oh, sorry. Also, here I am talking directly with these people who will never see probably my video, but still I will do it anyway. What the fuck do you have in mind? If you watched the YouTube interviews, whatever you said you did, I don't know. I doubt that, honestly. But if you watched those things, you know the where people stand, where people are at. And I don't know if you went. This is my speculation. I don't know if you went to Joshua in order to find the person who was more than welcome to do this, uh because they had more to lose, no, more to gain, sorry, like more to gain, the more they have a lot to gain with this documentary. And maybe you saved like like Adam for kind of last, let me quote unquote, because you knew that Adam would be the only one who would refuse or not even answer, as we saw. Um, I don't know what your thought process was with this. I don't even understand. Maybe you could have just asked maybe Swoop to bring those documentaries on another platform and gave her the deserved money, because obviously my speculation, but obviously you would have used those episodes, those documentaries. Come on, let's be serious here. So I don't understand the need for this. I don't understand the fact that you go and bother people who stated more than once that they don't want to be associated with this person anymore. If they talk about this, they are more than welcome to do because they are victims. But for others to go in their DMs, in their emails, to go like poking the victim, waiting for them to give you something, it's sad. It's really, really sad. And also, it shows that you don't know, in my opinion, how to do your job. Because if you knew, if you told me, yeah, watch your YouTube channel, okay. So you know where I stand to, like, what's my thought on something.
On to say they found my interview and they wanted to talk to me. They wanted to get the story right. I mean, they were saying all the things that
I imagine you must have gotten similar requests in the past, so I appreciate your time in even reading this email. Let me know, and if you have any questions, please don't. Oh, something really important that and now it comes at hand, is that it's important to note that when um, Joshua David Evans was brought on the Swoop Doc, he openly stated, I don't remember the words correctly, and I am too lazy right now. It's 20 minutes past 12 a.m. Um, I don't remember the words exactly, honestly, but it was something, he said something along the line of many people contacted me in the past. Many people wanted interviews, like newspapers, YouTubers, drama channels, A lot of people contacted me. And I always said, no, I only came to you because I value your work. I value the way you're covering this, something along the line of this, huh? Don't quote me precisely, but still. So, what also gave us, the audience, he's acting right. He's on the right side of the history, um, was that he was finally speaking about this, and he was finally opening up to a really, really hard time of his life, like a hard period of his life. Finally, with Swoop, who is a woman that can do that job perfectly. So right now, everything changed. Like everything that he said in that documentary, like protecting the bubble. You are the only one who I want to talk to. Many people came. Right now, everything changed. Why? Speculation, money, regaining some power over Colleen, like telling your story in order to make her suffer in some way, which for me is it's pretty like you need to, in my opinion, you need to talk with someone, because it's not healthy at all if you still have some issues, unresolved issues with your ex-wife while you are married. So yeah.
I wanted to hear at the time. May 15th, 12:34 a.m. And once again, if you want to pause.
But the 9 hours later, what is this? This feels like a true crime documentary or something. His answer. Wait, I'm going to read it here. Hi, Carolina and Haley. I sat down tonight with my wife, Pamela, and really talked through all the. Again with the oversharing, Jesus Christ. I did a bunch of stuff with my wife that you shouldn't know. Also, this is a professional email. What the? Professional is a word that is not in Joshua Davis' dictionary, I believe. Um, we had to face the reality that this documentary is going to be made with or without my participation. And because of that, it feels like the best thing I can do at the bare minimum is to hop on the phone and have a candid of the record conversation with you both. Do you need to do that? If everyone says no, I believe this documentary won't exist, by the way. Something in my gut tells me that tells me this could actually end up being a blessing. Oh jeez, blessing in disguise. Your email carried an empathy and huh and humanity that reminded me a little bit of how I felt when I first interacted with book. Oh, okay, here if I was Whoop, I would say like, what the fuck? That email the same as me. Phew. And that instinct matters to me more than polished pitches or promises ever could. Pitches or promises ever could. This instinct is the need for something, like they could have also said, yo, we want you on this doc about your ex. What do you say? What do you say, bro? And you would say, this empathy, I feel this empathy and the instinct and the sure, Jan, sure, Jan. I also want to be transparent about where I'm at mentally. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right now, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Even the guy that works at the coffee shop here in this little town knows. Well, because this is not something I take lightly. If this if this were to go sour somehow, I generally don't know if I could get back again. That's not my problem. You need a backup net. You need a net of people and a mental health professional to help you go through this. You shouldn't trauma dump on everybody that comes to your door. Jesus, this mm, where is the I'm sorry, but where is the dignity? Even if in your lows, you should have a little bit of dignity. Trauma fest. Last year my father passed away, which I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, after years of no contact due to what happened within our family, or still talking about shit that they don't need to know. That loss, complicated as it was, broke something open in me. Since then, I've largely cut myself off from the world outside of my job. Yeah, and you think that this freaking documentary, going back to your past and what you did to these people, is the last resort? Is the blessing in disguise? Dude, I've really spoken and let's he only spoke with his wife, mother, and maybe two other people. The two other people that wanted to be on the documentary, by the way. I think, my opinion, no. My socials are gone. I stopped responding to texts, calls, messages, invitation. I disappeared into my own little bunker and convinced myself that was easier to live through. Again, if my partner, I don't know if this is how I sorry, Italians comes in. I don't know if this is how he feels inside, and maybe he doesn't let this slip to like his wife and his mother. But if you are the partner of a person who suffered from depression and the suicide um moment, and you are like the mother of this person, I think you are kind of able to understand the signals first. I don't want to put the responsibilities on others, because if you're an adult, you should know what to do in order to, you know, kind of help yourself. But maybe this person is stuck in a cycle and you are there watching him spiraling down. You should help at least. So everything here feels so complicated, so out of hand, honestly. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. For sure, I feel that this freaking email that shouldn't exist, because this is a professional setting. You should say, "Yeah, okay, let's talk on the phone," or and maybe just maybe on the phone, if they ask you how you're, where are you at, how do you feel, what are you going through. If the conversation becomes more emotional, then you let everything go. But from the jump, oh man, oh man.
This is my long-winded response to them. I get very, very personal very quickly to communicate that this is very serious to me. I don't take this request lightly. It's scary. I'm in a dark place where I've been in.
Oh, again, it was not over yet. Ah, good. All of this has taken a real toll on me, which is why this situation feels so heavy. This feels like a song from Linkin Park, by the way. At the same time, part of me wonders if maybe my brother is bothering me. Um, this doesn't. This is a serious topic. Okay. Maybe this changes the trajectory of my life instead. Maybe I'm not just a recluse who also waiting and giving some, because first things first, you're giving so much weight to something that it's just a talk for now. It's not even it, they didn't say, yeah, we will give you a contract that you sign, you will get paid for this in amounts of interviews, whatever. It's just a project. There's many times where documentaries, maybe they are already filming, they are already there are already people involved, and they don't air, they don't even get published anywhere. So we're talking about nothing, another nothing burger, and not only that, you are giving this so much weight here. Maybe there's still a voice in me somewhere that's worth hearing and worth using for something honest. Uh, Dude, get a grip. I don't know yet. Yeah, because this may not happen. But I'm willing to talk again more. I'll be awake for a while tonight. And dude, if I was the people who wrote the first email, like the person Caroline, was it Caroline, I would be like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, but it's crazy. I'll be awake for a while tonight and I'm available anytime. I thought he was about to say, you can call me tonight. You can call me tonight. I'm free. Friday as well, if you'd like to set up a call, Joshua.
In a dark place, and something like this
Dude,
is very terrifying for me to even
TMI,
consider. So if I'm gonna hop on the phone,
TMI.
this is a big deal.
Damn
I'm
it.
willing to do it. Yeah, again, pause this if you want to see the whole thing. And if you hear cats meowing,
Yeah.
I have a lot
If
of
you
cats
don't
with
see, you're
house
going
now.
to lose
What
something,
happened
huh?
right after all of that?
What happened next? I wrote how many fonts are we using? How many things are we using? I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget anything. Oh boy.
Before I say anything else, I need to explain where my head was at when all this started. Last year, my dad
Again.
died while we weren't on speaking terms. It shut me down and changed
But he already said this in the email. I
me
read
in
the
ways
email.
I still can't explain. I spent the better part of a year isolating myself from 98% of everyone in my life. No calls, no texts, no hangouts. I hated my existence
Is
and
this a
didn't have
copy
the energy
paste?
to pretend in front of anyone anymore. Back in February, that isolation and headspace led to a plan. That plan was going to end with
Okay, I don't like this because I know what he's going to talk about. I feel I know, and I don't like this. I don't like this at all because let's say that I'm familiar with this, and no, 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 no. You don't. You can talk about your, but I think for this, for a fucking documentary, you're about to share a personal story about how you were going to do something. Get the fuck out.
me not existing the following day. But someone stepped in that morning at work and changed the course of my life. He saw a man that was about to leave this earth and he wasn't going to let that happen. Now, I won't
And this is how you fucking act? Jesus Christ.
share his name because that's incredibly personal and he knows exactly who he is. Thank you, by the way. So when this documentary
On a YouTube video, you say thank you? Does this man needs to be on internet to have that thank you?
opportunity came along, I personally saw it as hope.
Also, this
After a
feels
few
like
calls
Star
with the
Wars.
documentary team, I trusted them. They came across
It doesn't mean that if you trust someone, everybody needs to trust this someone.
as thoughtful, compassionate people, hey Shadow, who wanted to tell a bigger story about fandoms and the people affected by them. At the time, Adam and I had been cordial for years.
This is the right word. Finally, after a bunch of stuff that you said, this is the right cordial. 4 years. That's it. Cordial. That's it.
Cordial. I knew one of the journalists had already messaged him, but she hadn't heard back. That's all I knew. So I reached out myself.
So again, you already knew that he didn't answer. And if you know Adam, if you're cordial enough, you should know that Adam answers to people, that Adam never misses something. Mostly, I believe also business emails. So
Looking back, I can absolutely see how aggressive and overwhelming that message ended up being. What I didn't know was that they had already tried contacting him multiple times before I ever sent that DM. That matters because I've never been upset.
but even just one time, if it's a big thing, if you think this is a big thing for you, and you know where Adam stands stands on to whatever, on this matter, you should know that maybe he didn't answer for a reason. And that reason is that he doesn't want to be a part of. It's really simple. It's really, really. I believe that many people who know Adam only via internet, they could have tell why he didn't answer. Trust me on that.
That Adam didn't want to do the documentary, not once. I've never said it in writing or out loud. I've never thought it anywhere. What disappointed me was his public response. That being said, within 48 hours of seeing Adam's original video about it, I started looking deeper into the project and the people connected to it. That's when I discovered they were following Johnny. Given my history with him, that immediately raised red flags, so I scheduled a call and asked a straightforward question. If I was going to trust these people with my story, was there any chance he would be involved? Instead, I was told, and this is a quote, "I find it interesting that you have such a negative and extreme reaction to Johnny
You trusted these people. Come on.
when you were involved with the Ballinger family itself." That response stunned me. She was questioning why someone who aggressively and publicly defamed me in front of millions would cause such a reaction out of me. I was asking why they would even consider letting him have any involvement in a project
Honestly, if we are talking about a documentary about everything, you should be also aware. It's not that they are saying we are going to talk about the victims. We're going to make a documentary on the victims and we're going to frame the perpetrators. We want the proofs. We want to show everyone. No, they are talking about the fandom and the toxic gossip train. Everything that goes down into the fandoms and the people that were involved. So you should have expected, maybe you were too focused on yourself that you didn't thought about the fact that maybe people that you don't like, uh maybe even Colleen herself, you don't know, were going to be contacted and they would have been able also to talk and to say their piece on that. And honestly, I'm not at all um amazed about the fact that Johnny was involved and that he said yes, for sure, I will be there. Come on, it's Johnny.
I was being asked to trust. They wouldn't confirm it. They wouldn't deny it. They told me I needed to trust the process.
Also, why are we shifting to this while you were acting as a child who was not able to reach for the candy and was like screaming on the internet that he wanted the candy, and the people who didn't give the candy were the bad people?
I confronted them and it did not go well. So on June 8th, I ended my involvement completely. I've never given them anything on record, and I haven't spoken to them since. Something else that stood out to me, they had Pamela's
Ooh.
contact information the entire time. They knew she had lived through much of this with me, yet nobody ever reached out to hear her perspective. Shocker. For a project that claimed
You should have said, thank God they didn't do that. Because maybe she would have, I don't know, talk on record and they will have something to put in the documentary, like her words or something.
to care about the human impact of these events, that felt strange. So by the late afternoon of June 8th, the trust I had with them was gone. I ended everything. It was a big confrontation, not only on the phone, but through email, back and forth, through text.
Okay, so why you were keeping up this facade with the Adam things and keeping doing this passive aggressive shit?
All of
Also, we're not addressing Gavin. We're not addressing this freaking sunflower.
them doubled down. They would not confirm or deny. They didn't like that. I got upset and raised my voice because I was panicking that they would
Your instinct, though, trust these people.
consider Johnny. They wouldn't at least say, "Yeah, man, don't
Maybe
worry.
that was
we would
not the instinct.
We would not put you through that." I thought that was a little thing to ask, but I understand now that I'm wrong. When you finally push back when someone says you're important and you say, "But okay, so I want this one thing though," and then their first thing is, "Nope, you were never important." I don't think that ask was too crazy, but what do I know? Regardless of all of that,
What do I know? This feels pretty. It feels like a flashback to gossip. It's a new. Is it going to play a ukulele? Ukulele. I don't know how to pronounce this
I know I'm not
freaking
perfect.
word.
I've been emotional.
Really?
I've said things out of frustration. But as far as this documentary
That's not an excuse to be an asshole. You should have learned it a long time ago.
Henry goes, I'm out. I've been out since the 8th. I've given them nothing on the record, and I want no part of it. And for all the parts that I played in adding to the anxiety, chaos, and anger of this whole situation, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to what? I played in adding the anxiety, chaos, and anger. I'm sorry. To who? To who? To whom? To what? This is like saying words, huh?
My intentions were good, even if the outcome wasn't.
Oh, Jesus. Let's see if I can read it from here. Okay. Before the documentary reached out to me again, my life was quiet. Again with this oversharing. I wasn't on social. Yeah, I reached my last straw. I wasn't on social media. I silenced myself, went to work, came home, and repeated the cycle. But you were protecting your freaking bubble, as you stated on the Swoop Doc. Pamela always talking about this woman that still hasn't spoke. Pamela had started posting a few small videos to this channel, hoping that to make a little extra money to help take care of our growing family of rescue kittens. Fair. You should have just said, did that. Also, I was thinking about something. I was thinking about what if he, like, after the Adam uh, words on the documentary and someone who you could have just, if you wanted to make some, if you wanted to bring some views on your channel, you should have also made a video not saying, yeah, I was the one contacting Adam or something. You should have also, you could have just said, someone contacted me and other people involved in this story, and I'm going to tell you everything about read the email, a little bit of drama, a little bit. People would have been interested. Maybe other people will react to your drama channels will react to your video. It would have been so drama free. It would be so easy. But no, you felt hurt inside. Then that email arrived at a time when I was struggling mentally and emotionally. It gave me something I hadn't felt in a long time: hope. My friend, I reached out to Adam in good again because I believed the conversation was possible. Instead, the internet did what the internet does, and no, no. Well, the documentary team did what they wanted to do because it was their documentary. I believe, in my opinion, I don't know. If someone asked me, do you want to be a part of this documentary? Instead of just oversharing in the email, I would have just thought and thought and thought about an email with multiple points where I was like, yeah, but I want to know before I give you an answer, before I talk, etc. I would like to know this. Like, can we talk about who you contacted, who would be on this documentary, the references, the, I don't know, proof that you will show, video that you will show, I don't know, everything. So instead of saying, yeah, I am sad, I am uh grieving, I which everything is worth it, everything is okay, but not in a professional setting or not with people that you don't know. It's not that hard to think. Like, if I went to an interview for a job and I would be like, yeah, but I'm feeling like this, like that, and I lost my father, and I I would be out. They wouldn't even listen to me. I don't understand. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be, but this feels so surreal. Also, on the other side, it also feels like a calling for help, like turning and kicking to everyone who's able to listen, and telling your um talking about your mental state, in order maybe to someone to do for someone to do something, to act on your behalf. But that cannot happen if you don't want to, if you don't want help. And many people told you, and I talked about Peter Monn reaching out and telling you in the video, and we saw that you saw the video because you commented it with the freaking sunflower emoji. Come on, we're talking stupid. Sorry. Anyway, love you forever, Penny. We'll get through this one too. Also, he's the one who commented on the video, outed himself. Zero accountability of anything. Like, just the internet does what internet does. Is this over? Oh yeah, sorry. Okay. I was like, what the? Okay, so another nothing burger, honestly, because we knew about 90% of what he talked about in this video. The only thing I didn't know was the fact that there was an allegation, because I believe that in Adam's video he said that someone told him, I don't know if it was Josh or whatever, but someone told him that these people who were I don't remember who was it, but still, these people who were working on this documentary were following Johnny Silvestri. So as soon as he already didn't want anything to do with this, but as soon as that voice came to his ear, he was like, no, 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 I'm not doing this shit. So yeah, it's like, it's fair. And also, I don't understand why it's so hard for people to just let other people decide for their own life and without getting upset or something. But also getting upset on a freaking documentary that first you don't know if it's going to happen and to air and to be seen by people. But second, you understood at your own expenses that these people were kind of bluffing, but also no, because it's also up to you. Well, they could have come forward to say, yeah, this is what we're going to do. These are the people involved, whatever. But also, it's up to you to ask for clarity, to ask for all the information that you should know. Mostly, if we are talking about a documentary on your ex-wife, you should you should have been more curious on this a little bit. So yeah, this was posted on the 21st of June. Now, on the 20, did I lose another video? Boy, oh boy. Okay. On the 22nd, so the day after, by the way, was already, the Gavin situation was already out. Um, zero, zero, anything. So then Gavin kind of teased with someone, I don't remember who, honestly, teased a video update. He wanted to make a video update. I believe he wasn't sure. He was, oh no, maybe he was waiting for a confirmations of something, but yet, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're almost done. We're almost done. I really wanted to finish it. It's been like 6 hours of me talking. Uh and I need to edit this. But I'm really happy with the outcome, honestly, because it was needed. It was needed. Okay. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I'm going to go 1.5 and we will see. So In this video, Gavin is going to update us. I didn't watch this video, and it's called An Update on My Situation. Both of my cats have decided to join Daddy for filming. Oh, Ash, Tobu, love you.
Decided to join Daddy for filming.
Cute.
Ash,
Oh,
Tobu, love you. So a few days ago, I did
Tobu.
upload a video where I shared a story that I had involving a really shitty situation that I was in, and I do have an update. I do have several updates and lots of things to say since then.
Also, I believe he's going to say it, but I really want to say that in the comments of each and every one of the video covering his situation, he was there, thanking everyone, thanking people for covering, being so polite, so honestly a beautiful, beautiful person. Um, saying that he was overwhelmed with all the help and all the coverage that this video got. So I am so happy for what people did to him, but also I'm so happy to see that this person is valid. Is this person is, I don't know, a good person, honestly, which is something that I will never say about anyone, honestly. But still, you take it, Gavin. You take it and you take it home, okay? That you're a good person. Don't disappoint us. Oh, what I'm doing?
I filmed that video on Thursday night, going into like Friday morning. It was very, very late for me, and it is now currently Monday. So yeah, a few things have happened since then, and I honestly, I don't even know where to begin, and I don't really want to run down the whole situation again. I will have the video linked down below where I talked about it for the first time, and yeah, TLDR is that Joshua David Evans was my YouTube manager, and if you do not know who Joshua David Evans is, you can look him up on Google, on YouTube, Instagram, Reddit, Urban Dictionary, all of the above, and it really wasn't a nice situation to be in. So yes, I have heard from Studio 71 since, but before I go into all of the updates and things, I do just want to give a massive, massive thank you to everyone who watched that video, everyone who has done a video, on my story, sharing my story, whether that was on your
I'm sorry
YouTubes
I'm
or your
late,
Instagrams or
Gavin,
anything like that. Like
but I
genuinely every
accept your
single person
thank you.
who has helped me over the last weekend, you stepped in when someone else wouldn't, and I'm speechless by that. I'm so blown away by everyone's generosity and kindness. And I did upload that video in an act of desperation. I was so desperate, and you all like
That's
seriously
okay.
pulled through
That's
and,
okay.
and pulled me out of a really dark place. So I can only like give a million thank yous. I want to give a huge thank you to Adam McIntyre, Peter Monn, Evangelina, Anna is Random, Brogan, Fats Ajak, Victoria Santana, Social Media PhD, Cloudy, Smudge, and so many more people who have spoken
Oh,
up and done a video and said something and shared different links and everything. Like I didn't even mention
see what does happen when you are a good person and when you are honest and when you are upfront and when you are just yourself on internet. And this is something that people always, always, always forget. And I'm so happy for him, honestly. He deserves it, and I'm really going to engage with his channel and watch some of his content because for what I got, I can, for what I saw in the first video and for what I'm seeing now, I really like his demeanor. I really like everything, honestly. So thank you, Gavin.
my, I think it's pronounced
Thank you.
coffee link. I
Thank
made
you.
that years and years and years ago, and I totally forgot about it. Quite honestly, it's linked in my description box, but I never in my video
Yeah,
asked or alluded
it's
to
like
anyone like
this.
helping
I
me out
do have a
financially, and I
coffee
obviously didn't
somewhere.
need to because oh my god, before I knew it, the link was everywhere. I'm blown away, and I'm pretty sure it was a mucker who found the link
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I remember because I joined the live stream. Obviously, it was late as fuck. And Adam was talking about this situation, and he went away for a minute, and there was someone linking, leaving the link in the chat and saying this is his coffee. It's certified. Like I'm sure that it's his because it was in the description box of the video. Um, and Adam went away. He took his wallet and he made a donation to Gavin too. I didn't want to say that because maybe he's going to say that. But and then other people like I believe he pinned the link comment to the live stream, and many other people went and donated. So Beautiful.
started sharing it first. And this was like hours before Adam had even mentioned anything about it. So, you know, like Adam works hard, but these muckers work harder, you know what I'm saying? And the amount of people who have said, oh, you know, mucker here, and even like Peter Monn's audience too, like, oh, Peter Monn sent me, Evangelina sent me. Peter Monn, thank you so much for your DMs, especially since you were the first person to DM me about it, honestly, which is like,
Peter
considering you're on
is
vacation, like,
treasure.
jeez, I hope you and your husband are having an amazing time, by the way. And yeah, that was like incredible. And Evangelina for offering the ad revenue on her video, which honestly, please don't, please don't send me ad revenue. You worked hard for that. I know more than anyone how hard us content creators work for our ad revenue. So please keep it. Just like sharing my story and sharing all the links and stuff has just been absolutely mind blowing. And again, like all of you who have, you know, from whatever way you found it, like from BookTube as well. Oh my gosh, like I already knew that my BookTube community was incredible, and the BookTube community I'm part of. And there are some BookTubers who I had no idea knew that I existed, and they were sharing and they were so lovely as well. So again, like thank you so much from
Beautiful.
every part of me. There was a comment on a video. I wish I took a screenshot of it. But like there have been so many lovely messages that if I taken screenshots, I wouldn't have any room left on my phone. But this person said that her husband had like come up to her and she was like sitting there and she was like donating, and like she said she couldn't really explain the full situation or anything, just that she saw someone in need and wanted to help. And I'm like, I'm a stranger, you know what I mean? Like I'm a stranger to so many of you, like beyond the BookTube community, which again, like you guys have just been, you went above and beyond. But like I'm a stranger to so many people, and you've had so much like generosity, and you've like literally stepped in where this person who I trusted myself and I wanted to help me, he refused to help me. He well, you saw the last email that I got from him, and yeah, you had no obligation to do that. You didn't have to do that, and yet you did. So thank you so much. I didn't even say
A lot
anything about
of
the link or
good
anything, but
karma,
you
a
found
lot
it, and you
of
spread
good
it, and
karma
like
around
I
here.
don't have the words honestly. I'm so grateful. I'm so utterly thankful. Like you've helped so much. Like you have no idea. And this past weekend, instead of it being me again like a little bit of anxiety after posting that video, thinking this is gonna blow up in my face, it's actually been so overwhelmingly positive and amazing. So thank you so much. I want to link the
Beautiful.
content creators down below who have spoken up about this that I've seen, and if there's any more, I will add as well. You know, I would love for my community to show them some love, and that would be amazing. And even if you're not really a commentary channel subscriber, Peter Monn has a BookTube channel, and I know you like reading, so if you would like to, you know, check out Peter Monn's BookTube channel, and I don't know how to begin repaying anyone who's spoken up and been so generous, but if I possibly can and share some of that love too, then I absolutely want to. So yeah, please do if you can send Adam and Evangelina and Peter and Fat Sajak and Brogan and just everyone, just like if you could send them love, I would really appreciate that too. And there are like some questions and things that I wanted to clear up as well, because I probably wasn't the most cohesive during that video. I was still like a little bit shell shocked after everything, so I probably didn't explain everything too well. I did get a couple of questions like how I could like how did I let myself get into that kind of financial dilemma after only missing like a couple of like months. And honestly, like this, yeah, it's just snowballed. It has just snowballed. I totally forgot to mention food and the fact that I do have two cats, and I try to look after them. I try to help my mum as well as much as I possibly can. And also a couple of months ago, I cracked my tooth, and I'm currently seeing a dentist to replace all the fillings I got when I was a kid. And I also need a crown. I'm going to get a crown, £650, also on July 1st. And I forgot to mention that too.
I
And also I recently
understand.
lost a microphone for my camera, so I had to replace that. Just the timing, honestly, the timing of everything is just like snowballed, and it's just gone a little bit crazy over here, honestly. Oh, and also, you know, I still have some self-assessment taxes to pay by the end of July too. So it's just a lot, you know, like things have just snowballed. And I feel like one of the reasons why
It
so many people are so
happens. It
lovely online
happens
and donating and all of
every
that is
time.
because I think a lot of
To me,
people
that
have been in that similar
happens every
situation
month,
where
honestly.
you often share about your finances and you don't know if you're actually going to get paid on time and if you're going to be able to cover your bills. And I think, yeah, so many of us can relate to that. So yeah, and also, oh my gosh, so many people said, oh, I wish I could help, but like I can't. Honestly, you don't have to. Like genuinely, like make sure you look after yourself first, because again,
Same,
I know how
same.
tough it is out there. It is not easy a lot of the time. My heart goes out to anyone who wanted to help, but genuinely, it's all good. Like even just even a comment and just being so lovely has helped more than you could know. So yesterday, Josh did upload a video, and it was again just addressing the documentary stuff.
Would you like the
And
video?
I honestly, I don't want anything bad to happen to Josh. I don't, and I don't think anyone who has been, you know, commenting on this whole situation wants anything bad to happen to Josh. And
Exactly.
unfortunately, like Josh has
I believe
used.
that everything that people want, honestly, it's not even just take accountability, because we understood that it's something that he cannot do. It's something, there are some people that really cannot see a little bit forward that their nose, like you can see also until here. So they will never understand. It's like wasted oxygen. And I talk about experience here, dude. Um the only thing that people want at this point is to just, if he wants to build his own, I don't know, community, his own, he wants to come back to YouTube. Many people said, do whatever you want, do whatever. Just don't, first things first, don't drag people. Um, because people will respond, mostly people that work online. So don't do that. Just don't do that. Just move on. Mostly if you know that you are in the wrong one, don't think that if people come from you for you, they're all people are wrong. Maybe just do a little bit of self-reflection. And I believe that people, the most important thing that they wanted is to, when we were talking about this, is to, for him to maybe get a little bit of help, because he shared so much about his mental health state, etc. So people, I believe they wanted for him to find peace, to be happy, to find help, to do this honestly, and also to leave people alone, such as Adam McIntyre, such as Peter Monn. You don't need to do that. You don't need to come for people. If you don't agree with others, just move on. Just because I assure you, and I said the same exact thing in the Gendan video, with bullies, with people that harass you, with whatever, with people that annoys you even. If you ignore these people, if you block them, if you mostly if they are people that you don't see, they don't live in your city or something, they will move on eventually, and you don't talk to them, you don't talk about them, nothing, you pretend that they don't exist, they will move on. And I'm pretty sure that it's pointless to talk, to make a drama video on a person that you don't speak to anymore, person that you don't hear, person that you don't have contact with anymore. So yeah, it's easy, it's easy. I don't understand why this making this so complicated.
Used his history of, feelings of wanting to, remove yourself from this world. And he's made it very apparent a few times. And I'm getting rather angry because, like, he's not the only one, genuinely. And I have also been in that exact same position. And I emailed him,
Exactly.
in the emails I showed you, I said, I need this to live. And I genuinely,
Also,
like,
you
mean it.
should
Like,
have a little bit more, if you know the struggle that you go through in that this is why I was getting so heated. Jesus Christ, I can punch someone when something like that happens. Mm, when someone is talking about their experience with the, let's say, with the suicide uh situation, it's something that, first things first, I know it's really, really personal. Everyone has their own chain of thoughts in that moment. But something that really uh, ring in my ears is that if you are so close to do that kind of step in your life, you should have so much feelings in you and so much um, understanding of your surroundings, of others' feeling, of, because in that moment, personally, I was also thinking about others. I was also thinking about others' feeling. And it's something that stays with you even after that moment. And it's something that I do agree with Gavin. Um, it's baffling. It's crazy that a person who, and again, I really want to say that I value those those things. I value people coming forward and sharing those things. But I would really, really be more than happy for him to just come, not in Gavin's email though, to come and say, yeah, I was messing with everybody. I was using this as an excuse to just gain something. Everything was a joke for me, except maybe my mental health, my mental state, and everything I went through. It would be really, just come forward, just be honest, just be, for once, just be. I'm not saying that people will forget or forgive. I'm pretty sure they won't anymore. You already had your chance, you wasted it. But at least you will clean yourself, you will clean your name even for the future.
he saw that and he had no sympathy. He had no emotion in that last email he sent. He did
Exactly.
not care. All I wanted was a little bit of humanity and some kind of sympathy, I guess. When I sent
He
him
wants
all
sympathy
of
for
the,
himself,
the, the
but
really honest
he
email I sent about my finances,
doesn't
which
have
was
it
like
for
one of the
others.
hardest things I've had to do, was be honest. And another hard thing was to film me admit it out loud. I'm a Taurus, so I'm stubborn and proud, and I never ask for help. I hate asking for help. I hate putting people into positions
Who
where they have
can
to say no.
see?
It got to the point
He
where I was
doesn't seem
again
a
on my hands and knees
Taurus.
begging by that point. There was no way out. There was genuinely, I saw no way out, and doing that video was the only thing that I could think of. And I scared a lot of people when I did that video too, and I apologize for that. But yeah, going back to my point is that nobody wants anything bad to happen to Josh. Genuinely, nobody wants. But I'm saying, like, not
Yeah.
just comments on my video, but comments on other people's videos that are like talking about the story. Oh, so you just want Josh to off himself, and that is devastating because I think it's proving what a lot of people are saying right now, and that is that there is a weaponization of mental health, and
Yes.
nobody should ever be excused for their behavior when they say to you, "Oh, I'm on the edge, and I will do this thing if you continue to
Exactly.
hold me accountable for my actions." It's really, really unfair. And I said to Josh in an email that he replied to callously and cruelly, I said to him, I need this to live, and he didn't respond. He didn't respond to that. He
Yeah.
completely ignored my plea for help, and I had to turn elsewhere
Why should
for
I
help.
have sympathy for you
So
then?
those comments and stuff,
Damn
like,
it.
it's so unfair. It is so unfair. And again, like, none of us want anything bad to happen to Josh, including myself, genuinely. But I just wanted answers. I just wanted some help, and he refused
Yeah.
that to me. He refused to give me help. He took everything I said, which was, in my opinion, very patient, very polite, and he must have took that as an assault. Those responses that I got, I feel like they were directed more at Adam than they were to me. He had tunnel vision during the entire exchanges that we had. Oh, and I nearly forgot as well to mention that a few people have been annoyed about the whole like straight man persona thing, and they think that like myself or like Peter or Adam or anyone who has said, you know, like disgusted that because it is, you know, telling a gay man to act straight. And Josh's idea was, you know, connected to the whole like straight man part of a comedy duo. I do agree with Adam, I agree with Peter, and anyone who has said about the implications of that, because trying to tell a gay flamboyant man that they should be the straight guy in the comedy duo sense is still something that is repressive and is completely against me as a person in personality. So many like flamboyant gay men have grown up being ashamed of it because we have been told.
Honestly, knowing that he often dresses up, he said, as a nun, as a Sharpei. So you know what kind of things he does for his channel, what kind of things he enjoys. So why are you proposing this kind of shit who are also not in line with his taste? Like he talked about Sister Act, he talked about High School Musical, he talked about musicals in general, but musical with a certain I don't know, uh a certain not masculinity, too much masculinity in it, you know. Even Troy, even I'm talking about High School Musical, all the um men in High School Musical, they were more uh, I remember, what was his name, Corbin, I remember, I don't remember his name. But he was so, they were so positive in taking down the toxic masculinity that was built around them. Um, like the dance with the basket, like, no, you need to be that, but I want to do this other thing. It was all around that his father wanted Troy to be a basketball player, but he wanted to be an actor and singer and work in theater or something. So it's just being tone deaf for the sake of being tone deaf. And I believe, honestly, at this point, I've saw so many content creators, so many people do this kind of things, and at this point I can confidently say, in my opinion, that these people do this kind of shit not knowing. Like, it's so rooted in themselves, like thinking that maybe you should change yourself for they maybe can also think this is for the good, like you will reach some good things out of it, but they are so uh, homophobic rooted inside that they do not see it. It's like the racism that each one of us has because of how we grew up, and the more you go on, the more you understand it, the more you try to correct those behaviors, because they were like something instilled in you, let's say. So I don't want to say, oh, he wasn't aware of that. No. Also, because it's not the first time people talk about that. But I believe this is something so that stays so deep inside of him that maybe he was not fully aware. I hope right now he is, honestly. It's time.
Told that we should, you know, calm down or we should stop being that way. And, you know, I was bullied a lot when I was a kid. I was in the closet for a very long time. So even just that suggestion that I should not be who I am
Yeah.
is incredibly like tough to
Bullshit.
hear. I don't want to hide who I am, and I use my channel to not hide who I am, to be myself. And so I do want to defend the people
Good.
who are being criticized for taking it the wrong way. Just don't say that to gay people. Don't say that to people who have had to hide their identity for as long as
Don't
they
say
have
to
at any point in their
anyone
lives. The
to
straight man
change
suggestion, it
themselves.
missed the mark
Mind your
on
fucking
all
business.
levels. So please do give anyone who's reacted to that in their own way some grace, because if you haven't grown up gay or different, then I don't think you realize the impact that kind of suggestion has on
Yeah.
us. So yeah, please do keep that in mind. And as of right now, I still haven't had an apology or anything from Josh. Studio 71 have reached out, and that's what I'm going to talk about in my update. But yes, Josh uploaded a video yesterday, and I told you in my original video that I felt sidelined as a client, and there's more proof in that video that he did that. So my optimization report. The original meeting for that was supposed to be Friday the 15th of May, and it was all set in stone, and I was very, very excited for it to happen. And then I did get an email off Josh saying, oh, sorry, this merger has become a little bit more than I expected, and so like it's really busy over here, gonna have to reschedule, sorry. Reschedule it to Monday. And then, yeah, Josh uploaded this video yesterday, and the email that he sent the documentary people was, the email was dated the 14th of May, Thursday the 14th of May. I'll be awake for a while tonight, and I'm available anytime Friday as well if you'd like to set up a call. You had a meeting with me on that Friday, but I guess you're free anytime. So again, most of my frustrations comes from the fact that Josh was not doing his job. He was not doing his job. It wasn't a personal thing.
Not even smart enough to cover the traces. Just
None of the things I said about him were personal in my original video, and they still continue to not be personal in this video. But like, this is more proof that he was not doing his job. He was completely sidelining me as a client. I don't know about his other clients. Maybe it's the exact same thing to them too. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I was way more upset and shell-shocked on Friday when I originally, Thursday night, Friday night, when I originally, you know, filmed the first video. And now I'm rather pissed. I'm rather upset that this is the way that he, you know, behaves in a professional manner. I'm available anytime Friday. It's like I didn't matter. I didn't matter to him. As a client, I didn't matter. My video went out on Friday. It was like 3 a.m. for me or something. Couldn't sleep. I tried so hard and I could not sleep. And I ended up getting an email from Studio 71 on that Friday night about maybe like 19 hours after the video went up. And I wanted to update you sooner because I was just feeling so guilty seeing all of this beautiful kindness and generosity being sent my way. And I couldn't say thank you to every single person. And like, I just wanted to say, like, do this video and just like update you and say thank you. So yes, on the 19th of June, it was nearly 10 p.m. my time. So yeah, my video would have been up for like, what, like 19 hours or something. Hey Gavin, first and foremost, we want to sincerely apologize for the situation. More importantly, we want to make sure you're aware that you will receive 100% of the revenue generated from your channel. In addition, we will be refunding our 10% commission back to you as well. I know so many people wanted to know if I was going to get my money back, and yes, I will be getting all of my money from May and June, and they are going to refund me the 10% they've taken from April as well. You'll also receive 2 more payments from us, one on July 1st, and the final payment will be made on August 3rd, as the first of the month falls on a weekend. So yeah, my main money will come in July 1st, hopefully, and then yeah, my June, what they've taken from June, will come in on August 3rd. So that's such a relief. That is such a relief. I know so many people wanted to know, and yes, I will be getting that back. What you experience is not something we take lightly, nor is it representative of the standard we strive to uphold for our creators and partners. As a gesture of good faith, we have already released the channel, recognizing that our partnership had only recently begun. Before I continue this section of the email, yes, 2 hours after I uploaded my video, I was completely released from the contract. Yeah, 2 hours after I uploaded my video. And I did post an update in the comments of my video, but maybe not everyone saw that. But yeah, 2 hours. Josh told me in the original email it would take a week to get in front of the right people, for people to approve it. But then I uploaded my video, and then 2 hours. It just took 2 hours. And honestly, I can't tell you, again, it was the scariest thing uploading that video. But if I hadn't, and I know, like, a lot of people question why I did that, because of
mostly
the
if it's an emergency. If people are talking about that,
and it worked.
just a
it
call.
worked. Being able to use my voice worked. And seeing the incredible support from everyone as well, I think really showed Studio 71 that, oh, this is something we immediately need to do.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people send messages, not just to me, but like sending them to like Studio 71 and Josh as well, hoping for some kind of closure from this, hoping that my desperate pleas for help will be heard. So yes, my video went up and I got released. So it worked. And I can only imagine, like right now, if Adam hadn't said anything about the documentary, I would still be in that contract right now. My financial situation right now would have been still absolutely garbage. And again, I cannot thank Adam enough for that. Genuinely. Oh my god, I'm watching the replay of the live show when he was like, I'm donating £1,000. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Honestly, Adam, Muckers, I owe you everything. I really do. I will never stop saying thank you. So then, the only thing we would request is that you consider removing or sending the video to private. While we understand your frustrations and respect your right to share your experience, the video doesn't just reflect on your manager, it impacts the broader organization and the many dedicated people who work hard every day to support our creators. We don't believe it fully represents the values, intentions, or efforts of the team as a whole. I'll not say what I think about that just yet. Again, we sincerely apologize for what occurred, and we appreciate you taking the time to hear us out. If you're open to it, we'd be happy to speak to you directly to discuss everything further. We completely understand if you prefer not to, but the offer stands. If you need anything in the meantime, please don't hesitate to reach out best. So yeah, 19 hours after the video went live, it would have been absolutely useless me taking that video down. It really would have. And they were just asking. Like, would you consider? So it wasn't a demand or anything like that. I tried to send a reply 12 minutes after that, and my email bounced. It said delivery status notification failed, or something like that. And then I tried again, and it bounced again. And I was like, wait, what's going on? Like, why can't I email them back? And this was again on Friday night, and I sent them an Instagram DM, I sent them a Twitter DM on the Friday night, and I heard nothing until just about like maybe half an hour ago now. I've received another response. Obviously, it was the weekend, so they would have been off, but I was still so confused of why my emails were bouncing. I do have a little bit of a theory of that. I don't really want to vocalize it because it might not be true, so I don't want to like stir the pot or say anything in their response.
Well, an email usually bounces when the folder of the emails is full. And honestly, I believe that that can happen because knowing the coverage, knowing how people work when they come together, maybe they started reaching out via email to Studio 71 and they had the folder so full that nothing could have come through.
I'll just quickly say in their response, which I will read out soon as well. they did say they had no idea why that was happening, why my emails were bouncing. So they're also a little bit confused by it. But yeah, again, I do have a theory, but I don't want to stir the pot. So the email I did try and send them makes me happy to get a response and to actually be heard. I
The
appreciate more than you know. The email
speculations, huh?
correspondences with
On
Joshua were
my part.
awful. Poured my heart out to him about my situation, and his emails were ignorant and cruel. Can you let me know what is happening there? I don't know if you watched my entire video, but I broke down crying over sharing something so vulnerable with him, just for him to send me that last email. I reached out to Studio 71 yesterday using the contact form on the portal, only to hear nothing but a blatant remark from Joshua that made it sound like I'm the problem. Begged him to be transparent and quicker to answer my anxious emails. He said he was blocking me on Instagram for being too involved in his personal life, despite every single email he was giving me was about his personal life and about his beef with Adam. Yeah, all the while he emailed me nonstop about his personal life, I'll ignore my valid concerns as a client. Can you let me know if any steps are being taken here? Are there any measures in place to stop him from doing it to other clients? I really would like to know what the values, intentions, and efforts of Studio 71 are, where one of your managers, Joshua, has been cruel and malicious to one of his clients. I'll be
Good
open to
for
considering taking my
you.
video down once this entire matter is settled. I've been given my final payment, and we can part ways on hopefully better terms. Can't stress enough, though, how much I'm thankful for the offer of goodwill with my revenue. If you saw me break down crying in the video, then you know how much this means to me. Have a great day, Gavin. So yes, I was not going to take that video down unless I'd had confirmation that they are genuinely taking steps to rectify the behavior
Good
of
for
one of their
you.
representatives, really, one of their managers. Yeah, I tried to email
Until
them
they
twice,
pay,
like 12 minutes after that
they
email came
don't
through, and it just
pay,
kept getting rejected. I was like, is my email blocked?
just keep it up.
Is my email blocked? I did send them an email on my personal email, and that's what I think went through. But my business email, the one that I was using for my correspondences with Josh as well, it wasn't working. It wasn't working. And I just find that so suspicious. I find that weird. And then about half an
Mm.
hour after that email from Studio
So
71,
the other
Josh
one
sends
went
me an email.
through.
The offices are closed today due to Juneteenth. Your trial will be officially offboarded Monday morning, and you will receive an email notification confirming as well. Everything flips back over to you completely. Nothing is kept over. Your payments will continue until all funds have been released as soon as the system finishes processing what was left under your contract. Nothing as far as memberships or anything like that will be in danger. Literally everything will immediately switch back to you. I'm like, where have you been? Where have you been? Half an hour ago, I got confirmation from
Good
Studio 71
morning.
Creative Services that I'm going to be getting everything back. Everything.
Hello?
And I have already been off. I got offboarded like 17 hours before that email from Studio 71. Where have you been? Have you been sent home? Had they not been, talking to you about this entire situation on Friday last week? Like, this email is redundant at this point. And again, like, the last email I sent was about how speechless I was from his ignorant email back to me, how speechless I was, and how, like, it was, like, heartbreaking to read that. And I asked him, are you going to address my financial situations? I guess this is how he addresses it. A whole day later, after sending that plea for help to Joshua, and him sending that callous email back, a whole day later, he sends me this. Again, like, completely ignoring the fact that I said I needed that money to live. And here he is, uploading videos on YouTube, saying how much he has been in such a bad state over the years, all of these really personal issues and things, like
Doesn't
it's an
care.
excuse.
It's obvious.
My heart, I'm a Cancer moon and Cancer rising, so I'm double emotional, despite being a Taurus. So, like, my heart does absolutely break for him. It does. And I said even in my original emails, I hope you're okay, Joshua. I hope you're
Yeah,
okay.
so you were Cancer
And yet,
though.
still, I got another email that completely disregards everything I said to him. He does not care. He did not
Nope.
give a shit about whether
Nope.
I had enough money to live. He didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, this sounds to me like he was working from home. He wasn't in contact with everyone else at Studio 71 who'd already offboarded me, who already confirmed I was getting my money back. I just find it so weird though that I finally get a response from Studio 71 and then half an hour later Josh gives me an email. Honestly, I just find the whole thing bizarre. And also, like, my emails being blocked. So yeah, I spent the entire weekend wondering that, well, they're not saying my message, they're not saying my response about this whole thing. Like, will they actually say it? Will they change their mind because I haven't responded to them saying, oh, they'll give me everything back? I was DMing, I was Instagram DMing, Twitter DMing. I even DM'd Fixated, who have taken them over. I even used that portal form again. However, I do have a proper response. Might be the last response that I get from Studio 71. Thank you for your note. We're not sure why the emails weren't going through, but we're glad we were able to connect. And this is to my personal email as well. Like, I can get their emails, but I just can't send them emails. So we're very sorry for the stress and hit the situation has caused you. To clarify on payments, there are no additional steps required on your end. The remaining payments will be issued by Google in the normal course, and once those are processed, you will be paid on the dates provided. It is mentioned we will also be reimbursing our 10% commission on your upcoming July 1st statement. I also want to reiterate that this is not how we as a company represent ourselves or how we expect our clients to be treated. With respect to your manager, while we're limited in what we can share regarding internal personnel matters, please know we are taking the situation seriously and are actively addressing it internally. We are also taking steps to ensure no other client has a similar experience. And that is so relieving to hear. Because yeah, I don't know if any other people have said anything. I don't know other clients' situations. Am I the only one who Josh has cast aside for whatever's been happening this last month? It is nice to know that Studio 71 are taking this very, very seriously. And again, I don't wish ill on Josh. I don't want him to like lose his job or anything. But like, there's so many things I do kind of want. Like, an apology for one would be a lovely,
If you
an
put
actual acknowledgement.
people through tough times, I believe that you need to go through tough times. It's eye for eye, tit for tit. I believe in karma. If you spread bad karma will come to you. It's not wishing of people harm or something. It's just like in this case where he was not doing his job, he was taking your money, he was planning to take your money, he was not helping, he was not being there, he was not studying your YouTube channel properly, he was giving you cheap feedback, honestly. um he should be fired. That's it. My opinion. That's it.
of all of my issues and concerns would be lovely. I really would love for Josh to apologize to Adam and his community and Peter and the commentary channels as well, who have been, speaking up against his bad behavior recently. He's treated so many people like shit. He really has. And it would just be so lovely for us to be able to move on by him taking some accountability
Exactly. This
for
is
all of
what
that.
I
Nobody can
was
ever say that
talking
Adam is a bad
about.
person or the muckers
What the
or
hell?
terrible people either. Look at what's just happened. Look at all of this that's just happened.
Oh, sorry. My thing for the mosquito kind of came off and did a freaking sound.
So many communities
Totally
did come
normal.
together, absolutely. Peter Monn's community, Evangelina's, Fats Ajax, like so many people, the BookTube community came together. And it was, again, like, I blown away. I'm hoping they look at the amazing generosity that you've all shown as an example of how good you all are. You've all changed my life. Seriously, you've all changed my life. And I thank you so much. And again, you stepped in when Joshua didn't. Please do not let anyone ever tell you that you're a bad person. You're really not. Yeah, so we'd be happy to set up a call as well if that would be helpful. Again, we're very sorry that you've had to deal with this at all. And we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to respond directly. So again, like, it sounds like there's not going to be any legal issues, which is great. Because again, that was something I was very concerned and worried about. But it does look like Studio 71 are prioritizing my well-being and the experience that I just had, and they are taking it seriously. So I did reply. Again, like, it bounced though, so I sent an email on my personal email. Hopefully that went through. That one also says that it's got a delivery failure notification, but they got my last one that way, so maybe it did go through. I don't know. So I responded, "Hi, thank you for letting me know, and I'm hoping this email goes through okay. Everything you said regarding my payments has really alleviated a lot of stress, and I'm so grateful for the decision. I appreciate the clarity. I'm sure a lot of people who sympathize with my situation online will be relieved to know, so I hope it's okay that I share the update and let them know I'm going to be receiving my May and June payments and reimbursed for April. I think it would mean a lot for them to hear that, and no Studio 71 are actively helping me. I really am grateful. I don't want anything bad to happen to my manager, despite everything that happened and his conduct in those emails, especially the last one he sent me. I'm sure he won't reach out and apologize, but I'm feeling reassured that Studio 71 are taking this seriously, and I'm hopeful that this will be the last time something like this happens. I appreciate the offer for a call, but I'm unsure if there's anything more I can say, but let you know if I change my mind." So yeah, I haven't had a response to that, and I do want this to be the last time I have to do a video. I want to do this one for many reasons, to reassure all of you that Studio 71 have reached out and they are going to give me my money back, and they are reimbursing me for April as well. They are apparently taking the right steps to help as well. No idea what's happening with Josh. I imagine there will be some words. I imagine there will be some meetings. So hopefully this means that this will never happen to a client again. And if there is anyone out there who wants to talk to me about it and you're feeling a little bit scared to, feel free to reach out, honestly. So I do thank you all for subscribing, for one. But honestly, no worries if my content ends up not being for you. I do not take any offense whatsoever. I just appreciate that you've given me a chance, and hopefully I can make it worth your while. But honestly, if not, that's absolutely okay too. I will never, ever stop being grateful to every single person who sent any amount through Ko-fi. Genuinely, I will thank you till high heavens. You have got me out of such a rough patch, and I will always, always remember that. Always. I am hoping that I can repay you all for your kindness, and just, you've restored my faith. You really did. Like, my self-esteem after the emails with Josh was at an all-time low. It was an
To
all-time low.
restore
And
the
just
faith
seeing
in
the
everyone, honestly,
incredible
at this
messages and
point.
the donations and the support and the videos and everything. Oh my God. My self-esteem, it's returning. It is returning. And I do feel so much better. I
So
really do.
happy for that.
I don't know what else to do to say thank you. And I hope that I can just show my gratitude every single day from now on. I should hopefully be returning to, regularly scheduled videos about books. So yeah, please do stick around for that if you want to. But yeah, sending you all so much freaking love. You have no idea.
This is when I say that this person gives me hope, is because he gives me hope. So yeah. So this was his last video, but there's an update, honestly, and it's a little bit jarring, as we all expect to. But yeah, this video, wait, I'm going to, okay, like this. Okay. So he posted this on Instagram, and I love the Spanish thing here. So yeah, let's read it together. I didn't read this. I just came through it and I was like, dude. Had I received a private apology with acknowledgement of everything I mailed him, but then I wouldn't have an issue. Instead, he has uploaded a video that frames himself as a victim of internet cancellation and drama. Textbook. That he had good intention with his involvement in the documentary. Absolutely, nobody gives a shit about it anymore. Says he lashed out at me as his client because he was feeling things and he's sorry for it. Says he didn't set out to hurt anyone despite admitting to purposefully goading people online, that some people aren't looking for truth, quote unquote, and it's a losing game anyway. And he was just a kid who loved making videos and more. This video, I still didn't watch it. And honestly, at this point, I'm really, maybe it's this one. Yes, I believe it's this one. We're going to watch it as the last thing here. Dulcis in fundo, in fondo. The sweet at the end, the dessert. Let's see. So yeah, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate that I got 3 slides on in his PowerPoint presentation. Oh, we're in for a treat. I didn't watch the last video too. Presentation, I feel like he maybe does mean it when he apologized despite throwing a subtle dig. Yeah, this is something that really fucks with my head. When someone is saying, yeah, I'm sorry that I did this when you did that, and that, it kind of it's kind of, yeah, I'm apologizing, but just a reminder for you, you did this to me, huh? But I'm apologizing. I'm being the biggest man here. But but okay. Perfect. In the process, because he can just apologize to me without making it about someone else. Truth. Preach. But there is no context. He doesn't say who I am. He has thrown my name out there for his YouTube audience amongst a narrative that he has essentially been bullied off the internet. Quote unquote, you've gotten rid of me. I accept that. Thank God you weren't doing your job. Now, how can I accept an apology that is drowned out by a by a presentation that will lead his audience who don't know me on a pity party parade that will go, oh, Josh, don't let the bullies win. You didn't deserve this. The internet is so cruel. Listen, if his audience is this dumb, we don't need it, honestly. People will be there to remind his audience about everything, about everything that happened. And so, yeah. Now, before the video, and I believe this is also, yeah. Yes, he basically under this video, he wrote, I'm going to show you because, dude, I'm over this. He wrote this poem. It's not even a poem, it's just a book, honestly. And I really don't understand why you need to write this much to say something this simple. But again, this is an answer to the question itself. This was also posted on the community tab, which I love this because first time I saw this, I was like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? So yeah, I was like, dude, get off, get off. So we're going to first watch the video and then read the post because we do things in order here. Kinda. Last video, please enjoy it. We are almost done. The audio. Oh damn! This is all like this. Oh my god! This is a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. I need to drink first. Wait. Sa, provas. Sorry. I feel a little bit silly now. I spent years of my life making videos, not because of some grand plan, but because I saw a VHS camera, a VHS camera, a VHS camera as a kid and was captivated. I created things every chance I got. Videos for school projects. Noemi, come on. Video for school projects, corny lip syncs, skits with my friends, silly horror spoof. Can we say oversharing already? Can we say PT party already? Good. The music gave me the chill, damn it. When I discovered YouTube back in 2008, it felt like I had finally found my place in the world. Over time, that became my identity, whether I fully understood it then or not. And honestly, if you saw uh, the documentary, Swoop documentary, he kind of talks about this because, sorry, it's 2 a.m. Come on. He kind of leans into this while talking about how you met Colleen, etc. A little bit. So yeah, what you've what the beat was kind of taken in. What you've seen of me has shifted over the years, often being filtered again through clips, commentary, and interpretation. I've always known my perspective and what was actually happening, but that hasn't always been the version that made it out. Listen, if you make skits, if you make clips, whatever, interpretation, whatever, um, people can tell two things apart, like when you are honest and when you're supposed to be honest, and when you are just making like a funny video or whatever, acted video. So I really don't understand this concept, but maybe he felt this way. He feels kind of trapped in this persona that he created. Listen, what can I say? Recently, I was in early talks about participate. Oh, Jesus Christ! Can we skip this? I already know everything. I honestly, it's like I am going to be a part of this freaking documentary at this point. Yeah, I know I'm making this video, so I cannot complain. That's okay. I need to. It's everything. It's the. It's that I'm tired. It's this video. Is this story? Everything, because it's the same thing over and over, same soup always. This freaking documentary, so I reached out to Adam and good faith, received no response, which was totally fine. Not. It all changed and caught me completely off guard to see him talk about it so publicly, because I cannot handle other people talk about me without revealing my name. And so I kind of exploded out of nothing. Um, we were still in early off record conversations, just exploring ideas, nothing set. Exactly. You get upset over nothing. Watching something that small be framed so confidently for thousands and thousands of people was unsettling, and you took it so personally, dude. It's not even your documentary. But what the fuck? Sorry, I reacted from a place of confusion and hurt. That's your problem. That's a you problem. It makes me so sleepy. Okay. I let my fear take over, and I said and posted things I shouldn't have. I went too far. I was rude, especially to Gavin. But you did it for fun, though. What is the truth? What was the reason? My dog is snoring. Jesus Christ. You could. That's okay. That's okay. But you couldn't even put your face into that. You couldn't even just into this PowerPoint presentation. You couldn't just insert a little clip saying, "Gavin, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry," and then go back to the presentation. Is that so? But still, it's something. It's something. Okay. But I spoke to you out of anger and panic instead of it didn't felt like anger, panic, honestly. It felt like rage, um, and jealousy. Instead of remaining professional, my work life and my private life collided, and I didn't handle it well. You didn't deserve that. What I said wasn't true, and I should have never said it. I believe what? everything? Good. I believe in you. I believed in you from the start and still do. If anyone should benefit from this entire chaotic situation, it's the one person whose work actually brings something positive in this world. That's you. This feels like something aimed also to Adam and drama channels, but I will agree on this line of thoughts because it's actually true. He's the one, like Gavin is the one that after all this mess, because drama channels will continue to exist, will continue to talk about other stuff, will move on. Adam will move on. I hope he will be okay. I hope. Gavin is the one that was really, really, really affected by this, and so yeah, I do agree with that. Good, good. Was you could have said it the second paragraph. You could have said it in another way, but okay. Sorry. To the people, I'm losing my mind. To the people I worked with, thank you. You believed in me and gave me an opportunity. So this is why this is coming out now. I should have saw it coming. He was fired? Was he fired? You believe in me and gave me an opportunity. I'm genuinely grateful for. Are you? In a word, after being a YouTube creator, it felt my options were limited. It was all I had known for so long, and I didn't know what else I could realistically do. When the opportunity came to work in a creator management, it felt like the most natural step. Next step, I thought maybe I could be good at it too. You could have. You could have. You maybe. Oh, honestly, opinion. Maybe you were, but maybe right now, like everything came all together and you were upset for the documentary shit. You were upset with why we don't know with Adam. Maybe also, oh, right now I'm thinking about maybe you were also upset with Adam because he was confidently able to, first things first, not answer to such a great opportunity that you thought was a great opportunity, and second thing second, to last but not least answer to these people and say confidently no. And maybe you, just speculation, my opinion, you were upset that he was in a position, money wise, confidence wise, life wise, I don't know. He was in a position to be able to say no to such an apparently great opportunity that for you was so big that you couldn't even fathom the fact to let it go without even giving a try, and then you discovered that it was actually fuckery, honestly. But maybe this is why, I don't know. You make me think. Good. This gives me like Animal Crossing's vibe. Looking back, I now see the documentary and being a YouTube manager very differently. You do. Oh, amazing. Well, we always learn until our last day on this planet. We always learn. I believed I had no choice but to stay connected to this world, like I had to walk away from being a creator but still carry the weight of it with me, simply because I couldn't imagine my life existing without it. I tried to make it work, it clearly didn't. I believe this is something that happens with other creators too. Mostly creators that had kind of a success back in those days, like 2016, 2018, but then they cannot move on. They're so stuck with it. I don't know. This needs to be studied, by the way. For those wondering, yes, I understood it already. I no longer work for Studio 71 anymore. Losing my job was painful, but it gave me something I didn't expect. Perspective. I hope it gave you a lesson, honestly. It gave you perspective of what. I realized I don't have to keep finding new ways to work within this online space. I am not bound to it because of my past, even though I generally believed it was a world that would always define me. So complicated these phrases. Because of that, I don't want to keep trying. Maybe it's because 2 a.m. Probably not me. Because of that, I don't want to keep trying to be understood and valued in it anymore. Why you need? This is something that always fascinated me. Like there are people who have talents. There are people who have ideas, but they are so focused. This happens to me a lot, honestly. But then when I finally decided to jump after watching many videos for years of people talking about things and me having a bunch of opinions that I really wanted to say, and I was so afraid to come and talk openly and say, yeah, no, I think this and that about this situation. I don't understand. And honestly, I don't want to say you don't need to value people, you don't need to value opinions. No, because I do value opinions, I do value comments, what people think, what people are, uh, their different views on something. I really value that. But also, you don't need to have the opinions and people valuing you and understanding you to be a creator. You can just do whatever the fuck you want, honestly. If something makes you happy, and I don't say it just to say a phrase like something from a movie or something. If you really like doing something, just do it. Just don't worry about the outcome. As long as it doesn't hurt others, as long as it's not detrimental for others, for people, things, yourself, just do it, dude. Just do it. I don't know what type of content you made. Probably something comedy wise. I don't know. Just do it. Whatever. You will find your niche. You will find your people. Everybody finds their people. Come on. When I look back, I don't see someone who set out to hurt people. I see someone who tried, someone who cared. These two things don't go hand in hand, by the way. Someone who cares, someone who created from his art and sometimes got it wrong. These things can both be true at the same time. You can do all these things and still hurt people, by the way. Honestly, a lot of my life became about trying to explain myself in different ways, hoping that if I just said it right this time, I'd finally be seen correctly. You were seen correctly. When you talked with Swoop, when you were my dog is going crazy. When you finally opened it up, people were listening. People were waiting for that episode because you didn't spoke. You were not online anymore. People were there for you. They were waiting. They wanted you to talk, they wanted to listen, they wanted to understand not only the behind the scenes, because at that point, personally, I didn't even thought about Colleen. I only thought about I really want to know this because of everything that went on with Johnny, etc. I really wanted to know your side of everything. I really wanted to learn if you were able to take accountability, if you and people were there for you, people were rooting for you. um so you had it all, you had it all again. You had another chance. Maybe you didn't want to come back, honestly. Maybe you were too afraid, maybe. But these are all things that you can work out in therapy, I believe. um these are all things that if they are within yourself, you should bring it to not to YouTube. Maybe you can talk on YouTube, but you can also talk, you should mostly talk with a professional because I think there are many things to work on. Nothing that can be resolved, honestly, but still. Some people are looking for, oh, damn it. First, they lay down yeah, I really wanted to. And then they raise their head. Yeah, but if I did that, people wouldn't believe me. People don't want to believe people. People just want to slander. So, yeah. They're not looking for context. They're not looking for you at all. Why should what? They're anxiously waiting to see what parasocial. Also, this thing to put parasocial everywhere, like it's pepper. I don't know. A parasocial moment they can cling to next. Parasocial to whom? To you? Who to be mad at? Who to expose? Who to root for? But it's not people first. It's drama channels. It's literally their job. This is a job that always existed, by the way. Before it was on newspaper and whatever. Now it's on YouTube and also on TikTok, by the way. Every channel feeds off of each other. If some shit happens, we are here to talk about that. And in this case, you made the shit happen. You shot everywhere. Um, and in that space, trying to be seen is already a losing game because the intention was never to see you in the first place. We saw your actions, point blank period. Also, the fact they don't see you. What do I need to see? All the trauma dumping that you did on us, all the oversharing that you did on us, dude. You acted like a child of 2 years and at the kindergarten. Just take it. It's that. We don't need to see you and your trauma to understand that you acted like a dumbass. Honestly, it is time. It is time to rip off the final band-aid. I'm okay with letting go. What? I gave it all I could. And I'm proud that I tried so hard for so long. Another Linkin Park song. Enough, no, I mean. At the in the end, it doesn't even matter. Is he listing all Linkin Park songs? At the end of the day, I was just a kid who loved making videos. Who told you to not do that? Damn it. Who was in love with love. I tried a lot, which is okay. I tried a lot. I learned a lot. I failed a lot too. I spent years hoping that if I just explain again, I'd finally be understood. But I don't think that's the point here. No, it's not the point. It's not the point at all. This is a you problem again. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you felt it way. But get help, Jesus. Sorry. I'm just grateful. I get mad when people don't understand the fuck. I'm just grateful I got to make things, grateful I got to share them, grateful for the good, the bad, the confusing, all of it. Okay. Thanks for being on the ride with me. When you're given the chance to choose a better way, try to choose it every time and don't forgive yourself when you don't. Don't forgive yourself when you don't. That's the goal. Get back up, do better, try again. Learn something and then maybe try again. God damn it. Look inside of you. Forever. I now understood that all caps word. Forever and always be nice to people, be nice to yourself, and au revoir, I believe. Mm, dude, I don't know what to tell you anymore. I said everything, all the words that needed to be said, honestly. It's like the cherry on top, honestly. Like the person that did you wrong so much, and then at the end it looks at you and say, "But I love you." I wish you didn't, honestly. Don't give advice if you are not. This is oh no, we don't want to restart this. Okay, perfect. There's a post under, but honestly, I'm going to read it tomorrow. It's already 2 hours and 20 minutes that I'm making this. So yes, I'm going to read it tomorrow. My thoughts are the same. The same. I already said all the thoughts that I wanted to say, and you will see me in a second. Honestly, I will see you in at least 8 to 9 hours. Yeah. Okay. So let's get back to where we left. Um, but I wanted to add something because, as I said, at a certain point, I didn't know this here. I'm going to show you this. What was like, because since Joshua David Evans changed the covers and the titles so many times, I didn't know where to place this cover in which video. And then I found this beautiful, which would be really helpful, but I made my own. So thank you. I found this post here on Reddit, and it's a full timeline with videos, etc. The dedication, girl. Um, and basically the just trying to explain my experience. So the video that we saw before the last one, his last goodbye, it was before it was titled which is behind the scenes of the Miranda Sings documentary. And then for the PD party committee shenanigans, he changed the title with just trying to share my experience. Also, the cover was the before was this one, and then became like his face. So I just wanted to share this honestly because I think it's really, really important. And then after everything, basically we approached the last the last video, which is this one, where he re-explained. Glad I wasn't the only one to understand that. Josh posts a long rant in his community tab, doubling down, blah, 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 which is the same. I'm going to see if it's still on. Probably not, since I'm pretty sure it's. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But I believe, yeah, it's the same thing that I saw in the picture and I saw in the uh he copy and dude, the dedication. He copy and pasted here, by the way. Where is it? Okay. It's crazy. We are going to read it. And so basically, yeah, this is the last video, the last action, honestly, because there's the last post. And then, as I said, because I showed you at a certain point, I showed you the screenshot of someone of Joshua David Evans' channel. So there were just like two videos, like the experience one and the first video that where he talks about the whole situation with Adam. But then he unprivates his video and he changes it again and changes. It didn't have to be this way to the video where Joshua David for the YouTube CEO, maybe I don't know. Uh, it's this is something. This is really really something. And so yeah, we're going to read this post. Will I read it here or here? I need to close some tabs. Damn it. Yeah, let's read it. It's basically a book. So yeah, it's the last straw. Oh, by the way, if you made it this far, damn it, this mic. If you made it this far, please give yourself a round of applause. Most of all, subscribe to my damn channel because yeah, because why not? And also because you will see the full animation when it's done. I cannot wait. You will say I'm here just for the drama. Yeah, I know, but I want to give you more artsy fartsy shenanigans. Okay, so let's read this. I'm ready, steady, and go. After seeing how can I read it here? Yeah. After seeing how the internet how the internet is responding to everything over the last couple of weeks, I wanted to make myself extremely clear. I thought this is why you made a video about it. Well, still, about what I choose to what I choose to leave as my final words. QI rolls from Adam and those like him. Nope. Um, I'm just stating facts, honestly. The fact that you made a video where this is something that I thought this morning. Yeah, because sometimes I think about things that happens online, like because it applies also into real life, which is if you were not so focused on justifying yourself, on showing, like using how did Gavin said, weaponizing mental health situation. If you didn't do that, if you were not so hang up on that, honestly, you would have used your time in that video, even 3 minutes, 4 minutes, to just state your facts, to just state your truth. I did this and this because of this and this. With you made like 4 videos where you talk about your mental health, and I don't want to downgrade your situation or whatever, because only you know what you're going through, honestly. And I'm really, really sorry, as everyone on the internet, because everyone said, we really hope that you take care. Same thing that we said on Gabi Hannah's situation, same exact thing, because mental health is something that people don't take lightly. So if you just would have used that time to just say your truth without twisting words, without um, like saying things like, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, but this happened, blaming others, even like not clearly, like, come on, come on, dude. You didn't need to make this, by the way. As for Adam, with the tag, by the way. As for Adam McIntyre, I stand by every single word. I was naive enough to trust him. This is someone who went from being a teenage bully to pretending to be an ally, to spending years to pretending to be an ally. Ally of what? Is he talking about after the Swoop Doc? To spending years maintaining what I thought was a consistent understanding of mutual respect and casual support. Giving you the benefit of the doubt and like mutual respect um doesn't mean that it doesn't. Oh, today it's hard on words. It doesn't mean that you cannot go in a different direction on some topics, let's say, such as the documentary. Adam said no. Adam didn't want to answer because it was not his priority, and you couldn't stand it. That's it. And you made everything up about you. Easy peasy. To be absolutely clear, I never agreed to be in a documentary. I wasn't trying to make a comeback, and I did. Oh, we saw it. Yeah, sure, sure, Jan. And I didn't want to make YouTube videos again. I was living a quiet life. All I did, yeah, again with the shenanigans told into this whoop talk. All I did was have 3 entirely off the regular conversation with some people who were potentially considering a project. But your instinct was telling you to take this leap of faith, that this was you wanted to finish it, like in, what was it, Tekken or Mortal Kombat? I don't remember. I was excited about it, and out of pure courtesy, I reached out to Adam. No one asked you to, privately, to ask if he wanted to be a part of. If he had just told me it was a bad. So this is the problem, that he didn't answer you. You cannot stand people not answering you, dude. That's a you problem again. I would have listened. I trust this. Silence is an answer. Let's say it together. Silence is an answer. I trusted him. We would have talked it out, and none of this nightmare would have happened. Um, you did everything by yourself. Um, Instead, he chose to completely ignore my home, boohoo. my message behind the scenes. He took that private courtesy, flipped the entire script, and decided my real life was better used as malicious content. I sat there like an idiot, utterly dumbfounded, no pulling on all your fours, please. Watching him rewrite our entire dynamic in real life. Okay, I can understand the fact that maybe because it's something that really hurts, honestly. It happened to me sometimes. When you think that you have some kind of relationship with a person, that person tells you in some way, lets you know, let's let you know in some way that no, the way you feel about that relationship is not the way they feel about the relationship, and it really sucks, honestly. And I believe this was th- the fact that he didn't answer, the fact that he explained on camera that your relationship was non-existing, the fact that he chose to talk on camera about something that was happening behind the scenes just because you left that comment. You maybe you thought, okay, he will back down, uh he will leave this be, like, or he will finally answer my messages, we will finally talk about this in private. But no, it's not your responsibility how people react to things. And honestly, this chain of thoughts, like, yeah, he didn't answer, and then he talked privately, sorry, publicly, and then he said that we didn't have the relationship that I thought we had. So I got angry. You need to talk about this with someone. You really need to talk about this. So it's a suggestion. What kills me is the sheer duplicity of it. Back in 2020, he reached out and apologized to me for everything he did. Fair. You did the same. We didn't become best friends, but we absolutely made amends. Fair. We were chill like the like that during the height of the Swoop documentary in 2023. But from that moment on, it felt like a real shift. It wasn't just online support. We finally met in person. He introduced me to his mom. Yeah, we know. And we all got together after the dust settled just to connect. They had gone out and grabbed a plate. Again, with the oversharing. Again. They had gone out and grabbed a plate of light snacks like fruit and veggies, and none of us touched it because our nerves were running so high. Sorry, I'm reading the text so small. Uh, Soon after, he made a video playfully laughing about how we didn't eat the food, and I even commented back to, "Are you saying this because you want he like?" Does Adam needs to thank you about this? Because he did. He said in the videos, I remember he talked about this and he was really really happy about the outcome. He talked about your the way you acted with his mother. So I don't understand why are you talking again about this. We were casually friendly. Yeah, like that. It was real, it was respectful, and it felt safe. Perfect. But in the moment you start demanding, not even asking, demanding for more, demanding for an answer on something that you should know where Adam stands for. Uh, you make you make it clear that you don't care about your casually friendship with him. So how do you go from that to a live stream pulling a completely 180? He hoped online to publicly shade me, and the people are, well, you shade yourself. Okay, so was Adam completely wrong? I don't know. Shade me and the people I love for even considering that project. And when that wasn't enough, he kept making videos, doubling down day after day, entirely intent. Oh, he was making video because you were making videos, making fun of him, making fun of the people that follow him, making fun of Peter Monn, saying that Peter Monn is old. Which, dude, you don't want to go there, dude. Um, so you can make videos but others can't. Okay, fair. That was when he brought up VidCon, throwing it out there like some final proof that I was creepy the whole time. He told this. I don't know about this. The only thing that I remember is when he talked about VidCon, saying that he was walking to VidCon, but it was from a while ago, honestly. Saying that Adam was at VidCon and Joshua David Evans tapped him on his shoulders. He turned around and they spent like an hour talking, I believe. I don't remember. That was the whole time. He told his audience that I pulled him away from everyone, insisting we had to go outside. And then I don't know when this happened, honestly. I don't have this piece of lore. Um, and then talked his ear off for an hour. Anyone in their right mind knows I'm not the one to say, let me grab you and pull you away from everybody so I can talk to you alone. I was there for work. I saw him, tapped him on his shoulder. And yeah, this is what I remember he's talking about. And thought we ended up having a really genuine interaction that day. I never asked to leave the group where the group we were standing with. You were the ones who suggested it, Adam. You said, but why are we picking up on those things? Like, why are we you are trying to let people focus on maybe something said out of rage. I don't know. I will search in a second this because I want to make sure I have everything clear. um but why are we focusing on maybe he says some shit. Okay, he says some shit, but dude, you build a whole freaking castle on nothing, on really nothing. So it's fair. Honestly, I'm that kind of person. I'm the kind of person that when gets angry and it's really really toxic, luckily it doesn't happen that often anymore, but I'm the kind of person that if you make me angry, but really really angry, and you keep poking me, I will start like telling you every possible thing that I have in mind in order to hurt you. And it's toxic as fuck. I know. um and I've been working on that my whole life, but it it can happen that after you it's like poking the bear. You poke and poke and poke, dude, enough, just get over with. Also, over a stupid documentary about your freaking ex, dude, crazy. um the way he depicts it now is insanely immature and manipulative. I could sit here and dissect every single little thing you went and made videos about after this whole documentary fiasco that you created. You could pull apart. I could pull apart every single lie and do it. Just do it, and tell the real side of this. Yeah, go for it, dude. Don't say goodbye, goodbye. Just do it. Become a drama channel. Let it go. The side where things didn't happen the way where the side where yeah sorry, I was asking myself if that where is correct. Sorry. But you sure want your viewers to think it did. All of a sudden, after years of being completely cool, you write history because that is what Adam does. The exact moment he thinks what you are doing doesn't fully align with what he wants, he makes a note of it, and eventually you just become content. I broke when he decided it was okay to drag my wife again and my childhood best friend into dude. They decided to take part of it again. If you decide to take part of a public documentary that can be maybe in a future published and watched and criticized, you should also be these people should also be able to take some criticism. They take some words like what the fuck, why are you being part of this, which is a fair question, honestly. And because I dare to act human, Okay. I'm sitting here jobless. Well, was it Adam's fault that you were not doing your job? I'm not. Whose fault was it? Watching the entire world dunk all over my name like hyenas. I don't know. In Italian, it's hyena. I don't know. Tearing at bones. Oh, now to Gavin. I know I've already said this, but I want to apologize here publicly too. I signed you be- because that was my job. The 90-10 contract split was discussed openly and entirely agreed upon over multiple discussions. You were so here he's saying you agreed on that, so why the fuck are you backing off? Dude. You were only 2 months into a 12-month agreement when the internet drama with Adams. So okay. So in the video said, yeah, Gavin, you deserve it. I'm so sorry. You deserve to make something out of this. And now, oh, mamma mia, he's he's backing everything down. Like, yeah, you just did that video not because you were about to starve and to lose your house because you couldn't afford to pay rent. Yeah, no. You did everything because of Adam. And you decided to respond by dropping a novel of complaints. Oh, there were proof. That was proof. Expose, trashing everything I've ever done, which is nothing, or at least not your job. A few days later, I responded to you without empathy and became rude. True. I said things I fully regret. But why you say things I fully regret and then you double down with all this previous shit here? Sorry. It's just so confusing. My head hurts. I cannot fathom to live with a brain that constantly feels under attack. So you need to say a bunch of shit in order to feel on the good side. I really cannot fathom. It's really exhausting. I felt like I was getting hit from every imaginable angle of my life, and I snapped. That snap cost me my livelihood. You took my response, made a video blasting it, and turned it into content. Let's be real. If I had been any other corporate manager, someone without a public history, without a target, oh, there are ways to go after any other people. Don't worry. You don't need to make a video if your boss or if the person who you pay for um is not doing his job. There are ways, don't worry. But he went where it was it was the most logical thing to do in that moment. So yeah, on their back without years of drama attached to their name, you never would have made that video. Yeah, well, he would have made something else. I never stole from you. Who said you did? You weren't doing your job. Your channel has been fully released and your funds have been sent. I wasn't even the one receiving the small percentage of your funds in the first place, but I do remember our channel optimization discussion where I told you that you needed to find viral moments and somehow tie them back to your book channel so those views would trickle. Why are we talking about this now? Trickle down and help build your audience out. Well, I already see an emoji there. I don't like it. Well, I'm glad this predictable mistake of mine was able to give you that exact viral moment. Fuck you. Just fuck you, dude. Just shut up already. Sorry, I don't. My patience is gone. I don't feel any ill will toward. Yeah. We can tell. Okay. This is another sarcastic thing. Okay. It's so useless to read this, guys. Honestly. Your reaction was human too. You were put in a terribly bad situation. Okay, so I'm going to read it with a sarcastic voice. Your reaction was human too. You were put in a terribly bad situation. And you absolutely don't deserve any hate or negativity from me. The truth is, the company acquisition happened, and we just weren't able to give you all the resources I so badly wanted to give you. I genuinely believe that in a few months' time, we would have reached a place where we could have done something great together. So, this feels like the let's do it together, bro. Buddy. Let's finish it together. Okay. He just wants to go and do things together with other people. But we never got there. I'm truly sorry for my part. This is how I imagine him writing it. Sorry. Um, again, from the top. I'm truly sorry for my part in how it ended. But I always believed in you and your content. Go rock your thing, man. Bro, I wish you nothing but the best. Your opinion of me comes from watching gossip channels, picking my actions apart, reaction videos, and people who only know weaponized fragments of my life. Nothing I write here will change your mind. Your level of consciousness isn't capable. Ooh. Your level of consciousness isn't capable of receiving this, and I accept that now. You exist within a frequency that only you can change. This high pitch is not is how I imagine him talking. I'm no longer auditioning for your forgiveness, and I'm done participating participating in a game designed to destroy a person's sanity. This isn't dramatic exit. Joshua David. Oh, Joshua David Evans is over. What's That's what you got rid of. That guy. No, dude, I'm not rolling anything. I'm just laughing my ass off, honestly. But this feels like a script, honestly. Like from Fight Club or something. Feel free to roll your eyes again. But existing here isn't for me. Walking away quietly, yes, sure, to build a life that has absolutely nothing to do with this platform, this name, or this version of my existence. The people who actually know me don't need a comment section to tell me who I am and mm, and the sea of parasocial parasite don't get to dictate who I become. Bro, he, dude, the only thing you needed to do after each paragraph would like be another paragraph with just bro and maybe a sunflower emoji just to. Oh, there's a balloon here. Okay. He switched. Okay. For anyone that reads this days from now, maybe years, this the inspirational quote at the end, same thing as the video. Be happy, be courageous, be whatever. Be someone who sits in love and stillness when the world encourages you to join the chaos. Be better because you can. Be better. They choose not to be. They who you. Dude, this is this is bonkers. This is really bonkers, dude. You just need to just shut up already. Just or or just write a book. Write a book already because you like to write so much. Just go for it. Perfect. Perfect. You have your next job already. I really want to find the the thing where Adam is talking about the Vidcon because I don't trust this person. I don't trust his word because he twists everything. If you say A, he says no. You said A, not no, sorry. If you say A, he says like no. You said B. So I really don't trust it. Give me a second. Okay. So I just found this video. I didn't saw this video, by the way. And I skimmed through it because basically Adam is reading the same post that I read. And one thing that he said while I was skimming through was that this video for sure has copyrighted music, and I didn't thought about that, so I need to make sure to mute that freaking music because I don't want anyone in my business. No, 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 no. But I found the part where he's talking about Vidcon. So it's not the part where he originally talked about Vidcon. I believe there are two videos. The first original one, and then another one, and then this. So three videos. No, I mean three. Okay.
That was when. Oh, and then what? Enter stage left. He brought up VidCon, throwing it out there like some final proof that I was.
I'm happy to see that I wasn't the only one reading this with a voice or something, because you cannot take it seriously because it feels like a play. Like
all along. He told his audience that I pulled him away from everyone, insisting that we go outside, and then talked his ear off for an hour. Anyone in their right mind knows I'm not one to say, let me grab you outside and pull you away from everyone so I can talk to you alone. I feel like the only way to read this is in fucking character.
Yeah, same.
Casting spells. Woo! And then he pulled me away at VidCon. Josh, yes, you did. But who cares? You tapped me on the shoulder. I was with my friend. You were like, can we go chat? I said, yeah. You said you work at Studio 71. I was like, ooh, okay. We talked outside. You talked about your divorce. You talked about Colleen. You talked about how weird it was to be back at VidCon. Then we finished up after like 45 minutes an hour. It was boring.
Honestly, I remember watching the Swoop Doc, and obviously the Swoop Doc is edited. We were not there. But there was, even back then when I first watched the doc, there was a moment where he was talking about the like Swoop asked the question, I believe something like on Colleen or something, and he went on and on talking about her. And also he said in the cheating segment, and I didn't want to play for respect, honestly, he was talking about something so personal, so like, as a the secondhand embarrassment I felt in that moment was like I was peeping into the life of someone that I will never know, and it didn't felt comfortable knowing that, as much as he was talking about his story about how he was mistreated, which I can totally understand about that, but to talk about something like that, which was honestly also I felt really, really embarrassed. And I can imagine, besides the boring side, I don't know, honestly, for how he writes. Yeah. You saw my yawn before, right? You saw it. But the giving so much information on the past, on something that I was not a part of it, even if Adam was involved in Colleen's life in some way, allegedly. But yeah, why I don't understand.
All you want to talk about is Colleen. IDGAF.
Exactly.
And Josh, I don't know if you remember, but I literally said to you at the end of that conversation, I was like, I just missed the Spotify happy hour because of this. He talked to me for so long, I missed the fucking Spotify happy hour, which is the only place that you can get free fucking alcohol at VidCon. I was so annoyed. Oh my God. I was there for work. Not anymore. Not anymore. I saw him, tapped him on his shoulder, and thought we ended up having a really good interaction that day. Wait, you're literally describing what I just said happened. Shh. Shh. I should have read this on the plane. I would have fucking fallen asleep easier than I did. I never asked to leave the group we were standing with. Group we were with? You came up to me and my friend. You came up to me and my friend.
He said the same thing back in the years.
The group that we were with, you came up to me and my friend while you were alone. Loser. That's a grip to him, Adam. Fair enough. Fair enough. You were the one who suggested, Adam. You said, let's go outside, not me. Famously, please give me more time with Joshua David Evans. Please. Please. Oh my God, Josh, please. I want to know more. Talk to me more. Me on my way to the Spotify happy hour, the only place where you can get free alcohol at VidCon, that was ending in an hour. Yes, Josh, now is whenever I want to speak to you for an hour. Yes. Please. The way he depicts
Also,
it now.
it's like he does not comprehend, like Joshua. He doesn't comprehend the politeness, like people being just polite to you, even if I don't know. It's like every interaction you have with him. In this case, Adam had with him. It's out of like friendship and mutual respect and similar things. It cannot be just because you're polite, just because you reached an agreement with this person, like you accepted the accountability, whatever. Um, it cannot be polite. It can only be like friendship. And in the moment you say, no, I was being polite. Oh, you are twisting everything. You are saying things that didn't happen. No, I was just being polite with you. Please stop. Go away.
Is insanely immature and manipulative.
Sure.
I could sit here and dissect every little thing you went and made videos about after this whole documentary fiasco that you created. Oh, that I created. Josh, you created this. You created this. You were
Unanimously,
mistreating
we say
Gavin
the same
before I
things.
even said
Crazy.
shit. Don't forget that. I could pull apart every single lie and tell the real side of the story, the side where things didn't happen the way that you claim. But you sure want your viewers to think it. Who cares, Josh? Oh my God. Who cares? Adam, here are your two options. 2 hours with Gabby Hanna or 2 hours with Joshua David Evans. At 5 minutes in the bathroom with a gun, and it's just me and the gun. Honestly.
Okay, enough with this. Okay. So I didn't
I
watch
don't
it. Oops, I didn't watch this video. This was a pearl, honestly. Because yeah, I understand why people are kind of comparing the two characters. I want to say characters because it is what it is. And so yeah, this was a hell of a ride. This was a journey. Uh, I already spilled all my words on this. I already said everything. I am like my mind is full of information that I don't need, informations that I don't need. But it's okay. It's okay. I had fun making this video. Honestly, I have fun, and I think this goes for many peoples that do drama channels. I have fun trying to analyze with opinions and stuff like that, trying to analyze why people act the way they act, because I think it's really interesting. It's really amazing how people act on a public platform. So I always think if people do this on a public platform where millions of people could, maybe will see them, how they will act in like in their private, in the four walls of their room, in the house, whatever. So it's really, really amazing to witness all of this. Obviously I have opinion. I always had opinion and I will always have. And so yeah, I had a lot of fun making this. As I said before, please subscribe. Also because next video, and I said it already in the Gen Dance video, next video that I want to talk about is the sorry I burped. Is the Hello Leash video on the Adam McIntyre situation, but also, I saw that Gen Dance kind of responded to Adam. So maybe I will try to watch both videos in one single video, which would be like 5 hours. So yeah, I'm going to edit this movie, honestly. This is not a documentary. This is just a big recap, length recap, full of opinions and things, honestly. So let me know if you watched until here. Let me know if you have opinions too. I'm really open to hear you out, and thank you very much. And we will see each other really, 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 really soon.